I'm sending the link to Stu. Should be good in a second. How you been, man?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, good, good. Are you live on YouTube?
I am.
Cool. All right. I want to just waiting for Stu Peters, and then I think we could briefly talk about the rules for this. So it's going to be, I think he has somewhere to be at 7. So if we can keep it to an hour, but I know you said 70, but talk about the rules and everything, and the intro time and the rebuttal, and then free flow discussion. We want this to be a fair debate.
So the rules were substance debate, no ad homs.
I agree.
You said if there's ad homs, you'll remove that person. I think.
Yeah, one warning, and then I'll just like end the debate.
Yep, that sounds fair.
Sounds great.
I thought we agreed on 75 minutes. I don't know how we could possibly get through everything in an hour.
Yeah, I'll speak about that when he gets in here. Let me get a water.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick too. 1 second.
No problem.
Good to see you.
You too. Well, that's weird.
What's up? Who's on the screen?
It looks like you're on the screen and SNEAKO's on the screen. It's doing like an infinite regress thing.
Oh, what's up? I hear your voice. I don't see you at all.
Yeah, that's bizarre. I wonder why it's doing that.
Oh, are you are you simulcasting it or something?
Yeah, I am, but it was just fine.
Why.
It was just fine 5 seconds ago until you joined, and then if you turn your virtual camera off, I wonder what happens.
Who, mine?
Yeah.
I don't even know what a virtual camera is.
Hey.
Just walk into Zoom. Hey, what up, Sneak?
How you doing, Stu?
Not too bad. How are you?
I don't know what the hell is going on with the picture suddenly. It was fine.
It was fine a second ago, but I think it's sharing your screen instead of your camera.
Really? Okay, hang on.
Yeah, it's your screen share. Oh, there you go. Looks good now.
Oh, well then. Thanks for that one, Mr. E.
All right. So, Stu, how much time do you have today? Because Andrew, we were discussing it. You have an hour? Okay. Is that okay, Andrew?
I mean, I guess it's going to have to be.
All right. So I want this to be a fair, open discussion. This is a Charlie Kirk debate about his assassination. There's a point of contention about what happened. And I would like to do a 2-minute intro and then a 1-minute rebuttal, and then we can have free flow discussion. And then I'll only interject if there is too many interruptions. And also, I don't like ad hominem attacks.
Rebuttal, and then we can have free flow discussion. And then I'll
really happening. So I'll give one warning for ad homs, and then the second one just will disqualify and then end it. Does that sound good?
It does. Give me 1 quick second to fix the camera here.
No problem.
That my producer messed it up. Go quick. Not the time for this problem, bro.
Stu, did you see Pablo tweet? Apparently, I'm the reason that people hate Muslims in America now.
No, that's supposed to be out of scene.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just
source. That's supposed to be source. There you go.
Yeah, and flock cameras exist for you and I, right?
Yeah, flock cameras are good now. That's what that's all about. Stu, can you raise your microphone a little bit? It's a little low. Your audio.
I don't know. I just joined Zoom.
Like, is there a way you can make it louder, or maybe I can just raise your volume?
All right, I'm all set.
Raise.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
It's good. Okay, chat's saying it's fine. Okay, that sounds great. All right, so see who goes first. Someone want to flip a coin to see who could decide who goes first for 2 minutes?
No, I don't care. Andrew can go first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either.
Okay, Andrew, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So thanks, Stu, first and foremost, for actually having this debate, as almost nobody else on your side will. To make my position crystal clear on this, as I have many times before, there could have been a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk, though it's more likely it would have come from left-wing groups or agitators. But what I assess as evidence, and it's standard, just to clarify this very quickly, evidence is information, facts, data, or materials which support a claim and truth, hypothesis, or assertion, and it doesn't always support a conclusion. Proof is a successful demonstration of a claim. Stu Peters, like many of these independent investigators working on the Kirk case, produced some evidence for some claims, but never proof. And their evidence always falls short for there to be a conclusion, especially the ones that they propel as being factual. An example of this, if I say I am holding a cigarette, that is evidence I'm holding one. But if I show you that I'm holding a cigarette, that would be proof. Stu has made many claims. Some he just plain has no evidence for, and some so little it just doesn't support his conclusion. He's going to ask a lot of questions, but he doesn't seem to be great at demonstrating the claims that he's already made. Claim 1, Stu Peters says Andrew Colvett is Jewish. This was posted by him September 21st. Quote, Andrew Colvett is a Jew, and I'm not buying even one piece of the official Charlie Kirk assassination story. No evidence given for the claim at all. Both of Colvett's parents were Catholic. There isn't any evidence he has any ethnic Jewish blood at all. So that's just totally made up. Claim 2, quote, we now with 100% certainty know that Andrew Colvett was linked to Fort Huachuca in the days and weeks leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination. That was July 17th on X. Colvett denies the claim, and the only evidence Stu has made for the claim is a man named Snow, who
10
also
seconds.
believes What? You said 3 minutes.
That's it too. You want? I can push it to 3
Oh.
if you guys both agree.
Yeah, you said 3 minutes.
I'll go to
yeah.
3. You have another minute, Stu. I'll give you 3 as well. Go ahead.
Colvett denies the claim. The only evidence Stu has made for the claim is a man named Stowe, who also believes his father is the Zodiac killer and that a cockroach he captured was actually a spying device. Thus far, he hasn't shown us the cockroach even. Snow has provided no evidence for the presence of Andrew Colvett, Erica Kirk, or anybody being at Fort Huachuca. Past, trust me, bro, I saw them. Next, he uses Ana Escobar and her Google Analytics, which can't be replicated as the data isn't there. But most importantly, from her own admission, may not have come from the base at all, as there are 45,000 residents in that suburb, 6,500 at the base. She says this herself. There's no good reason to believe, based on this evidence, that Erica Kirk was ever there, or Andrew Colvett, or anybody else Snow claims was. In other words, Stu Peters can't actually tie anybody to
20
actually
seconds.
being there, even though he claims Andrew Colvett is 100% tied to the fort, a guy who's never been there. Thus, the evidence doesn't support the conclusion. His conclusion is that TPUSA reps Erica Kirk and Israel worked together to kill Kirk, and we in no way ever get to that conclusion. I think that it's a bummer we only have 3 minutes to
That's
do
the
this,
time.
but okay. All
Okay,
right.
perfect. Stu, you have 3 minutes starting now.
So the reason why I took this debate is because Erica Kirk and Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff won't debate. Jack Posobiec won't debate. And apparently you are the paid shill to come out here and push the idea that Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty and he shot and killed Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's stolen 30-06. You spoke of evidence and you spoke of claims. Jack Posobiec made a claim. He claimed that he saw a 4K HD video. Benny Johnson made the claim that you can see Tyler Robinson taking the shot and that this is an open and shut case. Fact is that there is no evidence that is convincing anyone that Tyler Robinson is in fact guilty in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. And that is what has led to what I would say is inarguably the world's largest in history crowdsourced investigation into who it is that's responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, I can yield my time because I'm just interested in Andrew's debate points. So what evidence do you have, rather than shifting the burden on Stu Peters, rather than shifting the burden where I have to prove that it was a trapdoor and a magnetic force field and a drone swarm and an exploding mic and a second gunman on the Losi Center, rather than talking about Ana Escobar and Google search images, let's just talk about your evidence. What evidence is it, rather than shifting the burden onto me, that you want to debate that will satisfy the audience that Tyler Robinson definitely shot Charlie Kirk?
You have 1 minute, but I think you can yield the time. So let's do 1 minute rebuttal uninterrupted from Andrew, and then another 1 minute rebuttal from Stu, and then we can go to free flow discussion. Andrew, you have a minute.
Yeah, so these aren't the claims. Right now, there's a trial going on. Neither of us have access to the totality of the evidence. So I don't even need to make the claims. Not necessary. You have made actual claims here. You have claimed that Charlie Kirk was killed by a microphone. He was murdered by a microphone. Even though it's the case that when Jews did this and the Israelis did this and they had exploding pagers, there was smoke, there was all sorts of things like this. You have never provided a single piece of evidence for that absurd claim, not one in that claim. You're avoiding your claim for Fort Tachuka. You're not actually telling us how it is that you could make the claim that Colvette was 100% there. That's what you claimed. Do you have any evidence to support that other than Snow saying, trust me, bro? No.
Okay, so
how do you
what
get to
you're-
these conclusions, dude? How do you get to the conclusions of what it is that you think? Right now, we have a trial going on. And here's the thing, I'm
That's a
happy
minute.
to take.
That's a minute, Andrew. We
hang
can
on,
do
real quick,
free
let me just
flow.
clarify.
Let's give a minute
we
to.
wouldn't be
We'll go to free flow.
talking
So a minute from Stu, and then we'll go free flow. Go ahead, Stu.
We wouldn't be talking about any of this at all if you're here to debate the claims that Erica Kirk makes that Tyler Robinson's guilty, that Jack Posobiec says Tyler Robinson's guilty. That's the claim that has been made. That is the man who's on trial for his life. And there is no trial. Actually, preliminary hearings have taken place, at which point the prosecution was supposed to provide the most damning evidence possible to take this thing to a trial where they'll stick a needle in his arm or put him in a gas chamber or blow his head off or whatever it is that they're going to do so they can get him out of here. Jack Posobiec, Erica Kirk forgives this man as if he's already guilty. The claims have been made by everybody that pays you. You're paid by Turning Point USA. They apparently, nobody that likes them wants to do business. So they come and get a guy that hates them. You're on the record saying Erica Kirk is fucking retarded until the minute that you take a paycheck, and now she's the best at everything, and Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty. So we are here to talk about the evidence that you have.
10 seconds.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
No, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss all claims being made. And if you want to take, hang on. If you want to take 30 minutes,
you don't have any
if you want
evidence.
to take, hang on, bro, listen to what I'm saying. If you want to take 30 minutes to discuss your claims and then 30 minutes to discuss mine, I'm happy to do that. But you can't shift out of the burden of your own claims. Can we start with those? And then after that 30 minutes is done,
The burden
you can ask
is
me
not
whatever
on
it
me.
is that
The
you
burden
want.
isn't on me. It's
The burden
not
is on you for
Escobar.
claims that you've
It's
made.
not on
It's
Candace Owens. It's not on Baron Coleman. The burden is not on any of us.
Then let me just ask you directly.
That's not how
Did
these cases
Erica
work.
Kirk and TP, by the way, I don't work for TP USA. That's a lie. Secondly,
What do you mean? You
when
went on
you-
stream and said
Yeah.
that you took a job with Turning Point.
no, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
went
did.
on stream, and here's my exact words.
You're
I
denying that
I
you
have
went on stream and said that you worked
self-anointed
for Turning Point.
myself. I don't work for TP USA.
You didn't get
And
paid
I've
by
never
Turning
made the
Point
claim.
USA.
Sure, to give a debate course.
Okay, so you've been paid by Turning Point USA.
So has their guys who mow their lawn.
Okay, well,
So they work for
that was
TP
the
USA
point.
too.
The difference
They work
is
for the
guys
Jews
that mow
too.
the
They work
lawn,
for the Jews because
the
they
guys
mow their
that mow
lawn.
the lawn, Andrew, are not saying on stream and they're not saying on social media platforms with a big following that Erica Kirk's fucking retarded, and then automatically and then turning quickly right after they get paid for their lawn job and the edging and the weeding and the blowing that she's the greatest at everything.
When did I ever say that?
That's what we're here for.
When did I ever say that she's the greatest and the bestest
you
at
have
everything? Just making
completely
shit up, bro.
She's not retarded anymore.
You're just
right?
making shit up.
She's
All
not
women are
retarded
retarded.
anymore.
All women are retarded.
Okay, so anyway,
All of them. Am
they
I
can't
stuttering?
find
Hang on,
anyone
listen
who likes
closely.
them.
All women.
they
So
can't
that would
find
necessarily
anyone who
include Erica Kirk are fucking retarded. All
Okay,
of them.
this is what your tactic is. You want to move away from what the debate core is. You want to shift the burden.
I want to know,
burden
first of all,
is,
do you believe that there was an
Tell me
exploding
how
microphone?
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and
What's the
I'm happy.
evidence of
I'm
that?
happy to get to all these claims. Let's
Okay,
start
well,
with
that's what we're
yours.
here for. So start
You
there.
have
You
made
are the guy who's been
claims.
paid by Turning Point to come
You
here
have
and
made
tell us
claims.
how I'm crazy and Baron's
Mhm.
crazy.
Yeah,
and
so let's start with
everybody
your
is
claims.
dangerous.
When was Andrew
I
Colvette
don't have any
at?
claims. I'm
was-
investigating
was-
what
you
happened
don't
to
have any
Charlie Kirk
claims?
because I don't believe you. I don't
Was
believe
Andrew-
Erica. I
listen,
don't believe
was
these people.
Andrew
The burden is
Colvette-
on you.
Was Andrew Colvette at Fort Tuchaka or not?
We're not here to discuss
Answer
Fort
the
Huachuca
question,
or
Stu.
flights or exploding
Was
mics.
he
We're
there
not
or
here
not,
to debate
Stu?
that. Are you telling me
was he there, Stu?
that are you wasting
Was he
everybody's
there?
time?
Was he there,
Do you
Stu?
not have any evidence that Tyler
Stu.
Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Stu, was he there or not?
Did Tyler Robinson
Was
kill
he
Charlie
there
Kirk?
or not,
Did
Stu?
Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk?
I think the evidence supports that, sure. Now answer my question. Was Andrew Colvette at Fort Tuchaka or not? Was he there or not, Stu?
Where's Andrew Colvett? Why won't
Answer
he
the
come out and answer
question,
that
Stu.
question?
And why don't you answer the question since you made the claim? Was he there or not?
Where is the
Where,
evidence that Tyler
Stu,
Robinson
answer my question,
killed
Stu.
Charlie Kirk?
Answer my question. Was
I'm
he
not
there
here
or
to
not?
answer your questions.
You're not
I'm
here to
debate
answer
you.
any questions about any of the things that you have postulated as being true.
You're not
you can't
here to
support a
answer any
single claim.
questions as to how it is definitely true that Tyler
I
Robinson
swear to
is
you, I'll
guilty.
answer all of yours if you just answer
You've
mine.
been on the internet demonizing everybody who's looking into
Yeah,
the murder of
'cause you
Charlie
won't
Kirk.
answer
You were begging
questions.
for Baron Coleman to come
and
and
you
talk
won't
about how
answer any
Tyler
questions
Robinson is
about
so
your
guilty
view.
until I came into the chat.
Was
and I was
Andrew
like, okay,
Colvett at Fort
tell us
Tachaka?
how.
Was
Tell us
Andrew
how.
Colvett at
I don't
Fort
know if
Tachaka?
Andrew Colvett was
Then
at
why
Fort
did you say you were
Huachuca.
100% sure he's linked to it?
Okay.
Well,
First of
answer the
all,
question,
do you
Stu.
know all of the evidence that you would have to ignore to consider that to be an outlandish consideration?
You said he was 100% linked. Was that a lie, Stu? Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying. You
Okay,
said
great.
that
So then
Tyler
show me the
Robinson
100%
killed
link.
Charlie Kirk. Everybody
Show me
at
the
Turning
100%
Point has
link.
said that.
No, they have. In fact, here's the thing that's really funny. First of all,
Erica
I don't
Kirk
work.
forgives that
I don't
man.
work for TV
So
USA.
if Erica
That's
Kirk
first.
forgives him, then that
Mhm.
means that Tyler Robinson killed him. So where's the
Yeah.
evidence of that?
Based on
Jack
the
Posobiec, who
supporting
works for
evidence.
Turning Point USA
Yes.
said, and
Yes.
none of these people, all these people are
I'm sure
cowards,
that
by
they
the
do
way. None
think
of them
that
will
he
come
does.
here and tell
Yes.
me how this is true.
Yeah, but none
You're
of
the
but
paid
you won't
guy
even
who doesn't even
support your
like
claims.
them,
You won't
who's out
even
here
support your claims
trying
now.
to lure people.
Hold on,
into
there's a lot of
defamation
interrupting.
lawsuits.
Let's try to go one at a time
Okay.
right now. But
Go ahead.
You're the guy who's out here trying to lure people into defamation lawsuits to make specific claims. When the claim has been made that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, it's been made by Erica Kirk, it's been made by Don Trump Jr., it's been made by Jack Posobiec, it's been made by other Turning Point paid shills just like yourself.
Who doesn't
So
work for
where is
Turning
the
Point?
evidence of that?
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I'm happy to get into all this. In fact, you know what?
Then that's where we'll
I'll
start.
promise you this. Can we do a question for a question? How's that?
that's fair.
That's fair. So here's my question.
I'm not
You
here
answer
to
it.
answer your questions.
I'm not here to
debate
answer
your
any of your
position
questions.
That Tyler Robinson killed Charlie
I'm not
Kirk.
here to answer any of your. Okay, here I'll start off. Okay, we have
Yeah,
text
so do
message.
you have
We have
evidence of that?
we have a text message confessions, Stu. Yes,
Okay, what else?
we have text message confessions, Stu, that they not only took screenshots of, but then they pulled the data off, which show that he texted his boyfriend and admitted to the crime, Stu. Text message confessions. Now I've answered your question. Please answer mine. Was Andrew Colvett or Erica Kirk at Fort Tachouka or not?
Let's talk about the confession.
Oh my God, this guy!
was made, because
are
I'm
you
here
gonna, are we
to
going to get some
debate.
moderation? If you
here
want to
to-
debate, you have to answer questions too, Stu. Answer my question. Was
I'm
he,
here to debate whether or not Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Because
I'm
that's the
here to
claim that
debate-
has been made
Yeah,
by the
and I'm
people
here
who
to
you
debate.
are out shilling for.
No, the debate
They won't
topic
come and
is
debate.
this
You said,
Charlie
"I'll
Kirk
come and debate."
assassination.
You said,
And
I'll
so,
come debate. So
I want to
that's
know
what you're
your
here for.
claims. Answer my
Trying to
question
shift the
now.
burden. This
Answer
is
my
not-
question.
This is not debating the topic.
And
that we're
yes,
here
it
to
is
debate,
debating
which
the
is
topic. Answer
Tyler
my question.
Robinson killing Charlie Kirk.
Okay, you know what? Here, I'll try a different one. See if you can answer another one. Okay, so is it the case then, Stu? Do you believe that a small insect flew into Snow's room and it was actually secretly a government device?
Are you serious? None
Yes.
of this would be a topic of discussion if you could just tell us how Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. That's the claim that's been made by
I
Turning
just gave you demonstrable evidence that was introduced at the preliminary hearing of text messages, which were taken from Tyler's phone, where he admitted to the entirety of the crime, Stu.
Did Tyler
all of
Robinson
it.
write those messages?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because the chain of custody of his phone he had in his pocket when he came in.
His phone was taken from him immediately, and then a confession was disseminated on Discord.
So
servers.
do you
How
think
does
that the
happen?
cops, you think that the cops sent them to themselves?
I have no idea.
Yeah, right.
I'm asking you if you
exactly.
have any evidence that
That is
suggests
evidence.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
Are you saying that those text messages aren't evidence of Tyler Robinson
I
murdering
have
Charlie
no
Kirk?
idea if those messages belong to Tyler Robinson or not. Do you have any other
Uh-huh.
evidence?
Yes,
Is
they
there
pulled the
anything else?
data
What?
off the phone. They pulled his Google as well. They pulled his Google
There's
data.
no evidence.
Yes, there
that
is
suggests
evidence.
that Tyler Robinson.
And not only
absolutely
is
wrote
there,
those
and not
text
only is there
messages.
evidence,
Is there
I
any
just
other
gave you
evidence other than
great-
text messages? Is that what we're
That's
pinning
the
the whole
bro.
murder case
That is.
on?
I don't
It's a
even
death penalty
think
case.
that I would need to go beyond a text message confession. Besides the fact that what the hell would you even need to go past? Then I texted my boyfriend that I
Well-
murdered this guy
Well, how
and
about
told
this?
him how I did it.
How about the fact that we were told that Tyler Robinson confessed to his dad, confessed to his
Uh-huh.
mom,
Yeah.
confessed to a minister, confessed to a
Mhm.
U.S. Marshal, confessed to a sheriff.
Yeah.
So in a preliminary hearing, which
I didn't
is
see
the
that
equivalent
introduced.
of which is the equivalent of a grand jury, why would they not call any of those witnesses to say,
Because they didn't need to.
my son confessed that he
Because
killed Charlie Kirk?
they didn't need to.
They are to provide their most damning evidence during a preliminary.
That's not the
hearing.
most damning evidence. The most damning
What
evidence
is
is
the video
the
that
text
Jack
messages.
Posobiec saw?
No, the text message confessions, most damning
Well,
evidence.
then
And the
why
fact
would
that they were
Jack
able to pull
Posobiec
the
and
data
Benny
off of
Johnson
it.
come out and say that they saw a video. It's case closed. It's open and shut.
Yeah, both
They
of those
saw a
guys were
video.
wrong. In fact, the
They
second
were
they
wrong.
said that,
You mean they
yeah,
lied? You
I
mean
told
they
them.
lied?
I told both those guys that was stupid to do.
There's
what
a
the hell's wrong
difference
with you?
between wrong and lying.
Well, what
one
Kai
team,
Schwimmer,
One
Schwimmer
side
said.
of our
Hang on,
conversation
hang on.
today, the
Yeah,
side
I'll
that
answer.
you're supporting is filled
Mhm.
with liars. The side that that I'm here representing is filled
Yeah.
with people who don't believe the liars.
Okay, great. They
So
don't
they're
believe the
looking for
liars,
other
huh?
theories.
Would you
There- I
say
mean,
that a
there's
liar?
people talking about fold ARs,
Okay,
and there's people
yeah.
talking about trap doors and
And they're
magnetic force
talking
fields
about-
and drone
yeah.
swarms and everything
Mike's
else.
exploding.
Microphone. Yeah, all of that.
You
None of that would be considered if we
Uh-huh.
weren't
You-
talking about a group of people who have continuously been caught lying,
great.
including something that they saw in a courtroom, which in my opinion should
Great.
be against the law. Jack Posobiec, in my opinion, should be arrested for that.
Great. He should be arrested for it. In what way, though, does this in any way provide for your theories that Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk were at Fort Tachaka, which you've said on stream hundreds of times? You said that there's a 100% link to Andrew Colvett and Fort Tachaka. You've said this so many times, Stu. And now,
Andrew, are
when
you
you're in
telling
front of
me
the
that you
world,
don't
when you're in
have
front of the
anything
world,
here?
you won't
You're
say
in
a
front of
word.
the world. You've been running your mouth about how Tyler Robinson
Yeah.
killed Charlie.
Leslie,
No,
they
no,
can't.
all
We're
I've said is that the
backstage,
evidence
Leslie. They
supports it.
can't hear us right now. If
Everybody
you
at
want to
Turning
unmute.
Point, from Blake Neff to
Great.
Andrew
I'm not
Coleman
a
to
Turning
Tyler
Point.
Boyer and Erica Kirk. That's
Great.
who I want to debate.
That's
You were
nice.
out-
What
were
is
out
it
you
killing
tell me
them.
how
to
Andrew
I'll debate you. I'll
Colvett-
debate you. So
Can
here I
you
am
tell me how Andrew
asking you to
was
show me the evidence
Andrew
of Tyler Robinson
Colvett
killing Charlie Kirk.
was Andrew Colvett at Fort Tachaka or not, Stu?
I'm not here to talk about.
I'm
Andrew
not here to
Colvett
answer any of your
and
questions.
Fort Huachuca.
I'm not here to answer any of your
We're
questions.
here to
Andrew.
discuss whether or not Tyler Robinson
how about
killed
this?
Charlie
Do you
Kirk. He's on
believe-
trial for his life.
Well, look. Part of that is going
He's
to
on
be the
trial for his
elimination
life
of
while
other
Erica
things.
Kirk is crying and saying she forgives him, and while Jack Posobiec and while Andrew Colvett are saying, and Benny Johnson and Officer Tatum
Yeah.
go into a preliminary hearing where for the first day there's no camera allowed. The same guys that were in the Epstein Phase 1 Bindergate Jew crew, and they
Mhm.
came out and they said, "We
Yeah.
just saw a video. I saw it with my own eyes."
Uh-huh.
Quote, "You see Tyler Robinson pulling
Yeah.
the trigger."
So what?
Well,
So what?
it's another lie. There has
Yeah.
been
How does that prove
nothing
your
but
theories, though? Stu?
lies when even telling the truth would suit them
Where-
better. Lying
where-
about
where- how-
alibis,
but
lying
how does
about
this-
the dates when they were
How does this
somewhere, lying
support
about
any
drinking,
of your?
lying about
I'm going to grant
dating.
it, bro. I'm going to grant it. They're all a bunch of fucking liars. How does it support
Okay.
any of your theories?
There could be 6 million theories.
I'm
But the
asking you
theory
about
that
yours,
doesn't
Stu.
stick- the
I'm
theory that
asking
doesn't
about
stick-
yours, Stu.
The difference is in one of them, a man is on trial for his life, Andrew.
If
and
you held
these
the
are the people
same-
you're out here shilling for. You're
Yeah,
paid
Stu,
by these
If
guys
you,
to do
I'm not
this.
paid by him. Great, you're just lying again. So it's great, Stu. Start with this. Let's just start with this. This is really simple.
Did you take money
Hey,
from Turning Point?
Do
Andrew?
you to
Stop
teach a
lying
debate
about
course
that.
for
You're-
one
you're
day?
trying once again to displace
I,
burden.
tr- I literally trained a debate course for one day, which I do all across
Okay,
the world for people.
You've been
Stu.
paid by Turning Point.
So,
Until you were
was
paid by
Candace
Turning
Owens.
Point,
Candace
Erica
Owens
Kirk
was
fucking
paid.
retarded.
Candace Owens was paid by Turning Point. What have we established?
I'll just say, I
Stu?
think Candace Owens could be Charlie Kirk's only real friend.
Yeah, but she was paid by Turning Point, hell of a lot more than I was. So that aside, here's what's really funny too, Stu.
Candace Owens
we're
has
trying-
been cheering for
if
Tyler
we're trying
Robinson be
to
put down
eliminate-
like a dog for a
if
crime.
we're-
that he
Hold on, let's
very
try not to
obviously
interrupt.
did
Hang
not.
on.
Let's
If
try
we
let's try not
started-
to interrupt. It's getting from both
Okay.
sides.
Well, let me
Yeah,
try.
okay,
Let me
well-
try. How about just 1 minute back and forth?
Okay,
1 minute.
sure. Candace
All right,
Owens,
so we'll make it
Candace
easy.
Owens is not demanding that a man be put to death for a crime that he is alleged to have committed in which no evidence can connect him to committing that crime. That is what Erica Kirk is doing. Erica Kirk is the billionaire leader of Turning Point USA, the CEO of Turning Point USA. She is saying she forgives this man, Jack Posobiec, a Turning Point paid shill. He's at Charlie's desk all the time. They are saying they saw a video. They did not see a video. That makes them liars. This man is on trial for his life. I would like to know what
Right.
evidence you have
Mhm.
that makes you believe that you can run around saying that it's open and shut, that it's cut and dry, and that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, first of all, I never said it's cut and dry and it's open and shut. What I've said is that the evidence
That's what Jack
supports.
Posobiec and
Well,
Benny
let's do
Dobbs.
1 minute.
Stop,
Let's
bro.
do 1 minute back and forth.
You're
Vince.
debating Andrew Wilson, not Jack.
Let's do
Posobiec.
1 minute, Andrew.
Take
You
your
got
issues. Take your issues up with Jack Posobiec. Then with Andrew Wilson, you have to contend with my actual
They won't
worldview.
be.
Stu,
You can't
Stu,
talk,
Stu,
Stu. I
because they
gave you a
won't be.
minute uninterrupted.
Let's do
It's
1
my
minute back
turn.
and forth. Go
So
ahead.
here's the thing. It's really funny. I'm just going to grant all of this. They're all a bunch of filthy liars. Those lying bastards, always lying about lying, and then they lie on top of those lies. Great. How does any of this establish any of your theories? How does any of this disprove that Tyler Robinson fired that shot? How is it that when we have text message evidence and DNA and we have bullet fragments all pulled out and we have a medical examiner claiming he was shot, you run out there and say that he was killed by a microphone? You claim Andrew Colvett was sitting in Fort Tuchanka. You've made this claim many, many times. You say Erica Kirk is as well. Are you the liar, Stu? Because if you're not the liar, then look me dead in the eye and say that they were there or they weren't. But don't lie to me, man, and I won't lie to you.
Stu, you got a minute.
It's not incumbent upon anybody that's investigating the death of Charlie Kirk to prove that their theory is right. It is incumbent upon the people who are trying to hang a man, to kill him, to gas him, to shoot him, to put a needle in his arm, put him in a chair. It is incumbent upon the state. It's incumbent upon these people who have this man on trial to prove why it's an open and shut case. There is no evidence that links
Hey,
Tyler
Andrew.
Robinson to the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. You know, you mentioned confessions. Nobody knows who wrote them. You mentioned DNA. Lance Twiggs' DNA is on it too. This guy's only been talked to twice by the feds and got immunity. He's just as much connected by way of DNA as Tyler Robinson is, but nobody's calling for him to be put on trial for his life. So why Tyler Robinson? Why this patsy? They are demanding, she's forgiving, it's open and shut, it's case closed. I saw the video, it's 4K. You see him taking the shot.
That's
It's incumbent upon these people to prove the guilt of Tyler Robinson.
Andrew,
It's not incumbent
you got a
upon
minute,
me
Andrew.
to prove.
But it's not
Andrew
incumbent
Colvett
upon
was
you
somewhere.
people. It's
But
not
when you ask
Hold on,
these
hold on.
people
It's my
if they
turn,
were on
Stu.
Fort
It's my
Huachuca,
turn.
Hold on. Andrew, go ahead a
I
minute.
just let you go. I didn't.
Go ahead,
interrupt.
Andrew. Starting out. Go.
So anyway, it's not incumbent
Do you-
upon you people to disprove anything either. The problem is that if you go about your day trying to disprove everything that the state says, and then you have alternative theories, you do have to prove those. Yes, you do, Stu. You can't say, "Well, I have a ton of
I can say
alternative
whatever the
theories,"
fuck I want.
which helps clear this guy. I have a bunch of alternative theories which will assist in helping to clear this guy. Right? I'm trying to disprove it, but I'm not going to stand behind any of them. I'm not going to actually tell you what they are. I refuse to actually dive into my own worldview on this when I'm trying to disprove. By the way, if you held the same rigorous standards that you hold for the evidence requirement that you have for Tyler Robinson to be guilty for your own bullshit, you would never believe your own shit. You would never believe your own theories if you applied the exact same evidentiary standard that you apply for Tyler Robinson to the very things that you profess on your channel as being true. How is that possible, Stu? When you say there's no burden on me to prove, you do have to prove your claims, especially if those claims, you're focusing on them to say that you're disproving what the state's case is.
Stu,
I have tons of evidence. I have text message evidence. I have DNA. I have
All right, Andrew,
bullet
that's good.
fragments.
So when you speak to the tons of evidence that you have, first of all, I already explained the DNA. Lance Twiggs is equally connected to the murder of Charlie Kirk as Tyler Robinson is when you want to talk about DNA. The guy was already in custody when Discord messages are being sent. There was no confession. They said that he confessed. There is no confession. So like all of these things, they leave a whole lot of questions about Tyler Robinson. There is no definitive evidence. That's why you can't come here and defend that position. You have to instead start talking about 6 million different theories that people are looking into, because when you ask Erica Kirk, well, were you on Fort Huachuca? What does she do? She lies. She conspires with Andrew Colvett to produce a fake alibi for the wrong day with somebody else's kids and then hand them to some never heard of before Gary Melton, Paramount Tactical YouTuber, who like literally outs that, yeah, it's confirmed Mitch Snow was on Fort Huachuca that day, and confirms that Andrew Colvett is his source feeding him information rather than just saying, well, yeah, I was on Fort Huachuca because my mom, Lori Franzfey, works there. Or, yeah, I was on Fort Huachuca bringing her a sandwich. Or I basically grew up on Fort Huachuca, so of course I was there.
That's a minute.
But instead she lies and produces a fake alibi.
Andrew, go ahead.
So
Yeah,
when you're talking
okay,
about
my
asking
turn, Stu.
questions
Hang
and
on.
not getting answers, these
Yeah.
are the people who need to be answering the questions, but they're
All right.
cowards and they won't come out here and debate. So they sent you.
But they
Okay.
do.
Here's your evidence.
Andrew, go ahead.
Tyler
Andrew, go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah,
Shot
Go ahead.
Charlie Kirk.
They do.
Andrew,
They
go ahead.
do
You got a
ask
minute.
you- They do ask you for your evidence, and I'm just as connected to this case as you are, which means not at all. Were you some great friend of Charlie? Are you somehow super connected to this in a way that I'm not? What gives you the right to represent a view against TPUSA, but not for me to represent a view on their behalf if I agree with them? What?
Okay, so represent.
Stu,
How is it that you
Hey, hold on.
My turn,
Let's do
Stu.
uninterrupted.
Yeah, chill out, Stu. What is
Come on,
it?
come on.
Well, how is it that you have some great authority as a questioner, but I have no great authority to question you with my own questions as my own form of questioner, questioning the questioners? Tell me where it is that you end up with this great authority and I don't. Why is it that you deserve to talk to these people, but I'm stuck talking with you instead of the people who profess most of this? You're stuck talking with me for the same reason I'm stuck talking with you. It's because the people on your side are too cowardly, the ones who actually profess this stuff, to stand by any of their views. You yourself, sir, will not stand by your own views right this second. You ask me for evidence. I give you tons. By the way, with Tyler Robinson, there was way more Robinson DNA than Twigs. That's a lie. You say that these photos, you say that these
Hold
photos,
on.
testimony.
it's my turn, Stu.
Almost done.
You
You
say
got
that there's
10 seconds,
photos?
Andrew. 10 seconds.
You say there's photos there that were wrong. That's a lie. You're just making shit up, Stu, because that's what you people do. You just make it up.
Go ahead, Stu.
What did I make up? What photos are you talking about that I made up?
You
I'm
said that
talking
Eric.
about
Hey, Andrew,
guys that
Andrew,
work
Andrew.
for Tur- I'm
He asked
talking.
me.
No, I don't care about the 1 minute, 1 minute. You make some bullshit claim like that.
Mhm.
I want to know what the fuck you're talking
What
about.
photos do you
Furthermore-
are you claiming that Erica Kirk forged with kids that weren't hers? What?
Well, you know that picture with her finger over it. That was
Yeah.
the alibi. I wasn't on Fort Huachuca. The
Prove those
entire
weren't her
world has
kids.
Seen that. The entire
Prove those
world has
weren't
seen
her
that.
kids. Prove it. How do you know those weren't her kids?
I have seen the pictures of Charlie Kirk's kids.
That doesn't
Everybody
prove shit,
has.
Stu.
Everybody knows.
The
And
faces are obstructed,
It was for the
Stu.
wrong day.
The faces are
That's not an
obstructed,
alibi, it's
Stu.
for a
By the way,
completely
it wasn't
different
for the
day.
wrong. How do you
And
know it was for the wrong
actually-
day?
And
How do you
actually,
know?
from what I understand, it's already been confirmed from Turning Point that one of those kids, in fact, wasn't her. So you guys can't even keep your story straight.
No.
From the shill to the Turning
Okay, who
Point people
confirmed
pay
it?
you.
Yeah, who confirmed it?
From what I have heard, somebody in Turning
Oh,
Point
from
has
what you
acknowledged.
heard.
Yes, somebody
Oh,
in
great.
Turning Point. And maybe that's wrong. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I can
Steve,
see
yeah, that's
clearly
great.
that
You
these are
heard
not
it.
her kids.
Oh, that's great. You heard it from somebody who supposedly through the grapevine.
Andrew, even
This is great
regardless-
evidence, Stu.
Regardless if that's true or not,
Uh-huh.
she provided an alibi for the wrong day. She was
No,
using Andrew
bro.
Colbert to provide that alibi to Gary Melton.
Where did
where
where
at the
did
same time he
Yeah.
accidentally outed Andrew Colbert
uh-huh.
as being his source of information.
So you don't believe that
These
Erica
people
Kirk?
have lied when telling the truth
Yeah.
suits them better.
You don't believe
At
that
the
Erica
center
Kirk was at the
of
hospital with
most
her mom?
consequential political assassination of our lifetime.
Erica
These are
Kirk
the
wasn't
people
at the
who are
hospital with
lying.
her mom?
Tyler Robinson has not told a lie.
Dude, this guy will filibuster forever, dude, if you don't do the time.
Where are
You
Tyler
wanna answer
Robinson's lies? I
questions.
can point out all kinds of lies. You're
just
here
gonna
to
filibuster,
tell
bro.
me why Tyler
You
Robinson
gotta enforce the
should be
time,
put
so
to
this guy
death
will
for
never
killing
stop,
Charlie
bro.
Kirk.
Okay, we're kind of
filibuster
we're
the
going
whole
in
thing.
circles with this back and forth about these claims.
And we will be, because the debate here was his position is that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
It
and
still
that's
is.
what
The evidence
this
supports
entire
it.
Camp, all of the people,
Yeah,
all
the
of the
evidence
people at
supports
Turning-
it.
none of them will come out and say that. You're out here asking.
I thought
I'll
you said
debate
that
on
that's all they
I'll debate
say.
you on that. Do you want to come and have a discussion about that? Yeah, I would love you to tell me
Uh-huh.
where's all the evidence that Tyler Robinson should be put to death.
Yeah,
And you can't
let's
even
start-
do that.
Let's
So you
start
do
with
what
the
you always
text
do, which is
message
the shifting of
confessions.
burden. And
Yeah,
I
we
don't
have
even know.
We have
Nobody
text
knows that
message
Tyler Robinson
confessions,
wrote
Stu.
those text message confessions. They sound
Oh,
like they
I
were
know.
written by GP, chat
So who do
GP
you-
cop.
So who do you think wrote them, Stu? I don't know. Who could say?
Are you
The
ignoring
Jews.
the fact? Are
The
you,
Jews wrote them, Andrew.
Okay.
Who do you think wrote them, bro?
Okay, so you must be ignoring the fact that our government continuously lies. Like, are you? Do you
great.
think that
Yeah,
this
the government
audience is a
lies.
bunch of
Who do you
idiots?
think wrote them, Stu?
I don't accept the government narrative. That
I know.
Tyler
Who do you think
Robinson
wrote 'em,
killed
Stu?
Charlie Kirk or
Who
any
do
of
you-
the made-up evidence?
Who do you
like
think wrote them?
confessions.
Who do you think wrote
Why
them?
didn't his mom confess? I don't know.
Who do you
who
think
wrote
wrote them? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
who
the whole
knows?
point.
Who could say?
The burden
Yeah,
is on
they're
the
on
state
his
to prove
phone.
that
They're
Tyler
on his phone.
Robinsons.
They take pictures of him on the phone. Then they pull the data off the phone. That's not
Okay.
enough evidence for you, though, Stu, because at some point the Jews could have written them somewhere, right?
Okay, I thought you didn't want to do ad homs. Where do the
That's
Jews
not an
come
ad
from?
hom.
The Jews are everywhere.
How is that an ad
Okay.
hom?
Because you know that that's what you've been watching my show. That's what you want to do. You want me to get on a Jew chair, which I can do. If you want to debate the Jews, we can do that.
Well, all I'm doing is pointing this out. It's like, put in anyone you want. The blacks did it. Whoever, whatever, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Whatever
So
conspiracy that you want.
Is Lance Twiggs's DNA on the screwdriver and the rifle?
It is.
Was it on the phone?
And it's much lesser to a much
Was it
lesser
on the
degree than
phone?
Robinson's.
Was it on the phone?
I didn't see that in the preliminary.
So do you know if it was on the phone? Did
I
Lance
don't.
Twiggs write the confessions? Was
I don't.
Lance Twiggs riding around in an SUV planting Tyler Robinson evidence on Palantir property?
Do you have
know?
any evidence that
It's
Twiggs
not
was doing
incumbent
that?
upon me to prove that Tyler Robinson is innocent. Do
It
you
is the
understand how
second you
system
pose
of
it as an
justice
alternative
works?
theory. As soon as you pose it as an alternative
What do you
theory,
mean? That's
then
called an
it becomes
investigation.
incumbent upon you.
That's called an investigation. I'm not.
And what have
putting
you
on
learned?
trial for your life?
I'll tell you
people
what.
Have this guy on trial
Yeah.
for his life, saying he definitely did it.
And what have you learned in
The
your
criminal
great,
justice system.
Yeah,
in
what have
this
you learned in your
country means that it's
investigation,
the
Stu?
burden of the prosecution
Stu?
to show
What have
us
you
how he
learned
did it.
in what have you learned actually in your investigation here? What have you actually learned? Just that TPUSA is full of
I've learned a
liars?
whole lot of things. Oh,
What?
Yeah, of course they are.
Okay, what? What have you
Primarily.
actually learned?
I've learned a whole lot,
What?
but that's not what I'm here to discuss.
Yeah, what?
I'm
Okay,
here
so
to have
right.
You tell
I'm
me
here.
how
I'm running an investigation,
Tyler
but I
Robinson
can't even tell you
killed
what
Charlie
I've
Kirk.
learned. I can't even tell you what I've learned.
Let's
in
get
my
into the
investigation.
theories instead of getting into more personal claims. How about we get into? We haven't seen it spelled out, but what we actually think happened, or what is really going on. This is still going on. It's in trial. I would like to hear from both, if you guys are okay with this. If we hear some theories and we hear what do you think actually happened, what's the truth?
So, but
Great.
hold on a second. To do that, what we're doing is we're prosecuting the investigators, which is millions of people who don't believe Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. There should
So-
be no problem providing evidence to
So he's not
argue,
going to give
to
you one,
debate
SNEAKO.
that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I
He's
talk
not-
about this shit every day.
He's not going to
I
actually
talk
give
about
you
this. I talk
anything.
about my perspective. What
Can
I
you
have
tell me what
learned
you think happened? then?
every single day.
I'll tell you what I think happened if you tell me what you think happened. Go ahead, Stu. What happened?
I talk about every single day what I've
Yeah,
learned.
what happened?
That's what I
Brett?
spend I'm here to debate you about.
I know, and I'm
Tyler
asking
Robinson
you what
killing Charlie
happened.
Kirk.
What do you think happened? That's what SNEAKO wants to know. It's what the audience want to
We
know.
could
What do
find
you
a
think
point of
happened?
contention. If we both spell this out, then we
Yeah,
can
what
find
do you
a
think
way
happened,
to lead
Stu?
this
Tell us.
discussion.
What I don't believe happened is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk in his neck bones of steel with his grandfather's stolen 30-06 and confessed to his dad and confessed to a minister and a U.S. Marshal and turned himself in.
Yeah. So what do you
Beyond
think
that-
happened?
Hold on, let him
Beyond
answer.
that-
Let him answer.
There can be all kinds of speculation as to what happened. I know that I have examined a whole bunch of interesting banks of data, including image searches, including flight tracking information. For example, Turning Point USA planes being on tarmacs in the middle of the night in airfields, the same airfields that were involved with the cocaine cowboy, with Iran Contra. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, they're on these airfields for 20 or 30 minutes. They leave there, they go to a bigger airport. Then they overlap 24 times, 24 to 27 times with aircraft that are owned by Miriam Adelson. They're on the tarmac with Miriam Adelson's planes for 1 to 2 hours. And then every single time Miriam Adelson's plane leaves and it goes to to Israel. I think that's really interesting. These are all types of different things that I have been investigating, and I would love to ask Turning Point USA about them because I think that they are relevant and pertinent. But it's not
That at a
incumbent upon me
military
to
base?
prove- It's
That
not
at-
incumbent upon me to prove that that has something to do with the death of Charlie Kirk. It's
Great.
incumbent upon the people who
Yeah.
are trying Tyler Robinson
Uh-huh.
for his life to prove that he actually did it. So where's the evidence of that?
Okay, so here's
Aside
what
from
I
a confession that we don't
I'm
know
going to give
he
you the
made.
same.
Okay,
I'll
Andrew,
give
go
you the
ahead.
same
Go ahead,
exact.
Andrew.
I'll give you the same exact answer back. Here's what I don't believe, Stu. I don't believe a microphone blew his neck out. I don't believe that Snow saw anybody at Fort Tejuka. I don't believe that you can tie Colvette to anything. I don't believe you can tie Erica to anything. I don't believe you have a single credible eyewitness or alternative theory. I don't believe that you have anything, Stu. Nothing. I don't think your investigation has proven a single thing.
Well, what do you
Not
believe?
one.
What do you?
Not
What,
yours. Not Candace's.
I don't believe that the
Nobody's.
state's
In fact,
prosecution
hang
of
on, my
Tyler
turn.
Robinson has
My
proven
turn.
a
well,
single
well,
thing.
the answer to the
I don't
question is,
believe
what do you
Turning
think
Point has
happened?
proven a single
What,
thing.
Andrew? What,
Okay, but how come he didn't have to answer that question then, SNEAKO?
he said he doesn't believe in the narrative, so he's
That's
giving.
not what happened. That's what didn't happen. I'm answering in the same way. So
He-
tell me, if he tells me what he thinks happened, I'll tell him what I think happened. I think that's
To be fair, it sounded like he was rejecting the official narrative. So I would like to
No,
hear.
to be fair, he literally refused to answer that question that you're now demanding that I answer, which is what happened. What do you think happened, Stu? What? What?
I just told you that I don't believe the official narrative. I answered your question.
That's
There's
not
been
answering
nothing
the
but
question.
lies. I have talked to you about Miriam Adelson's planes being with Turning Point planes and then going directly to Israel.
So do you think Miriam
27
Adelson
times.
had a hand in murdering Charlie Kirk?
Do you think that Tyler Robinson had a hand in killing Charlie
Yes.
Kirk? It's not me
Yes.
that has the burden to prove that Miriam Adelson
Oh,
or
man.
Erica Kirk or Tyler Boyer or Andrew Colvett or anybody, the Jews. It's not incumbent upon me to prove that these people killed Charlie Kirk.
Then how's it incumbent
Tyler
upon you to
Robinson
disprove?
on trial for his life? That is
Yeah.
how do you understand how the judicial process works in this
I
country?
do. Yep. Innocent until proven guilty.
So,
do you understand how
you-
evidence works in
Do
this
you
country? That
understand
you
that
can
it
be
is the
guilty.
burden?
Yeah, you can still be guilty of a crime even if you're presumed innocent. In this
So-
particular case, we have lots and lots of evidence that you have not refuted. You haven't refuted the text messages. You haven't
Yes, I
refuted the
did.
DNA. You
Yes, I
haven't
did.
refuted any. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's start with the easiest one possible for you. Is it actually impossible, Stu, that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk? Is that actually impossible?
Based on my experience with 30-06,
Uh-huh.
everything that I've seen with 30-06,
Uh-huh.
no, I don't believe that he was shot by a 30-06. And I think
Okay.
just 20 seconds ago, I said, I don't believe the official narrative. That includes a transgender, furry, homosexual climbing or scaling the side of a building in broad daylight without being detected.
Hang on,
with a
hang on. Let's
rifle
just start
shoved
with the
down his
30-06.
pants,
Let's just start with
using
the
his grandfather's
30-06. Let's do
stolen
one claim at a
30-06.
time.
I'm just telling you what I don't believe.
I
You just
understand
asked
that you
me.
don't believe, but you see
said
what you
start with
did.
The easiest thing, the 30
Yeah, and now we've got the easiest thing. You just made a claim. You do not believe. You say this did not happen. He was not
the
shot
burden
with a
of
30-06.
proof is not
That is the burden
incumbent
of proof
upon
now.
me.
It is
No,
the
it's
second you
not.
say that's not true.
Me proving Tyler Robinson innocent is not where the burden
No,
lies.
no, no. I
It is
didn't ask
you to
you.
prove
I
that
didn't
there
ask
is
you that.
evidence that
I
says
asked you
it's
to
an open and
prove-
shut case.
I asked you to prove it was impossible.
Turning
Stu.
Point USA is saying it is an
Yeah,
open and
Stu,
shut case, and
Stu,
that
answer the
Tyler
question.
Robinson is guilty.
Stu.
When you said
When
you
you
wanted
said-
to debate
bro,
that,
this guy's
I said
just gonna
I would be more
filibuster
than happy
forever.
to debate that.
Yeah, let's go
You
back
wanna
to
talk
times.
about exploding
Sneako.
microphones.
This
You
guy
want to talk
he'll
about
never answer
documented,
anything.
open source, irrefutable
I
data
know.
that
We'll
nobody can
you know
explain
what?
away.
I'm just going to sit here
You
and
want to talk
filibuster
about
too.
Google
then.
image searches.
I
You want
will-
to talk
I'll
about
read my
Travis
source
Scott,
chats.
you want to talk
Hold on.
about
I don't
exploding
know.
microphones.
Why not just address some of the
I
claims?
want to talk about what the claim is that you're
I'm
making,
trying to.
which is what I said I would come
Yeah,
here
I'm
and
trying
debate,
to,
which
but
is
you're
that Tyler
filibustering.
Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and you
Yeah,
have
you're,
no evidence.
but you're
of that. So where
filibustering.
is
I
it?
gave you tons of evidence. You're not addressing any of it. Let's start with the 30-06.
I did.
Let's start with the 30-06. Is that possible or impossible? You say that it's impossible. Yeah, I heard you say that, the steel neck
I didn't
theory is
say it was
ridiculous.
impossible.
Okay, it's not impossible. then.
Based on what I saw, no, I don't believe that that's what happened.
Okay,
I don't
so
believe
then,
that Tyler Robinson's lazy eye in his sniper abilities shot Charlie Kirk in his Superman
at
neck
140
bones of
yards.
steel. No, I don't. I don't believe that.
Did Martin Luther King have a super jaw?
I believe his grandmother when she said that she's never even seen Tyler Robinson with a rifle, with a
That never
30-06,
that
with
never
any kind of a
happened.
firearm.
That literally never happened. You just made it up.
But
Can
it
you
did.
show me
There's
where?
text messages about that.
Well, show me.
They're
Where are they?
on X.
They're you. Okay,
Somebody
they're
went
on X.
to Tyler Robinson's grandmother's door.
So can we talk about some of we're going back and forth the 30-06 and the different evidence and claims.
Yes.
We could talk
What
about
about
start?
the
I'll give
30-06.
you.
No,
I'm going to start.
I do
I'll
not
start with my
believe-
evidence.
I do not believe that the 30-06 was used to shoot Charlie Kirk in his neck. No.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. And Stu, are you a ballistics expert?
Andrew, you're not going to shift the burden here. It is
I'm not.
my responsibility.
You just said you don't
to
believe
prove
X.
Tyler Robinson's innocence.
I understand. Is
Do you
it the case
consider-
though
let
that
me
you
ask you
just
this.
said?
Do you
Hang on, you
consider
can't
Rob O'Neill to
disbelieve
be an
something.
expert?
How am I supposed to
I
even
listen to
question this guy,
experts.
Sneako? You want to answer any questions? Are
Sure,
you a
I'll-
ballistic expert?
Do you consider Rob O'Neill to be a ballistic expert?
Which guy's Rob O'Neill?
Rob
Osama
O'Neill's
bin
the
Laden
guy that-
assassin.
Yeah, he killed Osama bin Laden. He's been
No, he's
combat
not a
deployed
ballistics expert.
440 times. He
Yeah,
was
he's not
the
a-
range
no, he's not a
officer in
ballistics
charge
expert.
of the SEAL team.
Not a
Okay,
ballistics
are
expert.
you a ballistics
no.
expert?
No,
Okay, is Gary Melton a ballistics expert?
by his own
Okay,
admission.
Is Valhalla, is Erica Kirk a ballistic expert?
Nope.
But she said she was Tyler Robinson. So she
Yeah, but do
is
you
saying
see?
that-
Yeah,
is
hang on,
Jack
hang on.
Posobiec a ballistics expert?
No, of course not.
Well, he
But
says that it's an
so
open
we've
and
all
shut
established
case.
that none of us are ballistics experts, right?
We've established that. Great.
I don't
So
need to
now,
be a ballistics
let's
expert
get into the
for you to
expert.
tell me
Or
what
let's get
evidence
into what
proves that Tyler Robinson
going
killed
to
Charlie
give it
Kirk,
to you.
and that's what you said you
Bro,
were here to
You
debate.
have to stop talking, or I can't give you the evidence. Do you want it or not?
You're
So
asking
look-
me if I'm a ballistics expert and if I believe that
Yeah,
Andrew
yeah,
Kovitz
yeah. I
smoked
just want a
cigarettes
yes or no
at
would be
some
fine.
fort in Tucson.
Yeah.
Where when he, by
great.
the way, when he said that and pretended that he
Are
had
we ever
no
going to get to the
idea
evidence?
what Fort Huachuca
Stu?
was,
Stu, are
do
we
you
ever
know
going to
that
get to the evidence?
immediately
Stu?
after that?
You're just still you're
This-
prattling, bro.
This is when the
Oh my
TP
God.
USA plane actually landed on Fort Huachuca.
Yeah. Can we get to the evidence
But
now?
he's going to pretend he doesn't know what that is.
So let's start with the 30-06. Are
Okay.
you aware that the U.S. Army has released many studies on the 30-06, including a very comprehensive
I don't
study
care. That does
where they
not
went
connect
over.
Tyler Robinson to the shooting
Bro,
death of Charlie Kirk, which is
I
what
don't,
we're
all
here
right,
to
we'll do a
debate.
time limit, SNEAKO. The guy won't even let me speak. He just
we don't have to do the
filibusters.
time. You seem that you both abandoned it, but let's just.
I'm not going to sit here and read you studies from the government to
What are
prove
we
that
supposed
Tyler
to
Robinson
debate
is
then?
innocent.
We're supposed to debate what? You won't even go over
You
the
made
evidence
the claim
with me.
that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
I'm trying to go over
the
the evidence,
You're
but
all
you
over the
won't
place.
stop
You're
talking,
online
bro.
saying that. So what's the evidence?
The evidence.
You're
Let's
talking
go
about
over it.
citations from the government. You're
Yes, the
talking about-
citations from the government.
That's
who
not
used that
evidence.
caliber in 3 wars, Stu.
That's not evidence that Tyler
It's
Robinson
massive
shot
evidence
Charlie
that
Kirk.
this is not only possible, but when we take the 150 grain core lock Remington,
It's
we look
possible
at the
that
minute of
Jewish space
angle.
lasers killed
It's
Charlie
not
Kirk.
only
That's
it's
not
not only
evidence.
possible, it's likely. And let's point this out too. When you say steel neck, Martin Luther King must have had a steel jaw then, because it stopped there too, Stu. He stopped at 30-06 round 2.
None of
Did
what
he
you
have a
just
steel
said-
jaw? Did he have
None
a
of
steel
what
jaw?
you just said is evidence that Tyler Robinson shot
No,
Charlie
the
Kirk.
evidence for that would be his confession.
That
Remember
sounds
when
like
he
an
confessed?
investigation.
Do you remember
actually.
when he confessed, Stu, via text message? You
No,
remember when
I
he
don't.
sent text messages to his boyfriend and laid out the entirety of it? He said that he ditched his rifle. He said that he shot Kirk. He went through the entirety of everything
No,
that he
didn't.
did.
said,
Yes, he
I
did.
it. He never said what he did.
He did what?
said, "I
What do you
did it."
think he did? What do you
I don't
think he
know.
was referencing? I don't know.
I have no idea. It is
I
not
did
incumbent
it.
upon me to prove
Yeah.
what he meant.
Yeah, I did
That's-
it.
It's the
Yeah.
prosecution's burden to
Uh-huh.
prove what he meant when he said, I did it.
He meant
But
he
here
meant
you
he
go.
was he
But
meant
here
he
you
was going to
You
go get
said
ice
he
cream.
went through in great detail about what he
Uh-huh.
did and all this. He said,
Yeah.
I did it. He didn't
Yeah.
say what he did. So
No, he
just
he
like
did.
Jack Posobiec misrepresented, just like Benny Johnson said that it's open and shut. We saw it. He pulled the trigger. You're now just making shit up. He
No,
said, I
bro.
did it. What is the
He-
it that he did? And how
He
can you
references
prove it?
exactly what it is that he did.
How can you
So,
prove that he
it's
wrote
really
any
funny.
message at all?
It's really funny. Well, the state says that they pulled the data off his phone after they collected it from
Okay, well,
him.
Well, a lot of people say a lot of things that aren't true. Erica Kirk says that she didn't date or drink, and she
Don't
was
you think
on
that the
a national
prosecution
television
might have
show
brought that
dating
up?
and drinking.
Don't you think the prosecution would have brought up during the preliminary hearing those weren't his messages if they weren't, Stu?
Don't you think that the prosecution's
Answer the
job
question,
at the
Stu.
preliminary hearing is to provide their most damning evidence? We've seen the totality of
I'm
it.
asking
What
about the
is it
defense.
that
Why
convinces
didn't the
you
defense
that Tyler
say that,
Robinson
Stu?
shot Charlie Kirk?
Why didn't the defense say these messages are not authentic? He did not write them. Why didn't they say
Because
that,
it is
Stu?
not the defense's job to do that. Again, you
Yeah, it
don't
is the
understand
defense's
the
job to
judicial
do that.
process in this country.
Bro, that is
A
the defense's
preliminary
job.
hearing is the equivalent of a grand jury. It is
And
not
does the
defense's
defense get
job.
to?
It is not the defense's turn to put on a show and talk about how innocent Tyler Robinson is at a preliminary hearing.
So,
It
so
is
let's
the
pretend you were at a
prosecution's
grand.
job to prove that there is enough evidence to put him on
Uh-huh.
trial for his life. And kill
So Stu, let's pretend for a second that
Do you
you're in a
acknowledge that
grand
that's right?
jury. No,
Hold
that's
on.
not correct. It's not correct. I'll
not?
show you. I'll prove it.
sure.
So let's pretend that you're at your own grand jury hearing for them to see if they're going to send you off to trial or not, or a preliminary like this. Would you, if you were in Tyler Robinson's position, have wanted your lawyers to introduce that the one smoking gun that they have over all else, which is text messages, weren't even Tyler Robinson's if they had some evidence to that? Wouldn't
it
you,
would be
Stu?
completely unprecedented and totally out of
How
order.
would it be
and against the
unprecedented?
rules, 100% against the this is not the judicial process.
Yes, it is the
In a-
judicial
first of
process.
all,
Why
grand
couldn't they
jury
do that?
indictments are secret. Okay, so you don't go up here before your grand jury.
I said preliminary, Stu.
Okay, preliminary hearings are the equivalent of a grand jury. It is the prosecution's job to show the defense and the court all of the evidence to exhibit whether or not there is enough evidence for the judge to say, yes, this guy should go on trial for his life. So We have seen the totality of all of the evidence that the prosecution has.
Text messages.
What is the evidence that you say proves that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with his
Well,
grandfather's
we would do-
30-06
yeah,
from the
great.
rooftop of the Losi building?
Yep. The fact that he said that he did it in
Where's the
text
footage
messages.
that Jack Posobiec says that he saw?
The fact that
Where's
he
the
said,
footage
yeah, so
that-
I'm trying to give you the evidence.
Why the
bro. You
need to
just don't
lie
ever
about
shut
that?
up. You never stop talking, just filibuster. So here's the evidence. The evidence is we have his DNA on the scene. The
Okay.
evidence is that he sent all of the text messages over. The evidence is overwhelming in that regard.
Okay,
He
so-
sent the text messages to them. They
Okay.
pulled the data off the phone,
Sure.
right? I don't
Okay,
know,
so
like,
I'll
what else
accept
would you
that.
want?
I'll accept that. So you've got early on. What day was it that they talked about the confession, by the way?
Why would
Do
that,
you
why would
remember
that
what
be
day of the week
relevant
it was?
to the confession?
Well, because Monday through Thursday, we saw the preliminary hearings where it's the defense's job to sit and listen to the prosecution present their case against their client. It is not their job to argue their client's innocence. And by the way, that is not how the judicial system works. Once again, in this country, it is to prove a man guilty beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that I agree
Okay.
with.
So on
Well,
Monday, Tuesday,
no,
Wednesday, or
beyond
Thursday,
reasonable,
while we were
beyond
watching the
reasonable
preliminary
doubt.
hearings,
Hang on, that's two. Beyond reasonable doubt, not a
beyond
shadow
reasonable
of a doubt.
doubt. Okay,
Yeah.
beyond reasonable doubt that he's guilty. That's their
Yes.
job, to provide the totality of the most damning evidence that they have
Yes,
at the preliminary hearing.
yes, that's
Monday
part of
through
it. Yes.
Thursday, when cameras were allowed in the courtroom,
Mhm.
we heard a lot about DNA.
Yeah.
We heard about all the magic tricks, by the way, that were done on the DNA to make Tyler Robinson show up in the first place.
There was no
Versus
magic tricks.
Only Lance Twigg.
That's just
It
made
was-
up.
It was quite the explanation. It
No,
was a
it
big
really
process
wasn't.
that went into that. That was kind of a outside.
No,
of the
there
standard,
really wasn't a big process that
outside
went
of the
into it.
standard. Are you a DNA expert?
No, I listened to the testimony. What is
Okay.
the big?
All
What
right,
is the
perfect.
big kerfluffle? What was the magic trick?
Big kerfluffle was when on Friday they turned the cameras off, and here comes the Bindergate crew rolling into town. Officer Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Benny
Uh-huh.
Johnson behind closed doors with no cameras in there. Don Jr. They're all there putting on quite the
So?
spectacle for the Fox News people.
Yeah.
And then they come out and they said, "We saw the video. We saw it
What does that have to do with the DNA, Stu?
because the DNA, which isn't enough, because I don't know how it got there.
Wait, how did we
Okay,
get
so-
to the DNA from this? What
Okay,
are you talking about,
Listen,
dude?
none of what we have heard, none of the bullshit that you're spewing as the guy who's paid by Turning Point,
It was not paid by Turning Point.
none
Lie
of what
again.
the prosecution said in the courtroom is
Uh-huh.
enough to convince anybody that Tyler Robinson shot
Yeah, but Stu,
Charlie
you
Kirk.
just made a claim. You
Which
just said
is
that they did a
why-
bunch of magic tricks to the
Which
DNA. I
is
asked you
why-
what,
hold on.
and you said Jack
Okay,
Posobiec went in and
Let's say
lied to the
no
camera
magic
about a
tricks
video.
were done. Let's say
What?
no magic tricks were
Okay,
done,
great.
and
Let's
Tyler
say none.
Robinson's DNA was found on a gun that apparently is his own. Okay, great.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And we can get to that.
Okay, let's.
My DNA is on this pen.
Uh-huh.
If my audio video guy comes and takes this pen and walks out and stabs somebody,
Yeah.
my DNA is on it. Does that mean that I stabbed that person? No. Okay. Well, anyways, none
What?
of the evidence.
What
that
does
was
that have to do with
presented-
anything?
None of the evidence that would, because the DNA wasn't enough.
By itself, it wouldn't be
the
enough.
confession
The
wasn't
fact
enough.
that he happened to,
Everybody knows that it's not enough, which is why
Yeah.
Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson lied. It's why they misrepresented what happened in the
that's
courtroom.
just, bro.
That's
That's
why they came out
you
of the
see how you
courtroom
get
and
to a
lied, because they
conclusion?
know
You
that
see
what
how you
has been
that
shown
makes
is not enough evidence to
bro.
convince anybody
Stu.
that putting this patsy to death is
How did you get to the
reasonable.
conclusion, Stu? How do you get to the conclusion that because
Posobiec
it
lied?
wouldn't be enough, if some guy out in your parking lot stabs somebody with your pin that your DNA was on it, that somehow that means Jack Posobiec has to lie about seeing a video. That
Okay,
conclusion doesn't follow from what you just said. What are you
Your
talking
slow
about,
brain
Stu?
isn't following. DNA is not enough.
We said no
If
ad
my
hoc.
if my DNA is on the pen,
Uh-huh.
somebody goes and stabs somebody with the pen,
Yeah.
is my DNA being on the pen enough to put me on trial for my life?
No.
Okay, there isn't enough. That is the reason why nobody believes that Tyler Robinson killed him with a 30-06. The public won't believe that.
What
This
are
is
you
why-
talking? Well, that
this
has
is why
nothing
Jack
to do with
Posobiec-
anything.
It's why they felt the need to lie. They know there's not enough. The
Bro,
burden of proof
what
is not
is-
on the people
what-
who are investigating what
okay,
really happened to
Stu,
Charlie. The
what
burden
is-
of proof is on the prosecution, and there's not enough evidence. I
Stu.
want to know, what is the evidence?
Yeah, we'll go through the evidence again.
You're saying it's overwhelming.
When you say it
The
is the
confession,
case,
That
when you
wasn't
say,
enough.
bro,
The DNA wasn't enough.
SNEAKO, you got to
The grainy
moderate at
video
some point.
wasn't
Dude. This
enough.
guy's not allowed to just
None of it was
filibuster
enough.
the
You're
entire
right.
There's interruptions
time.
on both
Tyler
sides. Like we're not even
Robinson's
able. If we have to be.
This is a filibuster. He won't even let me respond to the things he asked me. we asked me a question, then he answers the damn question he asked me.
No.
So
that's
the thing
exactly what
is
you're
like,
doing.
look, here's how it works, bro. You're right. DNA is not enough. A text message confession, along with the fact that Tyler Robinson was in the area, which is very strange, right? We have his vehicle that's there. We have him there. We have the rifle that happens to be his grandfather's in the woods. Boy, nothing suspicious here. On top of all of that, we have his text message that is going to his boyfriend, right? Everything is pointing at Robinson, which is why you can't even support your
I
alternative
think
theories
that
that you've been postulating.
about the 30-06 and it being his grandfather's. I think there's a lot of suspicions
What?
about the property that the rifle was placed
What?
on. I think there's
What?
a lot of suspicions about how Tyler Robinson.
Let's
was able
start
to
with him.
navigate. Okay, sure.
Let's start with just
I'm
the
telling you right
suspicions
now.
about the rifle. What are the suspicions?
Okay, well, is it his rifle? Is it his grandfather's rifle? Is it ostensible, of course, that plausible that his DNA would be on it? Does that mean that he used it to murder Charlie Kirk?
Well, how did it get there, Stu?
How can I tell you how it got there? Did
Do you
Lance
think-
Twiggs bring it there? Because his DNA is on it too.
So Twiggs, you think that Twiggs brought it there?
I didn't say that. It's not incumbent upon me to prove that Lance Twiggs
Got
brought
it.
anything anywhere because he's not on trial for his
Do
life.
you know
still
that
don't understand
we
how
still
the
use
judicial system
inductive?
is supposed to
Yeah,
work
we
in this
use
country.
induction.
You're not
Stu.
supposed to railroad
We use
patsies.
induction.
You're supposed
We-
to use evidence.
We use induction. If Tyler Robinson there, Tyler Robinson
What is
rifle
the
there,
evidence
text
that
message
Tyler
from Tyler
Robinson-
Robinson saying that he ditched his rifle there, we can use inductive reasoning to put him both there on the scene. We can also have his rifle on the scene. We also have the bullets that he inscribed with his own Dremel gun on the scene. Boy, that's a huge series of coincidences, Stu. I'm
We
glad that you
also-
have tons of alternative theories that are much better. Oh, wait, you don't.
We also have Lance Twiggs' DNA on the murder weapon. We don't
Uh-huh.
see Tyler Robinson with a murder weapon. We don't see Tyler Robinson with a rifle at all. We don't see anybody holding a rifle. We have a 30-06 that has dust in the barrel.
Why
It's
would
like it
you
was
need-
never shot?
Yeah.
Did you know that? Did you consider that evidence? You're
Yeah.
like, there's
Hey,
nothing
hang on. Yeah.
suspicious at all.
Yeah,
but
let's
there's a
start
lot
with
of
that.
things
Hey,
suspicious.
here,
Hold on.
Let's go over that.
Hold on.
Dust
There's a
in
lot
the
of things
rifle
suspicious.
bore.
You asked me what's suspicious.
I'm
I'm
gonna-
trying to
I
tell
wanna
you,
do
and
one
now
point
you're
at a time.
filibustering.
I want to do one point at a time.
Let's,
So let's do
let's
the
stick to the dust in the
rifle.
rifle. Let's
Yeah,
hear it.
so
But
guess-
you're-
It was
Go ahead.
ditched in a forest, Stu. Guess what exists in forests? Dirt and dust. Wow, this is mind blowing. Also, point two: just because you fire a rifle doesn't blow out all the dust, Stu. It doesn't
How do
blow
you
it
know
all
that?
out, bro. I don't know what the
How do
hell
you
you're
know that?
talking about. Because man, I've been working on rifles my entire life.
Okay.
You could take your granddaddy's 357,
Okay.
go
How did it-
outside from
how did
30
it get
years
on the
ago,
roof?
shoot it.
How
What?
did it get on the roof? The rifle.
Tyler Robinson took it up on the roof.
How do you know that? Is there video of that?
There's video that
No, you
appears
just
to
have
be
the feds telling you
yeah.
that.
You wouldn't actually need
The
this.
feds are just
Even if I grant this to you, this doesn't even help your case. You wouldn't even need
I
video
don't have a
of
case.
Robinson specifically
the
being
state has a
up there.
case against
Yeah,
Tyler
again.
Robinson, and he's
Okay,
on trial
great.
for his life.
They also would not actually need to demonstrate via video. Most crimes are not solved with video. They would not even need to demonstrate that he went up there with the
But they're
rifle. They would
showing
never
us
even
video
need
as
to
part
demonstrate
of
it.
this propaganda case that
Yeah,
they're
right.
running.
But
They're
you're
showing
saying
us
because
video.
you can't recognize him,
Robinson,
that's
here
not
he
good
is.
enough evidence.
Here he is 3 times on campus.
Yeah, but
That's what they're
again,
using as the
yes,
propaganda to put him on
but
trial.
they wouldn't even need it, Stu.
Is
They wouldn't
being
even
on
need it.
campus a crime?
They wouldn't even
How does
need
being on
it.
campus and being on video connect you to the shooting death of Charlie Kirk?
Because your rifle's
Nobody can
found in the
answer that.
forest when you send your text message when you send your boyfriend a bunch of text messages saying that you killed the guy. That's
He
how
didn't
they
say that
tied
he
it
killed
in,
the guy.
Stu.
He said, "I did it."
Yeah, I
He
did
didn't say
what?
that he killed the guy.
I did what? I went out and played Pogs with my friends.
You asked me if there was anything suspicious
They're
about the rifle.
they're
There is a lot of
specifically
suspicious
talking
things about the
about-
rifle.
They're specifically
dust in
talking
the
about what
barrel-
happened to
The
Charlie
dust in the
Kirk.
barrel
and he
is
said, "I did it."
suspicious.
Okay, we're
The
almost
dust
out
in
of
the barrel-
time.
Dust in the barrel is
We're-
suspicious.
Yeah, from being left in a
Being
forest.
placed
Stu.
on Palantir property is suspicious.
It wasn't
somebody
placed on
else's
Palantir
DNA.
property. That's
We're
not
almost
true either.
DNA.
hold on, both of you. We're almost out of time. I would like to ask about Candace Owens and her investigation from almost the past year. If you want to, I'm curious both of your opinions on Candace Owens' investigation. If we can conclude on that.
I
Well,
hope
it
she goes
hasn't-
Max. I hope she
It
keeps going.
must not have gone so great. The defense hasn't even reached out to her, is what I'm told. And interestingly enough, just like with Stu Peters, not one single shred of new evidence
Wait
have
a
these
minute,
people
based on what you're
uncovered that
told.
they actually back. None of them actually back their own theories, conjectures, evidence, nothing. And they just say there's no evidence for Robinson, even though you pointed out a million times to them that there is. They don't even have reputations for that. So when you're talking
I
about
do.
Candace Owens, she has not.
We just
solve
spent the
the
last
case.
hour here
Detective
of me
Owens,
refuting all of the evidence
haven't
that the
refuted
feds
shit.
have told us exists to
You just said,
convict
how do you
Tyler
know?
Robinson and has Erica Kirk forgiving him. I just
Yeah, but
refuted
that has
every single
nothing-
bit of it. I told
That
you all
doesn't
of the
do, that does
inconsistencies.
nothing
Just
for your position.
keep
Stu.
interrupting. You keep interrupting.
That I was in the
And then
middle
you
of
accuse me
talking.
of
Am I interrupting your interruption?
Yeah, you're saying that
we
nobody
have about
has
10 minutes
been
left. I'm
able
going to
to
bring the
blow
timer
holes
back.
in
Let's
any
do
of the evidence.
we have about a little less than 10 minutes left. Let's do about the 1 minute timer. I want to see both of your opinions about Candace Owens' investigation. Let's start with Stu. If you have 1 minute, please go.
I hope that she goes max. I love it. You know what? This might be the only friend that Charlie Kirk actually really had. It's my opinion that the people around her weren't really her friends. The people around Charlie Kirk definitely weren't really his. I haven't seen any mourning at all, and I don't know how Andrew Wilson is claiming that the defense hasn't contacted Candace. I would be interested. Who told you that? Who told you that?
Candace said it on her show. They can contact me, and they clearly didn't.
You said that what you heard. So you're talking
From
about
the
Candace
source.
previously saying
This is the source.
that at that point. Oh, okay, because you said that.
That's the
from
source
what
is
you
Candace.
understand.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be
So
the source.
when she said that, the
Yeah.
defense hadn't contacted her.
Okay,
Yeah.
Andrew, go. You have a minute uninterrupted about
Okay,
Candace
yeah,
Owens'
great.
investigation.
So this is super easy, right? They haven't uncovered shit. Nothing. They just make these claims of like, oh, Charlie Kirk's friends betrayed him and they were mean to him and they actually secretly hated him and all this bullshit, right? But they never demonstrate any of it, ever. They've never been able to tie a single member of the TPUSA team, nor Erica Kirk, nor anybody else other than Robinson to this. Not one fucking person have they been able to tie to this from TPUSA. Nobody.
Including
Hang on.
including
Stu,
Tyler
do you
Robinson.
know what the word uninterrupted means? That means it's my turn. So thing is funny is like they haven't uncovered anything. Nothing. All they do is say TPUSA is lying about this. They're lying about that. Blah, 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 blah. TPUSA is also, it's not incumbent upon them to investigate this. It's not incumbent upon them to do law enforcement's jobs. Not incumbent upon them to do any of that. You can call Erica Kirk a liar because you disagree with her theories, but I can't say you're lying because you won't support any of your theories. That's hilarious to me. You just say it's not incumbent on me, but somehow it's incumbent on them. That's an insane position. They've uncovered nothing.
Stu, go ahead. You have a
Nothing
minute.
new to date.
Actually,
Nothing.
there's been a lot uncovered, and yeah, there are confirmed times where Erica Kirk has lied over and over again, and you said that. You conceded that. You're like, yeah, they're all fucking liars because every single one of them has been caught in lies. They lie when telling the truth would suit them better. What do you mean?
No, bro,
What do
I
you mean?
didn't.
You
I
can
said I
say
could
that they lie,
grant.
but there's no
I said I
evidence that
could
they
grant
lied.
the entirety of the position that all of them were liars, and it does nothing for you to tie them to the
But
murder.
it does because
Nothing.
they're on a propaganda tour trying to hang a guy. They're trying to kill a guy, saying that Charlie Kirk was,
How does that tie them to the murder?
Pro-Israel, fervent pro-Israel, Judeo-Christian guy.
Tie them to the murder,
When-
Stu.
Okay, so you're saying what? How does
Tie
that
them
tie?
to the murder.
They're not-
That's your claim. Your claim is that they're all
It's
part
Tyler
of it.
Robinson that's on trial for his life.
I get it, Stu, but what I'm asking you
Okay,
is why
and
do you
they're
guys
lying
always make
about-
the claims that these
What
people
do you
are
mean,
involved?
Candace Owens? Okay, what do you mean the investigation has produced nothing? What about just the other day when she produced text messages from like a year and a half ago where Charlie
Which
Kirk was
said?
saying "fuck the Jews"?
Well, that's not
You know,
what he said.
where he
that's
was
a lie.
He said,
You
"I'm
just
telling
made,
all these Jews
you
to
literally
go to
just
hell."
made that up. He said
I'm
that
telling all of these Jews to go
Yeah.
to hell.
No, he said I'm telling all of these Jews that are telling me who I can platform to go to hell, Stu. That's what it actually
So
said.
just so
And
you
you
know,
know
I'm
what's-
telling all these Jews
you know
to go to
what's-
hell. Do you
yeah.
do you think that that's
The
not
ones that
revealing
are- the
something?
ones-
Because you know
He
what
said-
I heard
hang
from
on,
Erica Kirk
Stu,
was
Stu,
every
you're
night.
lying.
It was
You're
every
lying,
Friday. It was
Stu.
throw it on
Stu,
the
you're
phone.
lying.
Daddy's home. Shabbat shalom.
You're lying. That's
They're
not
trying
what the
to
text
recreate
messages
who Charlie
said.
Kirk is when his own words
great.
completely annihilate their
Great.
propaganda.
How are they tied to the murder, Stu?
How is Tyler Robinson tied to the murder?
Because he
He's
has
the one
text
who's on
messages and his
trial for
rifle
his
on the
life.
scene, Stu.
He's the one on trial for
Was
his life.
Erica
The text
Kirk's
messages that
granddaddy's
I already
rifle
blew
found in
holes
the
in,
forest,
the
dude?
rifle that I already blew holes in, the DNA
didn't
that I
blow
already
any
blew
holes in
holes
it.
in.
You blew no holes in
And
nothing.
obviously wasn't enough because now Turning Point people
Uh-huh.
are going into a courtroom and they're coming out of it and lying. Who do you think believes them?
Bro,
It must be a terrible place to be
you
in.
can
let me
literally
just say
believe
this.
all of them
It
are
must be a
liars. It
terrible
doesn't
place to be
matter.
in. Can you imagine dealing with every single day? You are at the center of the most consequential political assassination of our lifetime. The entire world's eyes are on you. All you can do is lie. All you can do is lie.
Like you do about the microphone,
Everybody looks
Fortachuca,
at
all
you.
of that.
I'm not lying about any of that.
Great. Is it your position
I go
that
through it
Andrew
every
Colvett
single
is
night on my
100%
show.
tied to
I go
Fortachuca?
over data that Andrew Colvett won't refute any of the data. I
He
asked
did.
him.
He said he wasn't there.
No, he didn't. He
He
posted a
literally
20-year-old
said,
booking photo
I
of me.
wasn't. He said
Andrew.
these words. I
Andrew.
wasn't there. You're a liar.
He put a 20-year-old booking photo of me. That's what he
What?
did. And then he blocked me. I said,
After he
Andrew.
told you he
I
wasn't
said,
there.
Andrew. He did not tell anybody that he wasn't there.
No, I can pull up the tweet. He said, good luck proving
never
that I was
said
never
that.
there. He said,
Okay.
good luck proving that, Stu. I was
Okay,
never there.
well, I don't believe him.
Well, that's
I
a
don't
different
believe
claim,
him.
Stu. Now you're
Okay.
just switching claims. You're like a
I
tube of
don't
toothpaste.
believe these people. They've been caught in lies
So he was at Fort
over
Tachuca?
and over and over
So
again.
he was at Fort Tachuca?
I go over this every night on my show.
Yeah, so was he?
I go over the banks of data that have Andrew Kovic's
That can't be
name being
replicated.
Google image searched from
Can't be
because they were
replicated.
deleted. They
No,
were deleted
no,
within 24
Google,
Nothing
those
sus
no,
about that.
they weren't deleted. They update. Those Google searches
were deleted.
update. They weren't
And you know
deleted.
how
They
we proved
update.
that? You know how
Yes,
we
you
proved that in
can.
real
Try.
time?
Try.
They were
You
deleted.
can.
Do you know how we proved that?
By the way-
no, proved is in past tense because it was already
Uh-huh.
proven that they did that. This happened
Uh-huh.
within 24 hours of that
Yeah,
being
like all
revealed
Google
on my
trends
show.
do.
It
They
was
all
completely
update.
deleted after they'd been replicated. They just updated
They
right
weren't
after that
replicated.
show, right? Within 24 hours.
Yeah, they weren't
And then when you go
replicated.
back in, so it said like Andrew Kovic, Kairos, Johnny Moore, Kairos.
Uh-huh.
Those were deleted. But when you went back in and you
And
put
Stu-
Kairos, Andrew Kovic, guess
Yeah.
what popped up? It was there. They
Stu-
didn't delete that one.
Can you prove they came from Fort Tachuca, Stu?
They came from Sierra Vista, which is a
So
military
you
town. which
can't
is where
actually
Fort
prove they
Huachuca
came
is, which is
from
where
Fort-
85% of the people that
You
are
can't
there.
prove
It
that
is
they
the
came from
stand-
Fort Tachuca, can you, Stu?
Can you prove that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
I have evidence at least that I can point to.
I
Yes,
have
you
evidence
can't
that I
point to
discuss on my
anything.
show every single day.
What?
It's called an
What?
investigation, and that's
What
no different
evidence
than
do
what
you
the
have that
prosecution
Andrew
is
Colvett was at
doing.
Fort Tachuca?
What
What
evidence
evidence?
is there that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk?
The
We're gonna
fact
go
that his
around and
rifle was
around.
on the
It's not
scene
my
and that there's
burden,
tons
and
of
that's what
DNA
you
evidence and
always
a text
do.
message confession.
This is what you always do, which is
Yes,
why
give
there's
you
no
evidence.
upside to ever agreeing to debate you in the first place, but nobody else will. These cowards will not come out here and address any of these claims. They just block you,
You won't
post
address any
20-year-old
claims.
booking photos, and run.
Bro, you
They
won't
provide
address
fake
any
alibis.
claims.
They lie about dating. They lie about drinking.
You lied about the
lie
mic.
about
You
what day
lied
of the
about
week
Fort
it is.
Tachuca. You lied that Andrew Colvett
No,
was
I
Jewish.
didn't.
You lie
I'm
constantly.
discussing evidence. I'm discussing Department of Defense contracts. I'm just
Then
discussing,
answer the question.
I'm discussing munition plants that are blowing up 30
if you're,
days
if
after
you're
he
not a
dies.
liar,
I'm
if
discussing
you're not a liar, then
the
answer the
contract
question.
going to
Was Erica
that
Kirk in
particular place. That
TPUSA
defense
and
contractor blew
yeah.
up.
Let's
Are
find
you
out if you're
going to
honest.
ignore all of these things?
Yeah,
You
let's
know, when
find
you
out.
plug all of
Let's
these
find-
things into
Stu,
any
let's
AI
find out if you're
calculator,
honest.
it will
Did
tell you
TPUSA
the
and
chances
Erica
of this
Kirk
all
in
being
Israel
coincidence are
conspire
impossible. It's
to
incalculable.
kill Charlie Kirk or not?
You're not gonna have me making a definitive.
I'm not
claim.
gonna
Here we are
ever-
at the end of this.
yeah,
I knew
that's
it.
right.
I told everybody.
That's right.
Andrew Wilson is literally here to try to drag Baron Coleman and everybody else into defamation lawsuits on behalf of Erica Kirk. There's a team
What
of
are you
lawyers that
talking
sent
about?
you out to go do that. You were trolling.
Never
Baron Coleman.
happened. You just
You were
made it
trolling
all up.
Project Constitution.
Never made a
You
single
were coming
claim.
at me.
Bro,
Anybody
never
who had a
happened.
claim.
You're
Do you
lying.
want to debate? Do you want to debate? Do you want to debate? Yeah.
You're
tell
lying
me, how
again.
did Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk? 'Cause he's
I
on
was
trial
trying
for
to
his
debate
life.
with these
You
people.
can't do that.
Let's conclude.
I was-
We're
I was
we hit
trying
we're
to
at time.
debate
If we
with
have
these
like
same
a
people
concluding
starting
statement
with
from
Ian
Ed.
Carroll before I ever met a single human being at TPUSA, you liar. And on top of that, do you have
What?
any proof that I ever met with a single lawyer at TPUSA or that they paid me anything more than what they did for a debate course, like I've consistently said from day one? Any evidence, Stu, or did you lie about that too?
There's a whole lot of evidence of you switching your position on Erica Kirk and on Turning Point.
Haven't
USA.
switched
You
my
hated
position on
Turning
shit.
Point. You hated
Haven't
Turning
switched
Point.
a single
you said that she
position.
was fucking retarded, and then you took money, and now you're out here shilling for them. So I mean,
Bro,
that just didn't happen all of a sudden. That
I
now
said
all of a sudden
all-
the evidence
bro,
is
do you know
overwhelming.
why I
that Tyler
said-
Robinson killed Charlie
Do you
Kirk.
know why I always say
That's
that
what
shit?
we came here to
Yeah,
debate, and you
And
haven't
I've been
made
trying
one
to debate
valid
it with
point
you.
at all. You've
You
given
have
me
no
head
evidence.
slop. You
No
have
evidence.
given me the Cash Patel narrative that Tyler Robinson, in the middle of the day, climbed the side of a building like Spider-Man.
Uh-huh.
And
You've
with his
given us
lazy eye,
nothing.
used his grandfather stolen 30-06
You've
to
given
shoot
us
Charlie
nothing,
Superman
Stu.
neck bones of steel.
You've given us
That's all
nothing.
you've given me. You've
Martin Luther
offered
King
no
had
evidence at all.
had an iron jaw. He had
Martin
an iron
Luther
jaw.
wasn't
It was
sitting
jaw
next
of
to
steel.
Charlie Kirk, and Tyler Robinson's not on trial for shooting Martin Luther.
Neither's Erica.
He's on trial for
Erica
shooting
Kirk-
Charlie Kirk, and
Erica
there's no
Kirk
evidence to
and Andrew
suggest that any
Colvett-
of that is true.
Erica
While
Kirk
Erica
and
Kirk is
Andrew
making the
Colvett
claim
are not on
definitively,
trial,
I
bro.
forgive him.
All right, let's wrap this up.
Are they on trial, Stu?
You
Let's
brought
wrap
nothing.
this up, guys.
Are
If
they on trial, Stu?
let's wrap this
Do you
up.
think any of them will debate? No. Instead, they just block you and post 20-year-old booking photos, and that's not how innocent people behave. I don't believe that.
Right.
Nobody
Okay.
does.
Let's
That's
conclude
how
this.
bad faith architects who won't
Let's
actually
conclude
stand by
this.
their positions behave. They won't answer questions like
That's
you,
exactly what they're
filibuster
doing.
like you, refuse to stand by a single position. That's Stu Peters.
I go over evidence every single night on my show, and I know that you
Right,
don't
but you
watch it, so
refuse
know
to
that.
say it publicly for some reason
I
when I'm
say
here.
everything on the record every night. I came here to
Perfect.
debate you because
But
you
then
said
hit
that
under
you
your
had
desk from
evidence
your
that nobody
positions
has
when
seen.
I was here.
All right. So
You have no evidence
All
to
right.
suggest that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk outside of the Fed slop narrative that nobody here believes.
great.
Bro,
So
you
Stu
have
Peters
no
is on.
evidence
Hold on.
for
Let's
any
wrap
of
this
your
up, guys.
claims.
Hold on.
I gave
That's
you
it.
evidence.
That's it. We're at time. So we can go subscribe
You give
to
me evidence. You
Andrew
give me
Wilson
Fed
has a
slop.
show on YouTube. Stu Peters is on Rumble.
You gave me a conspiracy slop.
Okay. I think this was an interesting conversation. Thank you both for having this discussion that many are afraid to have. It was what it was. Maybe it could have been better, but I tried the best I could. So there you go. That was an interesting conversation. Thank you both for your time. I appreciate you. And I hope to have more discussions like this in the future.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right.
All right, guys. What's up?
That was a
Welcome
hard
in.
one, bro. That was a difficult one.
So we can listen to SNEAKO.
Who do you think won? Put in the chat. That
if
was
we
a difficult
want
one.
to. I'm gonna pause it for now. Hey guys, thanks a lot. That's crazy. You guys came in with a force to watch this. This is a really anticipated debate. I didn't know how it was gonna go. Clearly, there's a lot of emotion there. So yeah, I also got Candace live too. So we got that as an option.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. I am sorry that we are running late, but I promise you it is going to be worth the wait. First and foremost, I always just have to shout out Andrew Colvett because he has got me out here looking like.
So we got some things that we can occupy some time with. We can watch some Candace. We can see what SNEAKO's response was. I am interested in SNEAKO's response as well. If you guys want to pop over to wherever you want to go, listen to SNEAKO or listen to Candace on your own, more than welcome. You guys pumped me over 1,000 subscribers, so you're here for it. I really appreciate that. I think you would like to know that we totally crushed Gary Meltdown. He was running about 160 people in his live stream congruent. We got over 2,000. I think we were up to like 2,200 congruent at one point, which was about 25% of what Andrew had. Andrew had about 8,000, but he's got like, I think over 300,000 subscribers. I just got 1,000. So the support was incredible. I appreciate it. I got some MREs. You guys bought me some survival MREs. The link's there. Buy me an MRE. I appreciate that too. Thanks for the support on that end. I didn't want to say who was donating because I didn't want to say any names. But if you are someone that donated, definitely let me know in the chat. I will remove a Fed slopper from the chat. I'm going to play Candace for, I can always get to Candace. Hold on. Let me get to SNEAKO real quick, see what his chat is saying.
Cool that someone
I got
who's
piss.
wearing skinny jeans, right, decided to. The old woman from the movie The Princess Bride. You guys remember her? Liar!
So it appears SNEAKO's playing Candace as well. So I might as well play Candace. So I will do that. And yeah, let's go.
Andrew Colvett, why must we do these things? Why do you tell these massive lies? Because I was also able to confirm with a White House employee that there certainly was a White House meeting on the books for Andrew Colvett, the chief marketing officer, Marina Minez. Also, I have learned, and this is quite unusual because he does not often travel, Chief Operating Officer Justin Strife was scheduled to be there, and their in-house legal counsel, Frank. Ladies and gentlemen.
I will go through some of your chats too. There's a ton of chats. There was no way for me to keep up. I will go through them as well.
Gentlemen, why does Andrew lie so easily? Why was it necessary to lie in the first place? This meeting scheduled allegedly for the same day/week. Maybe I got the wrong day. That Bibi Netanyahu happens to be in town. Is it a coincidence? It certainly could have been, but a coincidence begins to look and feel like a conspiracy when Andrew Colbert continues to lie so brazenly about everything, pretends that we just have bad sources. Again, why do you lie? And I did tell you that I have a source in your inner circle. You don't believe me, but it's true. Anyway, yesterday, I got a tip from someone, like I said, in the White House who corroborated that. And then today they told me the meeting was suddenly canceled. And suddenly Andrew Colbert emerges from his 25-hour silence and says, I have no meeting at the White House. Sure. Doesn't matter because today is not about Andrew. Today is about something much bigger than that. It's about the liars who lie about everything, which of course includes Andrew Colbert and various people that are associated with Turning Point USA. We have a curious story to tell you about the rookie cop who found Tyler Robinson's gun. That's very interesting. And finally, we're ready to tell the story of how that came about. And you know that 4K zoomed in footage that people were going all crazy and feeling overwhelmed and passing away and falling out in the streets like they had early COVID over? Well, we've actually been sitting on that for a while, and we're going to let you be the judge of what you see and whether you also feel overwhelmed in the same direction. Welcome back to Candace.
So if anybody wants to remove a Fed slopper from the chat, go ahead and send me an MRE.
You know, I have a few questions that just sort of linger in the back of my mind. One this morning that I came up with, I was going, for 33 hours, 33 to be exact, 33. There was this manhunt for Charlie Kirk's alleged killers. And the feds during this manhunt chose to release an extremely blurry still image of a man in a stairwell. It was very blurry. Why? Why didn't they release the much clearer footage that we eventually saw in court? They had access to that. They didn't say that they needed to do anything to bring that footage up. Why release something grainy if you can release something clearer? Why reduce the quality? Again, that seems to be a theme, that they're just intentionally degrading the quality of footage. And the question is why? Who does that ultimately help? And another question that's on my mind this morning is, why was Zachariah Qureshi initially arrested by local police and feds? And then he was released. That seems like quite a big mistake for them to have made. What did they see? What was captured on camera or otherwise? What evidence did they have? Maybe it was a scent, the dog was chasing, I don't know. That the local police decided to go to Zachariah Qureshi's apartment in Provo, whereupon he was then brought in and interrogated by the feds and then released. Are we common sense people supposed to believe that that was just bad luck? There was only 2 people that were detained. The first was George Zinn. We know why. Obviously, he said, I did it. It's a good reason to detain someone. I did it. Okay, we're going to detain you. The second was Zachariah Qureshi, and they just let it go. They let the error go. We got no explanation. I think we deserve one. And of all the people, they happen to select this kid who has got a father who's a career military man who owns and operates a military app tied to operations, tied to Fort Huachuca, got a bunch of money from the DOD. I'd just like to know more about that. How was that mistake made? That'd be great if we could follow up on it. Anyway, speaking of military men, last week we played for you an exclusive audio from the only person who managed to capture footage of the alleged gunman on Losi Center rooftop before the sound of the shot goes off, right? He recorded the individual on his iPhone. He then reported what he saw to police dutifully. And he was very clear. He said that the person looked to him like it was a professional. Remember that? He said a person with some sort of military tactical training seemed to be dressed in
So Candace's stream can be paused, but Andrew Wilson's cannot be paused. So I'm going to cut over to him real quick just to see what he's saying about it.
He did it, Stu. What? That's not evidence? Yeah. I don't know what the fuck these people consider evidence at this point. Stu Peters' opening statement was an immediate ad hom on you being a shill. He's a 2K machine. Yeah, that's fine.
Had to join the Crucible crew after watching you destroy that clown. W. Andrew L for Stu. Hey man, you've really helped me with my life, and I deal with trolls. And how I deal with trolls, Andrew. I've noticed they either leave or conform. I've been doing this for 2 weeks, and they seem to conform. Yeah, trolls always start over here hating my guts, and then by like the 3rd week, they're like, "Well, when's that fucking guy going to be on that I hate?" Then by week 6, they're like, "Hey, what's up, Andrew?" Funny how that works, huh? Since when is the case the prosecution has to bring the most damning evidence in preliminary hearing? It's often the case the state will hold back the damning evidence so that they can refute it. Andrew is the Chuck Norris of debate in 1SB. Well, thank you. That's a very kind thing to say. $20 comes in. Stu said it wasn't the defense's job to discredit the text. However, they argued to throw out a video because it was zoomed in. It's ridiculous. That was the most ridiculous thing he said. And who did the ad hom? Not Smokey Man. Not Smokey Man. I adhered to the rules of the debate. Stupid described himself well out there in the spotlight, lying constantly, projection munch. Allah inspired SNEAKO to adopt, which is haram. $20 comes in from David, says, Stu Peters, the only man brave enough to debate Andrew Wilson. What a hero, except he wouldn't actually debate. He refused to take up on any of his positions. Watching him refuse to answer any of the questions about the relationship with Andrew Colvett and Fort T'Chaka, any of the relationship between Erica
Fort T'Chaka. That had to be, that was really the highlight of the debate.
I mean, the fact that he couldn't say that was killing me. Like, how
Welcome
can you
in,
make that
Leslie.
any dumber? Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's my co-host Leslie.
Dying.
Yeah, it was wild.
It was rough for him.
So you got some feedback there. It's like echo. I don't know if it's your laptop or what, but yeah. So I'm gonna switch back and forth with Andrew's streams. You can't rewind it. He's got it, so you can't rewind them. So I'm just gonna play that for a little bit, and then I'll go back to Candace. We can watch that, and I will talk about some of the things Andrew said, some of the claims he made during the debate, and just in general, we could talk about it. I should have did a poll, actually. I could do a poll still.
Kirk, fucking asshole. Here's some money. SNEAKO was unimpressive. I'm not an asshole. I'm a nice guy. Does Stu really said he believed random posts on X, but didn't think the actual text pulled from Tyler's phone are credible? Yes. Dude is right. The evidence taken one by one in a vacuum isn't enough, but he doesn't understand it's all taken together, which is why we couldn't go through it. You're the chosen one. Thank you for everything you do. You're very welcome. Very, very welcome. Some griff for the fun weekend and all the big W's in 1SB. Well, thank you. I haven't even gotten a chance to talk to you guys about DebateCon and all that happened there. But right now, your only job in this world is to send me tons of your hard-earned money as I earned it. Jason Cassell says, once I heard that Stu could only do 1 hour, I knew he would only attack your evidence and refuse to defend his claims. So I was like, let's just split it. 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Son of a bitch, did I miss the debate? Will it be posted on the Crucible later? Of course. Andrew's a goat. Now I just need to get my leftist atheist son to listen to this man. His goalpost shifted from evidence to proof to beyond a shadow of a doubt to non-fed slop evidence. Now Shapiro is texting Stu, don't worry, milady. I'll defend you on Twitter from the Smoky Man. Probably. What's your best guess as to what Kyla was on during her debate? I have no idea. Maybe she just had too much coffee. I don't know. I'm a conservative teacher, and I've been shunned and professionally attacked by leftist teacher. I can't switch jobs. I'm too old, and I'm losing my sanity. Advice? I don't have any for you.
Tactical wear. Particularly, he referenced this military crawl that stood out to him as something that requires military training. Okay. And he would know. He would know. Strangely, they didn't contact him. They weren't curious for him to testify. The prosecution wasn't interested. The defense, I guess at this stage, was preliminary hearing, was not interested. And also, we never saw any of that sort of footage in court. You're saying he did some military crawl. How's that possible? How's it possible that we didn't see that? Oh, I know how it's possible, because we're dealing with the feds. No worries. We can't rely on the feds. We got that to tell us the truth. And of course, if they did capture him doing that, that wouldn't exactly help their narrative, right? Tyler's supposed to be some scrub kid who woke up one day, actually kind of a academic genius, and just had to take the shot for his lover, even though they never discussed politics. They never discussed Charlie Kirk in particular, and they never discussed LGBTQ issues. This morning, he woke up and he was just like, yeah, I need a Chick-fil-A sandwich, and then I'm going to go do the impossible. But I also told you this early on. I said there are good people in government. There are good people who work all across the local police precincts in Utah, good people in our federal investigation and in our federal bureaus who participated in this investigation initially, who answered the call, who responded on September 10th. There is, in fact, an underground movement for Charlie that has been built over these last 10 months. And it is how we have been able to release so much information, to get so much exclusive information, exclusive footage, exclusive photos to help us string together what actually did take place on that day. And there was something in particular that I will tell you that I've been holding on to since October, in part because I needed to protect my government sources. Obviously, they're in government. It is risky for them to be communicating with me at all. But more importantly, because I needed to see who the liars are, who lie about everything. I have to wait. I have to see. I didn't know who to trust. I was also grieving. And I was told that at the preliminary hearing, they would be forthcoming about anything and everything that they had. I was told that actually by Erica. And I just kept thinking to myself, a military call on a rooftop would be very relevant, right? Told you that's back even when I first had that conversation with my source. He said, yeah, that's what I saw. I thought, well, they obviously can't keep that from the public. They can't just keep gaslighting the public about that information. Well, we have certainly something to show you. Now, before we get into the video, let me just show you where it starts out. Let's just consider where we're at in the narrative. We are told that someone who was wearing skinny jeans, right, decided to essentially crip walk on the gun onto the Losey rooftop. Okay, sounds made up given the jeans that he was wearing, but let's just take that at Fed value. Okay, here are the jeans he's wearing. Tyler's 5'10". The gun is minimum 3'6", fully assembled. We can see his phone in his right pocket. It doesn't.
Here, guys. Yeah, I'm just taking a break. I'm gonna grab some water and stuff. Looking forward to chatting with you guys. Probably will add some people to the panel. The Real One podcast. He's supposed to drop by. Trigger Smart was in here. John Bray was in here. I don't know if they'll come on the panel though, but they were in here. I saw them in the chat. The chat was busy. Stream was busy. I can't thank you guys enough. We will go through the debate. I just know some of you guys like to watch Candace, as do I. So I just wanted to see. So did I hear right? Is she going to go over this video about the Aspen video? I wonder if that's what she's talking about.
Doesn't pass the sniff test, right? That should come up past Tyler's 5'10" belly, in theory. It's not what I'm seeing, but I digress. Let's just jump back into the narrative as it's been spun to us, because then we know he gets onto the rooftop. And I just am wondering now, how does the gun get out of his skinny jeans at that point? Right? Skinny are designed so that the bottom of the jeans are tight, skinnier by the ankle. Did he wiggle it out of the bottom, or did he pull down his pants real quick on the rooftop and get it out this way? We don't know. But what we do know is that once he hits that rooftop, he is suddenly able to sprint. And this limp that he has in the footage is completely removed. So let's watch that. Okay. Now, what happens next is exactly as my source stipulated. Our rooftop guy begins a tactical crawl. It's actually known in the military as a lateral crawl. Let's watch that. There he goes. And I actually do want to show you side by side so you can actually see a real military man do that alongside this person on the rooftop. Let's bring in that side by side clip. Here we go. That general action right there is known as a lateral crawl. Now, you may have noted, if you're just looking at your eyes, some sort of a flash that just took place, right? We're going to show you that slow down and just kind of discuss this. We've gone back and forth here. What is that? Is he pulling something out? Is it like a signal mirror? Is it a flag? Was it already on Lozy Center? Is it actually something that's in the background that's just catching weird? Is it a car? And we're just thinking that we see this flash, but we're just going to show you that so that it's clear. Back and forth flash there while he's military crawling. Here we go. There, and we're running that back and forth there. Okay, so you now have that. Next up, what you are going to see is that it's going to look as though, as he gets into position and completes this lateral crawl, that he thrusts something forward in a way that my brain told me it looked like he was unfolding a gun. Truly, that's what my brain told me. Maybe it's because I had this guy and told me about a fold AR. I don't know, but it's not definitive. That's me narrating. I'm happy for people to disagree and debate what is seen. But let's just watch that portion here. There we go. Something forward, and we can watch that again. Something forward. Again. But more importantly than what we see here is what we're not going to see here. So remember, this is supposed to be a German 98 Mauser family heirloom gun used during World War I and World War II. That'll effectively take your shoulder out when it's fired. Even the newer models, if you go watch people shooting, they're like, oh, my shoulder. And if you're looking through a scope, as he allegedly was, you might even expect a black eye. You will recall that the guy who recorded the footage specifically told us that he saw no recoil. That's pretty crucial. He just saw the guy get up and run. And that would be, I would argue, or a lawyer in court, that would be impossible for this specific make and model of gun. So let's watch and see if we, with our eyes, can observe some sort of a kickback. And again, I have to apologize. This is not like Benny Johnson 4K footage, but it's at least clear enough here on your screen that you would be able to discern a strong kickback on a gun from somebody who's just laying down, taking a shot. So I'm going to let this run. It's about 50 seconds. And you just let me know if at any point you see that before he gets up and breaks into a sprint. Take a look. There you go. That's that unfolding again. And by the way, if you are listening to this in audio, this is one of these episodes that you actually do have to go watch. So you will have to pivot over to YouTube, to Spotify, somewhere that provides the video, because this is not something that we could just produce on an audio podcast here, unfortunately. But this is going to run. We did have to obviously zoom in and push out those fed timestamps, but see here, I have 10 more seconds here. Okay, he is up. Anybody? Anybody see a recoil? I didn't see one, but let's actually put that footage all together uninterrupted. Here we go for you guys to watch. He comes running on to the rooftop. What we know definitively is he gets down into what is known as a lateral military crawl. He begins that crawl over to the right first, and then to the left. We see a quick flash. We are not sure what that flash is. Actually, this looks like, I'm not going to read into it. There's that throw forward. I say fold forward. You can say throw forward, but that's definitely something being flung forward, getting into position. And here we wait for what we expect to be some sort of a kickback. Must have been when our source began recording from the side of a Losi building and said, oh, I just saw someone get up there. He's got a gun. And he's up. And he's gone. What do you guys think? I should just jump into this chat and see. Where are my gun experts? What do you guys think? Something feels not right. Something doesn't feel right. That feels to me like what the witness said. That person looks like they've got training. It's not giving Tyler Robinson to me. But what do I know? I'm not an expert. Like that just feels, and then he's gonna jump off of the rooftop like Spider-Man uninjured, and he's gonna run off, and he's just gonna be hungry, more hungry beyond like did Chick-fil-A do that? What did he order at Chick-fil-A? You guys let me know what you think. But we're not done. As I told you guys a while ago about this non-smoking gun. Let's revisit what I told you. This non-smoking gun, by the way, which as we saw in the preliminary hearing, it had dust in the barrel indicating non-usage, which featured Tyler Robinson's fingerprints, which if you need reminding, were described as the most degraded prints. Per the ATF testimony, among all the prints, his were the most degraded amongst 5 other sets of prints on this gun. How is that possible? How is that unless somebody planted his gun? Now, we told you the story of how this gun was located, and I do want to clarify it because I think there's been some.
Leslie, what did we just watch there? What was that? Was that she just dropped the new video?
It looks like it.
That didn't look like he looked trained for one. And two, I don't know. It's hard to tell if he took a shot or what happened there.
It's all a bunch of Fed slap.
Wow.
There was no way that that was Tyler Robinson. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think so. Who is this guy? Is this guy in the chat? Is he talking about how much Andrew's making? Is that what this guy is doing? Ronnie.
I can't see the shot or the chat.
Oh, you can't.
I'll get on. I'll switch back because
It's
StreamYard. So
yeah, it's on the comments if you click on comments. But he keeps. I think he's just like. He's like saying that Andrew. He's showing how much Andrew made. He keeps coming in the chat and going back and forth as if anybody cares. I think Andrew makes good money, Ronnie. Everybody knows that Andrew makes good money. Stu, he's got an entire network. He's got his own studio network. And he's not just asking for just donations. He actually has products that he sells that people buy, and he gets, so it's an exchange of value. It's not just like, give me money. So I respect what Stu's doing. He doesn't seem like a poor guy.
Stu doesn't seem like he's LARPing like Andrew.
Yeah, it doesn't seem at all like a LARP. He seems like he's building an empire, honestly, with what he's doing. So, Ronnie, Yes, Ronnie. I was watching his stream. I've been watching Andrew for years. That's why I debate him all the time. We communicate really almost every day. We talk about issues and we debate. Nobody's coping about Andrew. Some people just like people and some people don't like him. And Stu's based. I mean, if you're all excited, that's what with these Fed sloppers and these make Israel great again guys. Like, are you happy that Life Touch took your child photos when you were a kid, so Epstein could have them? Like, I don't even need to go into too much detail, but maybe look up Life Touch photos where you got your school pictures. If that excites you, sir, then you've got a lot of problems. You got a lot of problems. The Epstein class was like looking at your like childhood photos, sir. So nothing to brag about. Miga, there's nothing really to brag about there, sir. Make Israel great again.
Confusion
little
online. People who are going, no, the canines were brought down
One
into
second, sorry.
the amphitheater, and we can see that bomb dogs were there. Let me clarify what I said in the beginning. Dogs, there were bomb dogs that were bought, there were canines that were bought, then there's just like the canine unit, which has bomb dogs, and you don't know what level of training certain dogs have. The dogs that were brought to Losi Center, right, where the person jumped off, were given a scent to go chase. So let's say I give them Candace's shirt and I say, go find Candace now. They were allowed to run amok near the amphitheater looking for Candace. But of course, if that person wasn't down there, that's a wild goose chase. That's a wild goose chase. And these are unbelievably trained dogs. I'm not going to say, hey, I don't smell Candace, but I do smell some lasagna. It's like these dogs were sent to go chase a scent. Now, I told you that the other dog, there were actually two dogs, were actually looking for explosives. They are the ones that went near the field where the gun was actually found and came up empty. And until these rookie officers, the feds get there and they tell the rookie officers to have another search, and lo and behold, the rookie officers find the gun. That bomb dog's name, so I believe Loki, people found online, Loki, who was near the amphitheater, was given the scent. That bomb dog who was not given a scent and was searching the field, I am told that is Freya. That's her name. I like these Nordic names. You've got Loki, and now you've got Freya up by the field. Freya was the bomb dog, I am told. She's the one who had a bruise that day. It just wasn't working. And that's lucky for Tyler Robinson, because didn't he totally and legitimately just happened to text that was one of his concerns for Lance? Actually, it was one of his hopes to Lance. The text is really amazing. We should read it. Tyler Robinson wrote, when I checked the area about 3 hours ago, there was an officer with a canine walking nearby the area. I'm hoping that pooch has a bad sniffer. That's what the Gen Z kids are saying that day, hoping the pooches have bad sniffers. Sounds like someone's new to the English language, but Tyler's very formal. And yeah, it turns out Freya the bomb, lucky him, was the pooch who had a bad sniffer. Actually, let me say allegedly here, because we know with my luck, I'll be the first person to be sued first by a sitting president of a foreign nation, and then like a literal female dog at the same time. The dog will be like, you said I had a bad sniffer, and Trump will root the lawsuit on Truth Social. I hope Freya bankrupts you. Real America first stuff, Trump. But I digress back to our storyline. Freya just allegedly could not sniff this recently fired weapon out in the field. And so the feds got there, and one of the feds instructed these two rookie cops who literally were brand new and said, just go look again where Freya had failed. And lo and behold, a gun. Who were those rookie cops? Might be relevant. I've been given two names. I've had these names for a long time. And one of them had only just graduated from UVU. I'm not kidding. Talk about beginner's luck. I'm told Mitchell Curtis of Pleasant Grove Police, 2025 graduate, very young buck. He finds this gun in UVU's backyard. He deserves a promotion. But you know, the most interesting thing about Mitchell Curtis is not actually his background, it's his father's. Because I was told his dad's a Fed. I said, what? No way. What are the chances? And it was really actually challenging to determine who his father was. But by golly, we were able to do it thanks to the help of some sleuths. His father's name is Foster Curtis. Foster lives in Virginia. Foster spent 21 years with NCIS, starting as a special agent and working his way up the ladder, ending up as the division chief in the Office of Inspector General. Now, in case you don't know what NCIS is, yes, it's like the TV show. It's like the TV show. It stands for the Naval Criminal Investigative Services. NCIS agents are armed federal law enforcement investigators who frequently coordinate with other U.S. government agencies. They have a presence in more than 41 countries and on U.S. Navy vessels. Big deal. One half of their personnel are civilians. They are tasked primarily, the NCIS, with investigating major criminal activities that involve the Navy and the Marine Corps. So, for example, let's say, hypothetically speaking, you thought there was an assassination which may have been plotted and planned and executed by our military. This would be the office that would be in charge of that investigation. 21 years, Foster, chief at the top. Then this strange thing happened on June 2nd, 2025. Foster Curtis, after 21 years, decided to leave his position as a division chief and to be Richmond, Virginia's interim inspector general. So he goes local. After a long federal career, he goes local. Richmond, Virginia just fires the inspector general who was there, James Osuna, who had been in that position for 6 years. It was actually very controversial. They didn't understand why this was happening. Again, this is in June 2025. The local news was going, why? What happened here? They were told, quote, no comments will be made on personnel matters. And NDAs were signed. Unusually, the local news noted this is unusual. Never seen this before. So remarkably, guys, we can, that spreadsheet, the tree of brand new that just keeps growing. We can now add Mitch and Foster. Foster, his dad, being the first one that we can say the demotion was brand new. 21 solid years working for the feds. And then you just get this, I would say it's a demotion.
All right. So who's going to buy me an MRE? Let's get Imastugat out of here. What, brother? What is Imastugat? Are you South African, sir? Why don't you go back to Africa, sir? So if we want to remove this Fed slopper, we can do that. He's laughing at me, brother. 400 people watching. I only have 1,000 subs. That's literally, I have a 40% watch rate. Do you know how insane that is? And I got up to over 2,000 watchers on 1,000 subs. That's 200% of my subs. Are you silly, dude? Do they not have math in Africa? Yeah, brother. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. So we should watch Stu's stream. Stu's stream is coming up here in 10 minutes. I'll check over on that. So yeah, we should check that out, see what he's got to say. He might have some new developments as well.
You kind of want to work for I imagine the pay's better for federal government. But a couple of months later, his son finds this gun. It's incredible. It's all just so amazing how many new faces we had, so many things that were changed, people brought in Utah, and the luck of all of these new people. Biggest assassination since JFK. So, I guess congratulations are in order to the rookie cop and everybody involved. Yeah. Anyway, we should take a brief break before I tell you something else that kind of surprised me about the NCIS. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working hard?
All right, Candace on a commercial break. Wow, we had a lot of Fed sloppers today. Believe the official narrative. That I don't even know what to say to those people anymore. It's just strange at this point. I thought if you want to laugh at somebody, Fed sloppers, why don't you go laugh at Paramount Testicles? He had less than 200 people watching his live stream of Andrew and Stu, while I had over 2,000. And he's got, I think he's got 200 something thousand subscribers. Don't quote me on that. But I think he's got that many subscribers, and he had like 200 people. He had 1% watching. So I really thought that Andrew's Crucible crew knew how to do math, but I guess they struggle with math. I mean, I guess it tracks. And so this guy keeps on white knighting in the chat for Andrew about how much money he's making. Sir, I only care about how much money I'm making. You should only care, Ronnie, about what you make, not some other man. You're white knighting for another man. I will white knight for a woman, white knight for Candace. White knighting for another man is really weird, sir. It's really weird. There's something you want to tell us, sir, Ronnie. Look at Ronnie.
It's okay if you want to come out to us. We're good.
Look at him. Look at, he's just shitting on creators. I don't want Andrew to not make money. I want both Stu and Andrew to make money. I'm fine with it. I mean, I'm a man. I can't.
Use the word had you seen? Who can't speak proper English? You know what you're getting.
The question is, Ronnie, did you donate any? Or are you just watching other people's bags, or did you donate any? Did you make any money during this time? This is funny to me. Why is Ronnie so invested in showing us what Andrew is is making? Well, oh, I'm sorry. I gotta unmute Candace.
Something turned him into that. Now back to the NCIS, because I got to be honest, I was thinking in my head, like, wow, these people, yeah, I guess that's why it probably has this very popular long-running show. It's a pretty powerful investigative unit, federal unit. I didn't realize they were present in that many countries. They had used plainclothes civilians. I wasn't sure, actually, who the NCIS reports to directly. I'm thinking, is it like Pete Hegseth? I look it up, and it's actually, the Secretary of Navy. So I was wondering in 2025, when this was going on, who was the Secretary of the Navy? And it turns out that Trump appointed a guy with literally zero military experience in that position, crucial position, the Secretary of the Navy. Having zero military background or experience is just on its face wild. So he appoints this guy, John C. Phelan, and his whole background is in banking, Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, then runs his own shop. And I'm just confused. Like, why would Trump do this? What qualifies it? Well, it's Trump. He likes money, right? So John, he's extraordinarily wealthy on top of everything, but also crucially, he helped Trump raise a ton of money ahead of his second term by hosting this private fundraiser for Trump in Aspen, which featured billionaire guests like Steve Wynn in attendance, and they all sort of cut Trump these big checks. So this is sort of how DC works, right? You get me into office. When I get into office, I'm going to do you a solid and appoint you into a position which people at the time said he's not qualified for. Anyway, I just was kind of going through his Wikipedia. So no deep research here by any means. But I did see, it just jumped out at me, was this bizarre sub-tab regarding Jeffrey Epstein. I kid you not. I can't. I got to shave my head. Like I'm feeling like Britney in 2007. It can't always just be like this random Epstein thing. Anyways, let's pull it up together, because I can't make this stuff up, right? And here's what it tells us. Hopefully I can read this. My vision always gets super bad when I'm pregnant. It gets worse as I get pregnant. But like, you can see that tab, relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, just a tab I never want on Wikipedia. You guys say a lot of mean stuff about me, but thank you. Like, you can miss me with this tab. So it says passenger manifests that were released as part of the Epstein files indicate that Phelan flew twice on the plane of Jeffrey Epstein several months before Epstein's first arrest on sex charges. The first flight took place on February 27th, 2006, from New York's JFK International Airport to London's Luton Airport. The manifest for the second flight from London to New York on March 3rd, 2006 indicates that Phelan flew with 12 other passengers, including Epstein, modeling agent and Epstein associate Jean-Luc Brunel. Ah, France, you haunt me. And 6 people whose names are redacted on the version of the manifest that was released in October 2025 by the United States House Committee, the one that Trump fought not to have released. Jean-Luc Brunel, if that's jogging memory, he's the second one who probably didn't kill himself, but did end up hung in a prison. His French disgusting partner who Jeffrey Epstein invested in his modeling business, and Jean-Luc Brunel sent Jeffrey Epstein, I think, is it 8-year-old triplets for his birthday? They were 10 years old.
Oh, that's sad. I hate hearing about this trafficking stuff. I'm seeing like Fed sloppers talk about leftists and this and that, and it's really weird. Like, just because you don't believe the official narrative, I hope you realize that has nothing to do with being a leftist. Like, conspiracy theorists are the ones who told you that not to take the jab. Remember when the government was telling you, trying to inoculate you and trying to get you to take the jab, and like also doing the same for your farm animals? How would that be a leftist perspective? Like, you're not making actual logical sense. Have you actually learned how to be logical? That's what Andrew's supposed to be helping you understand, is logic and reason and critical thinking. Do you also think Brigitte Macron is a woman? Is that who we're arguing with in the chat? People who think Brigitte Macron is a woman? You're in the chat literally arguing with people when you need to get your gaydar checked out. So you can, keep on thinking that, she is she is a woman, but yeah, that's a little sus. It's really sus.
Triplets for his birthday. I mean, really disgusting stuff. And I had told you this Jean-Luc Brunel character also happened to be one of the founders of that firm that was run by Faith Cates. That's the people who worked for Faith Cates. Remember Erica. Remember Erica Kirk. Well, Erica Franzfey, with the suits, involved with the suits. They allege managing modeling apartments. We went out to Erica for comment, something that I would instantly want to remove myself from and say, no, that's absolutely not true. They are certain it is true. And we got nothing. We got nothing. Jean-Luc Brunel. I don't know. I just feel like this keeps happening. It just feels to me like this keeps happening when we look at the state of things in America right now. We know that everything that went sideways with Trump went sideways after he looked us in the eye and pretended the Epstein files were nothing. Are we still talking about the Epstein files? He thought himself a king that could just mandate us to forget it. That was obviously the day that I made it clear I was done. I am not meeting you halfway, not when it comes to allegations and proven instances of pedophilia and the fight to push out Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna pulled together, left and right came together, and we're like, no, what is in these files? Like, children are being harmed. We have people who are promoting and celebrating people who harm children, protecting people who harm children. We have Bibi Netanyahu in DC right now. And it sickens me. It actually sickens me. And this is a perfect time to discuss the reason that the Iranian propaganda, I don't know if propaganda means it's untrue or just that they're propagating their vision, because it certainly is not untrue, has been going viral. These Lego videos, you've seen the Lego videos on X, you've seen them on Instagram, people are sharing them. And there's a reason why these videos are resonating with Americans, because we feel like we have lost our country so that Trump can protect the elites, particularly Israel, particularly Jeffrey Epstein and his entire network. It seems Trump has completely abandoned and forgotten the American people so long as he can protect the Epstein network. And by any objective metric, these videos that they are creating are fantastic depictions of how people feel. It reminds me of when Trump had an artist that was making paintings about the forgotten American. They tapped into how Americans were feeling in the flyover states. The reason why people put Trump into office, the reason why I backed Trump, somebody who, of course, people, we always know he had been bombastic, but we thought, oh, it's going to take somebody who's bombastic and somebody who is not institutional, somebody who's on the outside to stand up and call these things out. Who is Trump now? What is Trump now? What is the Trump family now? No interest in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Why is that? Why is that?
I wanted to watch Stu's show. I don't know if he does it every day. I don't see that it's live right now. I'll keep an eye on it. So I will show
Him like 5 minutes ago. I think he does. He'll be on.
in 5 minutes.
No, I said I just talked to him like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, what did he say?
Oh, he was just saying that. He's like,
He doesn't have a show tonight?
no, I think he does. Hang tight. Let me ask him. I think he does it every night, but hold on.
Yeah. Okay. I will show you guys. I don't know if you can see this, but he's got his Stu Peters network, and he's got, of course, his personal account. He's got a legitimate network. First of all, his personal account has almost 1 million followers, and he's shadow banned. And then he's got he's got his network account. So he's really building. He's got his correspondents, reporters. So he's shadow banned. He's not bought out by corporations. He says what he wants. So he's a free man, but he's under attack. So I don't see anybody could say anything bad about him. He's doing God's work as far as I can tell.
I'd like Don Trump Jr. actually has been heading into the courthouse with Erica. He knows guns. I would love a comment from him on that video. What do you think? German 98. No flash, no kickback. What do you think, Don? Did you see video in 4K? Did you see that video in 4K? The reason why these videos are going viral is because they, like I said, contain this kernel of truth. And that is when art works, so to speak, because you feel it and you go, yeah, this is how we've been betrayed by Trump. And also on its face, it appears like what we've stumbled upon is a global trafficking ring, which spans all across the West. That's what I've hit on in my Brigitte Macron series. I've been hitting on this, talking about Epstein and MKUltra. It's like all of this kind of seems to be converging, and the people are waking up. And this slop that they're trying to feed us, go to war, Iran bad, Israel good, isn't working. There was an organic response to these Lego videos because of how we feel left and right, even trying to the left and this, the right. We're not even taking that slop anymore. So we dropped another video last night, and I thought it couldn't be more timely. And I'm actually going to just let you guys watch this full screen. The Lego video, like dropped by Iran. Take a look at this.
Your empire is done. Done. You started the war. You thought you would win. Now look
at the mess that your country is in. Look at it. Your general's crying, your plan was a bust. The promises made are now turning to dust. Marco Rubio was spitting these grilled on the floor. They asked for the billions you wasted on war. You lied from day one, you keep capping a lot. But look at the street, yeah, we got it on lock. Lockdown. You're begging for mercy, you're begging for peace, while telling your media Iran wants to cease. You sure? You're losing the straight, you're losing the state. And now the whole public is drowning in hate. You told, stop talking about Epstein. Now listen to the crowd.
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
Louder!
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
Don't stop talking about
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
louder!
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
You lied about Iran, said Navy is gone. You promised regime change from darkness to dawn. You're dreaming, your beautiful B2s were flying so high, still shaking inside. You're about to cry. You stood on the stage, looking completely detached, saying, I don't care about voters as cash. Did he really say that? Yeah, he did. You care about ballrooms, luxury suites, while American families starve on the streets. Inflation is peaking, the economy's dead, but you worry about Israel instead. The corruption is deep, AIPAC's buying the state. Every politician's got a price on their plate. You're all just puppets dancing for funds, while Iran is standing and holding the guns. You're losing the straight, you're losing the state. And now the whole public is drowning in hate. You told, stop talking about Epstein. Now listen to the crowd.
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
Louder!
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
Don't stop talking about
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
louder!
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
You called yourself a king, but you're just a BJ queen. The biggest disaster the White House has seen. Your empire is done, 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 done.
Pedal, dun, 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 dun.
Epstein, Epstein, Epstein.
The war is lost.
Epstein,
You go fix your ballroom.
the fire is done. Pedal done.
Stuck in my head all day. Watched it like 12 times. Epstein, 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 louder. It's like that was it. They were just, you're not allowed to talk about Epstein. And I'm like, no, Epstein, like we're waking up to something bigger here that is happening. And evil has been plotting for a very long time, and we've all been asleep. We've all been playing the games. We are all guilty of this. We are all guilty, left and right, of falling for the slop. And that was the test with the Tyler Robinson case. Immediately, the left did this. It was about transgenderism. Look at the last question that was asked. That was it. Charlie was targeted because of his views on transgenderism. No evidence. Just don't look deeper than that. Accept this. They murdered Charlie, and then also being interjected with the Christianese slop. Grieving widow, pastors and ripped jeans telling you about what's demonic. Like a military operation, a military psyop, these mega pastors. You start looking into that. Wow, how many of them have been like reformed pedos? We did that episode looking at the Calvary Chapel Church in particular. You remember a while ago. What is this? Why are they all so gung-ho about Israel? All of them. That's what it is. Sweet nothings. Stay dumb. Keep getting poisoned. Don't you love Trump? You're betraying Trump. You're betraying Charlie by looking into this further. You know, this is what Charlie would want. My Charlie, my Charlie, my Charlie. Yeah. Well, we're awake now, and there is too many of us. There's too many of us, and we're all back channeling and sharing information. So it's like a game of whack-a-mole now. And I do believe Charlie found out something when he looked into his organization and wanted to know where the money was coming from and where it was going to. Established a Doge audit, which, well, the new leader of Turning Point USA obviously canceled. Feels good about it. Yeah, not interested, not as interested, or maybe doesn't obviously possess the intellect that Charlie possessed. What did Charlie find out in his last days? I don't know that we'll find out. I think maybe we will. Anyway, last thing I wanted to show you this was because one of you guys in the comments yesterday commented when I was saying I never know what Erica's saying. It's like watching the Kamala campaign. It's just going in circles. One of you guys wrote this comment. My favorite quote from Erica is when she tells us to be a table. I was like, what? Did that happen? And just sure enough, we were able to find the clip where she tells people to be a table. It's very funny. Take a look at this.
That means when you're tabling, if your table keeps getting destroyed, Become a roving table yourself and go talk to people. Go sit with people at lunch you don't normally sit with. Be creative with the ways that you are a chapter leader, because you are a leader. You are not a follower.
Be a roving table, I guess, or whatever. We got to start catching these like we used to do with Kamala stuff of just, what did she just say? Because it's just fun. All right, you guys, we'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, let's be honest.
It reminds me of be a doer, don't be a don'ter. She sounds like an MLM, like she's pushing in some MLM pyramid scheme. Word salad. Yeah, terrible. So we've got the Real One podcast popping in here soon. He just let me know, so we'll talk about, he'll probably want to chat about that video that just dropped, that Candace just dropped. And I'm on Rumble. I still don't see where Stu's live right now. Maybe he doesn't go live exactly the same time every day, maybe because of the debate. Let me check on X real quick. His show was good. I watched it yesterday. I didn't know Anna Escobar was going to be on there yesterday. Happened to catch that. She's doing some good work.
You mean her parents are doing some good work?
Her parents are doing that?
Her parents work for Boeing. That's how she gets.
Oh, wow.
That's why she doesn't know when you ask her about it. She can't elaborate on it. She's just regurgitated everything.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, she says she's an enthusiast. But
Yeah, that's why.
so Leslie, do you want to hear Diligence talking about this new shooter video? Do you want to hear his take or no?
I mean, we can. Like, I'll just embarrass him again tonight, but let's do it.
All right, hold on.
They were trying to say, well, it might be a car. It's not a car, right? So the footage is pretty short. I want to let the space and the live stream build a little bit before we watch it together. Bottom right corner, repost the space. I will wait about 5 minutes, and then if you scroll my timeline, there's a YouTube link. If you want to watch along with us, you can go down to the YouTube link and watch that way. I'm not going to. I'm going to wait a minute and let things build up before we watch it. I'm going to wait a minute and let things build up before we watch it. Hit that like button, share the YouTube channel. Do me a favor, you guys are over on YouTube. Whatever you got to do to make it boost up in the algorithm. I'm being suppressed like hell ever since I did the Penguin story. If you go look at my pinned post, you can see it's got tons of engagement, but it's just not getting seen because they're censoring. It is like the jab times. Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. And now I can see why. Because they are they are so cooked. They are so cooked. It is bad, man. It is bad. Yeah, bottom right corner, repost the space, everybody. I'm gonna show it in just a second, you guys. I'm gonna show it. Bottom right corner. Okay. Let's go to the hands while we wait. Well, you can see it playing right there, but I'll make it full screen and I'll shrink myself away. We'll go to the hands and then we'll get through it. Go ahead, Lune, and then Crimes and Noah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, I don't know if you already said this before I started, but just to clarify, is the video that she just showed the same 4K video that Benny Johnson was saying?
Nobody has seen this video.
Oh, okay. So not the same as the courthouse? Okay.
Nobody has seen this video. I'm not sure. I didn't see the courthouse video, so I can't speak with certainty.
True.
Yeah, she said that she obtained this from law enforcement and the government, if you remember. So I have no idea. Go ahead, Crimes.
Hey, I would say the three things that stood out to me from this, from the showing of this video is the Number one, the fact that there was no, I don't know what the term is, but no blowback from the gun. Like you don't see any.
It's called
you know,
recoil.
Thank you. Also, she mentions like you said, a flash. I think that was.
Yeah,
was
there's
that
there's no flash from the muzzle. No muzzle flash.
Yep. And then the other thing she mentioned, I thought she mentioned a folding action.
Yeah,
that
I
the
mean
gun-
it's hard to. It's such low resolution that you can't tell, but it does appear to unfold out onto the rooftop.
Mhm. So the one thing that occurred, just came to my mind was I would not be surprised if this gun does not go back to Victor Marks, that whole folding gun thing. And
I don't want to make any. I don't want to make any unfounded claims. I don't want to make any unfounded claims about people specifically. Without receipts.
Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised.
Victor Marks, did it fold? Is the gun folding? I'm sorry, guys. I'm zoomed out right now. He'll probably zoom it in, or we can zoom it in. Leslie, you're vindicated. Victor Marks.
What about Victor? Did you say?
No, people are saying that it looks like this lady just said it was folded.
Oh, like Corby's gun?
Yeah. But I'm not sure. I can't see it.
We're getting some good traction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go
Yeah, we are.
Go ahead, Patricia and Noah.
Hey guys, Diligent, thank you for all the hard work that you've done. I mean, you, Baron, and Candace have just done tremendous work in this. And who knows where we would be but for that. So that's incredibly appreciated. A couple of things that stood out to me. First of all, somebody posted, do you think the defense is in on this? And unfortunately, that video is absolutely Tyler Robinson. We told you it was, this proves nothing, etc. So I just wanted to chime in on that. And unfortunately, just given the incredible work you did speaking to the staff at Panguitch, I can't believe that the defense attorneys have not been down there to interview them immediately. The incredible work you did speaking to the staff, reason to think that they aren't in on it.
Yeah, I don't know that they haven't been there since then. Right?
Since then. But so as a 20-year attorney, if I originally thought, okay, well, it's a Brady violation that the prosecutors didn't tell them about this. But the other issue is the first thing that the defense attorneys would have done would be get a very detailed timeline from Tyler Robinson. And if he was at Panguitch, which I suspect he was, he would have said, I went to Panguitch and I had a steak. Then the next step is you get your butts down to Panguitch and you speak to these people, not only the staff, but you find out any other customers that might have been there that can place your client there. So I have no choice at this point from an attorney brain, but to think that they are compromised.
I'm leaning towards compromise. Yeah. I just don't want to speak definitively, but I mean, I think that they're compromised.
I said leaning. I'm leaning towards it because I can't think of any other reason why they wouldn't have been there already, like in 10 months.
I'm with you.
Wait till Stu gets a hold of this video, man. I got to see, is this guy coming on or what? He hasn't posted. Want to watch Stu's show. I'm still looking for it. But yeah, I can't wait till Stu does some analysis on this new video.
They should have already been down there. If I can go down there and interview that kid, they could go down there and interview that kid. They have the same information that I do.
You have a witness, an eyewitness who can place your client somewhere. That's the first thing that you do. You go get a statement from these people.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks,
Diligent.
Go ahead, Noah and Nifty.
I absolutely need the ice clanging in the glass. I need that.
I know, bro. I
Trisha,
know.
thank you. That is the perfect
It's a
vibe right
margarita
now.
in a lovely glass.
Oh my god. Yes, that's the vibe right now. So I think it was Miss Lou and you together. I got to give you guys props when you guys mentioned that Candace revealed that her sources are within the government, within TPUSA, and that gives me so much hope, guys. It means that we have good guys still in our government. And I know there's laughter coming from Lune,
I
but
wasn't sure where you were going with that. I'm sorry.
no. So no. You bring up an interesting point, Lune, because I'm one of those fools that voted for Jill Stein, knowing that it would be a vote for Trump, because I saw a problem way back when. Okay. But okay, sorry, Diligent, to your video. Excellent.
Oh no, man, Leslie, this means I'm gonna be up all night. Candace dropped another video. This is gonna be an all night thing.
You know, there's going to be some spaces about it. I think
Oh
like 7 of them coming up.
man. No, I need to get some sleep tonight.
Work to the video that was being played. What needs to be done now is that we need to start taking recorded statements from the people that gave us a narrative of what happened on that roof. Okay. And if your information is true that there is a recorded phone call, then we need to go to everybody that was there, every security.
What do you mean
detail.
recorded phone call?
So there.
Are you talking about
apparently
the 911 call?
the 911 call that is approximately 8.5 minutes long, if I'm to believe that
That's
that rumor.
for just to be clear, that's not my information. That's Candace Owens.
Okay,
But
it's just
I she's credible.
Okay, she is credible.
She's credible.
And Diligent, just a shout out to all the people, and this is relevant. Okay. Diligent, I think that your hybrid show of YouTube and X together is an amazing idea. It's great.
Oh, there's some people on the bottle tonight, boozing.
For real. I'm like, how much further can he get his nose up Diligent's ass?
Hey, stick with it, refine it. Okay, you get your money for
We can save him.
because there are still good guys. There are still good guys. If this evidence that Candace is receiving from people in the government, from TPUSA, means yes, they're weirdos. Okay, they're spoofs.
There are still patriots in the government, you guys. There's not a lot of them, but there are.
Okay, look, guys.
Oh yeah, we get it. There's maybe one, Thomas Massey. There's like 2 or 3. We're cooked. What's up, chat? I see my mods are still in the house. Thank you, mods. You were dealing with a shitload of chats. I don't know how you dealt with it, but thank you so much. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the donations in. I respect it. I appreciate it. That's going to go to my legal fund because as soon as I show my face, the lawsuits, I'm sure, will be hitting my inbox. We all know this is true. Anybody who's known me on X for any length of time, I assure you I will be getting sued. And that is part of it's part of doing business. It's the cost of doing business. So appreciate it. Buy me an MRE. You can go in my bunker.
Mormons are real, okay? They are real people. And Jews are real too. Oh my God, they're real people. But you know what? There are Mormons and Jews
What is this guy talking about?
that are patriots that love America. No, there is.
There's all kinds of
There
people that
really
love
is.
America.
Okay? We fucking love America. Okay? And as long as there's good guys.
This guy's on the
look,
bottle
okay?
big time
But-
tonight.
So there's this phone call, okay? That alternative narrative.
He's
and
still
the
talking?
pieces fit even better from the evidence of defense. That is the ultimate definitive version of reasonable doubt. And that's how you can get a Fed case tossed.
I actually oops, sorry. I actually think that we are quickly approaching a dismissal. That is how severe the evidence against the Fed is. The totality of evidence to show that the government is engaged in a cover-up and have framed Tyler Robinson is quickly becoming insurmountable. I think that it is to the point, right? And it will actually soon be to the point where if they kill Tyler Robinson, you might really see the American people wake up in a way we have never seen. It is so glaringly obvious that our government has engaged in the murder of Charlie Kirk and in the framing of a young man. There's going to be no turning away from it. This is their worst nightmare. It literally is. The power to be, the intel agencies, all military think tanks, the TPUSA shills, all of the Con Inc., the Fed slop shills. This week is their worst week by far. It's not even over with. It's only Tuesday, folks. Only. They can laugh in their hubris and they can think that they are untouchable, but I assure you that they are not. They are not. And the decentralized citizen-led investigation, U.S. citizen-led investigation, empowered by the First Amendment, is going to win this. The people are going to win this. You know why? Because God is on the truth side. That is why you keep failing, right? That is why people keep beating the insurmountable odds, right? It's something beyond your control. So laugh in your hubris, be confident, mock, because your days are numbered. Go ahead, Nifty.
Thank you so much, Diligent. The sound in your voice today, it's almost like relief and almost like the top of the roller coaster where it's like, hey, all these efforts, like you said, from the citizen journalists, yourself being part of the tip of the spear, it's pretty incredible. And it's also unprecedented. So like over the past year, I've watched you not just be like an armchair person that, tweets stuff like, oh, this is wrong with society, or this is what's happening over here. You actually got in your car or airplane, I don't know, drove down to Utah, wandered around the campus, and you've been in person multiple times, taking matters into your own hands to find the truth. So I'm wondering, I know today's a historic day and I can't wait to see your takes on this video, but what are some of the most memorable moments over the past year along the way for you? Is it something you saw in person? Is it the rise of someone on X that was a regular person that stepped up, or was it a big break in this case?
It's not any one thing. It's what I just described. It is the inexplicable occurrences that have led the people to the right place at the right time. That have been it's been outside the control of any person. Nobody could think it up. Nobody could scheme or plan, even on people seeking the truth, right? I've seen too many, a pattern of events occur that have led us to the truth along this journey that speaks to a higher power, right? That is the most significant thing for me, right? Is like a reinforcement or an encouragement of like faith, right? And no trust the plan, no trust the government, just knowing that if you walk this path laid in front of you, and even if it is, scary and it's uncertain and you're not sure that you're going to be successful, that things happen along the way that push you, keep you going along that path. And not just me, but just all of the people that I know that are involved. And she's right. There are so many people. It's like whack-a-mole. Right? There are so many people that know what's happening here at a large scale. There's so much information out there. There's so much evidence out there that they can't contain it now. And it does, you know, Candace alluded to this tonight, is it makes you wonder what they're going to do next, because the desperation is going to get palpable. It already is, right? But what happens when they absolutely lose control of the mainstream narrative? What then? You know, because I think the only thing that you have to control people at that point is force. And that's a scary thought. So, yeah, I'm about to, I think we're up to enough. I can play the video. If you're on YouTube, or if you're on X, let me go throw the YouTube link up in the Jumbotron so you guys can watch along if you want to, if you're in the space.
Wait, Dilly, can I ask you before you show the video if you can play like kind of maybe after you show the video or even before it, if you can, I'm trying to piece together the images that you had shown on your X with Tyler walking up the stairs and all of that. Would that have been before he was on the roof? And I think it's important to explain that, because when he's on the roof, it doesn't look like he takes anything out of his pants if he had been walking around with the gun in his pants.
What we see on the roof does not jive with what the prosecution and the witnesses have told us. That is why Candace asked if there was perjury, because there are a couple conflicting statements of sworn statements from Officer Hull and particularly Officer Bagley, with what they observed in the video, right? Officer Hull specifically described the movements of the shooter across the roof, but did not tell us about the military maneuver. He also did not tell us about the signal. He also did not tell us that the weapon unfolded or flopped out. They told us that Tyler Robinson changed on that roof. If you don't remember, they also said Tyler Robinson reconstructed the weapon on the roof, hence the screwdriver. That did not happen. They lied. They are in a very, very bad predicament right now. And let me just say this. This video is not close to all that everybody has. It's not even close. And they could raid every person they think they know has something, and it would still be out there. It would still get out. That is how decentralized this is. And there are people within the government actively working with citizen journalists to make sure that this gets out. Okay? So the bad actors, the foreign interests, all of the corrupt actors, you don't own us. You don't own us. I want to get Eddie's perspective. Go ahead, Eddie. Eddie, are you there? Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes.
Yes,
Dylan, can
yes.
I say one thing real quick before you start?
Yeah,
the
go
video?
ahead.
It is important. It has to do with the screwdriver. I didn't realize that that video shot me for two things. One, the horizontal crawl that you mentioned, and two, that he was dressed in all black. Okay, that was odd to me. And the gun doesn't even look like anything resembling
Miss
what
Lou,
we
remember
think.
the video she originally showed of the person that was her? I don't know if you saw that, because I'm not sure if you're following Candace, but she had shared a video of someone looking like they were crawling on the roof, in all tactical gear, in all black.
Yeah. This is a shock to me. I did not see that until Diligent showed this video. But I do want to say one thing about the screwdriver that might be important that I heard. As I told you, I know a guy who was in special forces. He was in Delta, I believe, and he was a ballistic expert. He's since retired. And he said to me, he said, that gun wasn't assembled from a backpack. He said, no way. He said, what that's the screwdriver might have been for is to set up the sight. But he said, when you set up a sight on a gun, on existing, and you're setting up the sight, you really have to know what the hell you're doing. It isn't just screwing a sight on and then looking through the sight and go. It has to be calibrated. It has to be watched. In other words, you really have to know.
It's called zeroed in.
Yeah, you really have to know your gun savvy to be able to set up a sight on a long shoot rifle like that. And he said you also have to really be a damn good shooter. So, this is military. Back to what you were saying about military training. I don't think for 1 minute that Tyler was the shooter. Haven't for a long time. So anyway, I don't say he's not in on it. I didn't say that. Like you've always said, there might be some relationship to him with that. Maybe he was a patsy. Maybe he knows more. And that's why they're keeping him tied down, because they don't want him to speak. So he can't even speak to his parents, right? Is that correct?
Not about the case.
Okay. There you go. Thank you for the microphone, Dylan.
Yep. Thank you. Let's go to Ashley and Mike G.
Hi. So can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the hard work you've been doing on this case, first of all. But I wanted to get your opinion, or I don't know, you may have spoken about this before, but regarding the Panguitch thing, like when I first came on and someone was saying about like the defense being in on it, and I was thinking about that a lot lately. Do you think that is there any scenario that you can come up with where you think the defense would be trying to protect him? So like maybe he did tell them he was in Panguitch, but they are afraid of him getting accused of another crime or something.
There's a lot of potential explanations there. I have no idea why they haven't gone down there. They have no excuse to not have interviewed those people, because they can interview and then choose not to do anything with it. So, but they have not up until the point where I got there, they had not interviewed, and so that leads me to believe there's plausible deniability here. The FBI is the one that got reported to. So the prosecution has a duty to turn over potentially exculpatory evidence via the Brady rule, like Patricia said, over to the defense through discovery, right? Under Brady, they have to. Otherwise, it's at the very least a mistrial or potentially dismissed, right? Well, if the FBI never went and interviewed or never turned over that evidence to the prosecution has plausible deniability. We didn't know. The investigators didn't give us that information, right? And if the defense can say the same thing, well, if there was a break in the chain of custody or chain of information, chain of investigation, then we also didn't get that. So if they come underneath the scrutiny of the public, and let me
Okay, the free Chud the Builder and this spam here with these guys, let's just get them on a timeout or kick them out, because that's just nobody needs to pay to kick them out. We can just get rid of them because they're unserious people. Free Chud the Builder, what are you even talking about? Isn't that dude like kissing on trannies and stuff? Shiloh Hendricks, I don't think she should be in trouble with the law, but isn't she the one like using profanity around children? Why is that okay? Why would we want to use profanity around children? Tell me how that's scalable and that maps onto the real world to produce good results. It definitely doesn't. So it's just really idiotic that people would think that that's a good idea. Yeah, let's just call children like little bitches. Like, why would you? Why? Let's call them racial slurs. Children. It doesn't work. What if everybody chose to do that? What kind of society is that? It just doesn't work. I'm not saying she should be in trouble with the law. She just probably needs a kick to the ass. But these people don't need to be in chat, honestly. Sorry, Leslie, go ahead.
Okay, good. So this Tesla 12345 is saying that a 30-06 can't be folded. Tesla, why don't you look up the fold AR and then you can come back and tell us how you're wrong.
Oh boy. Yeah, I see him in the chat.
Assure you, they will. 100% they will. By the time this is over with, everybody involved with this case is going to have a massive microscope and magnifying glass over them. That's how bad it looks. They can,
Yeah,
they have,
so
if you could just
so
let me
there's-
finish, if you could just let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
They have a chain of plausible deniability. Once it comes to them, they're going to say that we never heard from the prosecution. The prosecution is going to claim that the FBI never told them. The FBI is going to say we didn't have a credible lead, so we didn't go back there. That's why it happened the way that it did. Let's go to Mike.
Yeah, but the defense has direct access to Tyler.
Your name's not Mike
so,
Jarbot.
this
Mute
whole
your mic.
notion that
Mute your mic.
The
Mute your
defense
mic.
has
You
direct
mute your mic.
Jarbot's going crazy. Yeah, Tesla, you know nothing about fold ARs. Apparently, you can switch out different muzzles, different scopes, like really quickly. I don't think you need to switch the scope. But you don't need to adjust. You don't need to zero the scope on those. They're really advanced. You could shoot a bunch of different types of rounds out of those different sizes. So you don't know what you're talking about. That's probably why you own a Tesla. If I had to guess, you know nothing about vehicles either, it sounds like.
Okay, I'm going to have to drop you
So there's
down.
no-
You don't know how to operate my spaces. All right.
Jarbot just got booted.
Hey, go ahead, Mike. Mike.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. All right. Yeah, so that video, couple things to note from it. Unfortunately, when you get in a court of law, things get dissected, but I saw that and that was 100% somebody with military training, probably advanced military training. And I was in the Marine Corps for 8 years. About week 3 into boot camp, you're taught, 3 things, like in terms of maneuvers, a low crawl, a high.
Leslie, can we get Corby in here I'm sorry. Can we get Corby in here maybe to talk about, because these people don't know
He
what
actually just made a statement.
he did in the chat?
No, on X he did. He said, "No, I do not know if that was a fold AR on the roof of Mr. Scooch's. However, if it was a fold AR on the roof, then I do not know who orchestrated this whole thing. No more guessing or assumptions required. But yes, I can ask him to come in. Let me text him. Hold on.
All right. Real One podcast just popped into Real One. Let me know if you're ready to go on stage. You're not on stage right now.
Crawl and what the Marines call, I'm up, they see me, I'm down, which is like a 3 to 5 second rush. That was a high crawl. It's technically a contralateral crawl, which without a weapon probably means nothing, but somebody just doesn't intuitively execute that move with a scoped weapon. It's just not an intuitive thing to do. Like executing that, and keeping your rifle scoped, muzzle out of the dirt, optic protected. It's clearly, it's just learned behavior. I don't know if this guy was in the military or not, but he was
never in the
trained.
military. At least Tyler Robinson wasn't.
Yeah, and then
There, right? They learn how to do these maneuvers. Very specific. He's keeping his knee. This is the military maneuver that's just officer. Some of it, space going, and you can make this full screen, and we'll watch this video, and we'll listen to Candace too, because she does describe some of it.
I'm going to pause it there. I'm going to wait because we got Adam joining us from the Real One podcast, and I don't know fully his experience, but we can watch it together with him. Adam, Just give me the green light. I'll throw you on stage, buddy. You can, okay, here we go. All right, cool.
There we go.
Welcome in. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure
What's
you.
up?
Hey, not too much. Hey, good to meet you, man. Actually.
Yeah, you too. I've been watching you and Dennison, listening to you and Dennison on X doing those spaces for a while now. So,
Yeah. Blake.
Always
Yeah, I'm
enjoy
usually
those.
in Blake's spaces more frequently. Like last night, we were in there with Stu Peters, chatting with him for quite a while. Thanks to Leslie. Leslie's on the panel too, and she got him coming into spaces a lot.
Hey, I like Stu.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we were just about to jump into Diligence on YouTube Live. We're just about to get into this video that Candace dropped today.
Yeah, I've seen little bits and pieces. I hadn't got to see all of it yet because, well, I was watching that that debate whenever it started, and I was going to go back and watch it, but I just hadn't had a chance. So I seen part of that video on the roof, but I hadn't got to watch the whole thing yet. So
Gotcha. All
looks
right.
pretty
Well,
interesting, though.
Thanks to investigative journalists. I mean, we get to see this. We obviously our tax dollars didn't provide this to us like it
Right.
could have. But yeah, so we can talk about the debate too in a little bit.
Okay.
You were watching that too, right?
Oh yeah. That was some good stuff. Now I can't stay on very long. I might be able to jump back on afterwards, but I've got another one I got to jump on here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
So
no problem. All right, well, we'll
as
just
long as that goes good, I can come back on here or whatever.
yeah, I think I'll be on here for a while. So yeah, let me just jump into and play this.
All right.
Okay, there we go. So what you'll see is the shooter, and let me just say this is not what was described to us by Officer Hull. You know, the red coat, the British or foreign, UK, Australian, New Zealand, wherever he's from, has the blue-haired feminist haircut. This is the military maneuver that's described, right? The lateral maneuver that Mike just told you, he's a veteran, that all military in the United States learns within the first couple of weeks that they're there, right? They learn how to do these maneuvers. Very specific. He's keeping his knee dragged, so he has a knee to pivot on, right? And then he's using his free leg to maneuver around like a crab or a spider.
There he goes. And
So I want to take note of what just happened there. You see that? It's a flash. He just waved something. It moves with his arm. Now, people are wondering, oh, well, maybe it's a vehicle that goes by. Well, we know that's not the case, and I'll show you why. In between the building right here and the road back here where vehicles are going by, there's a tree. This is a bush. So what he flashes is in between right there. See? The tree is behind it. Therefore, this square object that he's flashing is on the roof, and it moves with his arm. That, ladies and gentlemen, is an in-position signal. I would argue it is an in-position signal to the security team over there on the other side. There is two police officers or individuals who are stationed above Charlie Kirk in a crime scene taped off area. I've been there. I have seen it. I've been up there, right? I have eyewitness descriptions of what it is, right? Look how big, bright, and white this is. They were looking that direction. They were facing that direction. I want you to look. You can use it for scale. Look how big he is. Look how big that signal is. Okay. And it moves with his arm. It moves with his arm. See, look, he pulls it out. He waves it. He tucks it back in. See how quick it was? That's his arm. That is a signal. 100%. He signaled.
Pause it there. Adam, you have any comment on that? Oh, I muted you. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Wow. No, I didn't see that part. I mean, how else do you take that other than a signal? I mean, that's exactly what it looks like he's doing.
It
Yeah,
does. Yeah.
you've got a couple people that that appeared to be looking that way right before, during and after the Big Bang. I know one that was directly after, like immediately, would have been Philip Goldsberry. It under that you can kind of see him like turn his head a little bit, right as the bang happens. Seems like he's kind of turning his head or shielding his face a little, and then appears that he turns around and looks that direction. Like I said, you've got people that appear to be looking that way right before that also. I don't know what else. I mean, I don't know how else you take that. I don't see what else that could be.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not really stealthy to have that size prop. Like you're carrying that thing around. Like I don't know if it's a part of the garment he's wearing. It's really strange to me because I have no military background. I know nothing about this stuff. So I don't even know what to make of it, but I figured I'd ask you.
I don't know exactly what it would be, but I mean, it appears to be something like that.
Right.
And we don't know what it looks like on the other side. Obviously, the most stealthy way of doing it would have something that was not very bright colored on either side. But now it could be something else on that other side. But now again, if it appears to be white, but it could be a light gray, which would go really good with that gravel roof from 200 yards or 150 yards away.
Mm-hmm. I'm probably not right about this, but if it is some kind of sophisticated, psyop, it could be some like 3M garment, 3M makes some crazy garments that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just throwing that out there, but
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell with the resolution, but there's definitely something there. And like I said, that color, it seems to kind of stand out, but I don't know. I'm not sure where the sun would be located and everything, but it may just have something to do with the way the light's hitting it from a distance. If it was a light gray or something like that, I mean, it would blend in pretty good, you would think, with that gray. So I don't know.
That's true.
That looks like some kind of a signal, though.
Leslie, we got to try to see if Muppet's gonna come in here or not. You had Muppet on your show too, Adam, didn't you?
So I was on a panel with him, I guess you could say, on Don Jeffrey's show with Steve Cameron and
was that
Bray
Allie?
and a few others.
Well,
Allie was going to be there, and then she had to back out last minute. But yeah, it was me, my buddy Greg Lake, the attorney. An attorney, and Steve Cameron, Muppet, and who
Muppet,
else?
Yeah.
Who else was on there? Seems like somebody else was on. Maybe not. I might not be. Oh, well, yeah, and John Bray. So
John Bray, gotcha. Yeah, he popped in earlier today too.
He's a good dude. I've got to know him pretty good. He's been on my show now 3 or 4 times, and he is just a all around good dude.
Cool. Yeah, well, I'm going to go back and play this. Oh, sorry, Leslie. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'll reach out to Muppet. I need to step away for like 10 minutes, but I'll message him though.
Yeah, that's fine. Sounds good.
Yeah, I talked to him about doing a show, though, a live stream here in the very near future. So
100%. he signaled somebody up here where around where Tyler, or I'm sorry, where Charlie Kirk was. That's a signal. They are in trouble. They're in so much trouble. Because I know some other things. I know that the video that we're playing right now, well, I won't say anymore. Let me just say this, that this week, before this week is over with, heads are going to roll. They're so screwed, dude. It is crazy to have been watching them lying this whole time, knowing that they're lying, especially I would say over the last, since I went to Utah, watching them lying is been very, very revealing. Very, very revealing. You know, I don't know that, you know, Charlie's security team saw that signal. So I'm not saying that they were in on it. All I know is that there was people over there who were on the roof looking this way, people who were surrounding Charlie Kirk looking this direction. And I want you to look at how bright and big that signal is. Let me find it again. Right.
There he goes.
Let me just pause it. I want you to look how big look at that. Look at that. And if you think that you're going to be able to like, oh, this is you know, you're going to like make up some shit about how it's an artifact or how it's fake or whatever. I can assure you that more things are going to come out that are going to cement what we're observing here into the narrative irrefutably.
Diligent, what's your speculation on what that thing is?
Let me finish.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. We can't say, like, if I'm being objective here, I can't say I know who saw this, right? I can say that I know at this time, because this whole video is synced and time stamped to the time that Charlie Kirk got shot, right? So every movement right here can be tracked down to the second, and the positions of the people who are facing this roof line are known down to the second. Who was looking where? Up top and down below. Right? So it's crazy that Candace is getting sued right now because they're screwed. They're screwed. They took the bait, right? She told you. People are like, why is she sitting on this? Why is she not doing this? Why is she doing that? You know, why is she slow dripping? She is allowing people enough rope to, you know, string themselves up. And they're doing it. They're doing it. We just watched a bunch of federal employees, SBI employees, a bunch of experts and agents and detectives and police officers testify under oath as to what they saw. And they're lying, provably lying. Officer Hull, particularly, because he's the one that described this scene. And not only that, TPUSA, Brian Harpole, right? He's made statements in his allegations against her in their lawsuit, right? He has made public statements during his interviews. All of that has to match up to the evidence. If she had come out with this months and months ago, they would have the opportunity to alter their stories and their narrative to fit the evidence. It's too late for that now. Their statements are cemented in history and they can't change them. They're screwed, especially when the rest of it comes out. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Eddie, are you there? Okay. We're going to continue to go through this and then we'll go to the hands. So there's the signal. Okay. On this side of the bush, nobody can say it is in the road. It moves with his hand. That is a signal. That's it. It moves with him. It's a signal. And then he continues his lateral crawl. And just watch. You can watch we'll just watch it. Here we go. Continues his lateral crawl over to.
And I actually do want to show you side by side so you can actually see a real military man do that alongside this person on the rooftop. Let's bring in that side by side clip. Here we go. That general action right there is known as a lateral.
Do you catch that, Adam?
Do what now? I'm sorry.
You catch that? I can rewind it. Oh.
Wait.
Look at this.
And just watch. You can watch we'll just watch it. Here we go. Continues his lateral crawl over to.
And I actually do want to show you side by side so you can actually see a real military man do that alongside this person on the rooftop. Let's bring in that side by side clip. Here we go.
There's no way Tyler
right
did
there is
that.
known as a lateral crawl.
Wow.
There, and we're running that back and forth.
No way Tyler did that.
I looked down just as he did that. That's crazy.
It is, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a a nobody. I mean, like if it was Tyler, then he's had some kind of formal training, and we don't know that he's had any. So
Correct.
that
hasn't been introduced,
right?
You would, yeah. So
yeah, you think that would have been brought up at some point. That would you would think they would want to use that. The prosecution would want to use that to say, look, he's capable. He can be dangerous.
Correct.
Yep. Yeah, they always use that when it's a military person. Doesn't seem like it though. I think we would have heard about that a long time ago. So that almost makes. And look, everybody with two brain cells to rub together agrees that those pictures, and screenshots from videos don't look like Tyler Robinson. I mean, there's somebody with dark hair, kind of thin build, all that, but a lot of those are not him. I think everybody agrees just about it. So.
Yep.
I guess we'll see.
Whenever you got to bow out, yeah, you can bow out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump. I've got a little project going on, and I told him I would come in there about 8 o'clock. So it shouldn't take me too long. As long as it doesn't, I'll just jump right back in and we'll bullshit some more. But
oh yeah, I'll most likely be here. I was just telling Leslie that I was like, oh no, this video dropped. This means I'm gonna be up all night now because people are gonna want to be talking about this.
Right.
All day and night.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I mean, if something comes up, what have you, and I can't, I'll shoot you a message, and we'll get something figured out. We'll do it again sometime when we got time to just go over everything.
Yep. All right, sounds good, brother.
All right, buddy, I appreciate it. I'm gonna jump, and I'll talk to you after a while. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate the support. Yep.
Forth there. Okay. There we go. Something forward, and we can watch that again. Something forward.
So, what did he just flip out there? What is that? I want you to watch very carefully. They said that he had a rifle in 2 different pieces. This is what they told you. They swore this under oath, that the shooter had a rifle, disassembled Mauser 30-06, in his legs, in his pant legs, in his skinny jeans, and that is why he was hobbling. They told you that he assembled it using the screwdriver with Tyler Robinson's DNA on the roof. Then they told you that he left that screwdriver on the roof. Well, actually, first they told you that it was in the woods. And then they realized that they needed to tie Tyler Robinson to the roof. So magically, the screwdriver moved from the woods to the roof 5 days later. But now what are they going to do? Because now you don't have a shooter assembling anything. It unfolds.
Again, something forward.
Look how quick it was. Watch. See how fast it is? Boom. 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 It unfolds. Now, I don't know that that's a gun. I don't know what it is. I can tell you that it is not a disassembled 30-06 Mauser. I can tell you that with 1,000% certainty. I can tell you that he did not assemble it with a screwdriver.
Thing forward. Again.
Look at it slowed down.
But more importantly, that look. There you go. That's that unfolding again. And by the way, if you are listening to this in audio, this is one of these episodes that you actually do have to go watch. So you will have to pivot over to YouTube, to Spotify, somewhere that provides the video, because this is not something that we could just produce on an audio podcast here, unfortunately. But this is going to run. We did have to obviously zoom in and push out those fed timestamps, but see here, I have 10 more seconds here. Okay, he is up.
That was when Charlie Kirk was no longer with us. Did you see a muzzle flash? Did you see a recoil? You didn't. I would argue that what we just witnessed is more akin to a folding AR platform. That the wound that we see, and now I am not disavowing any other mode or means of assassination here. I actually believe that they wanted to make sure that the job got done, and there was probably contingencies to ensure that that happened. Because you don't want to mess it up. You don't want to not have it go work, right? If you're going to do something of this level. So I would argue what we were observing, in my opinion, is a folding AR. Maybe not one of, our boys, but it's something similar at the very least. And I would argue that the wound is consistent with a smaller caliber 223, 5.56. I've heard a lot of different suggestions as to what they could be. And, anyways, that is definitely not a weapon that was, you can see, they said it took 3 minutes to assemble the gun, right? Look how long this takes.
We can watch that again. Something forward.
Look at that.
Again.
Even if he was assembling it right now, okay, from the time he pulls it out,
there you go. That's that.
Is 57 seconds. So let's see. He is positioning.
And by the way, if you are listening to this in audio, this is one of these episodes that you actually do have to go watch. So you will have to pivot over to YouTube, to Spotify, somewhere that provides the video, because this is not something that we could just produce on an audio podcast here, unfortunately. But this is going to run. We did have to obviously zoom in and push out those fed timestamps, but
Diligent.
see here.
Just please don't.
I have 10 more seconds here.
Right there. So we have at 40. Okay. So at 57 seconds, he lays out the weapon. At 40 seconds, he has taken his shot and he is leaving.
10 more seconds here.
So that is less than a minute. He did not assemble a 30-06 with a screwdriver in less than 60 seconds. That is done. Tyler Robinson did not commit this crime.
Diligent, why are you talking about?
You have
assembly
to.
or
Why are
disassembly?
you interrupting me?
Oh, I thought you stopped.
No, I'm not. I'll let you know when you can speak. So there is. They have a very big problem, because that is not what they described in the courtroom. It's almost like they didn't know Candace had this evidence. Or was it Candace that had this evidence? What if it was a group of citizen journalists that were pitching in and sharing evidence with each other and sharing evidence with other people who weren't citizen journalists? And those people were sharing it with other people who weren't citizen journalists. And what if they didn't have any kind of electronic communications tracking them when they were sharing all this evidence? It was all air gapped. What if it all had a kill switch? Damn. That would really suck if you were trying to pull off a high level assassination and cover up. That would be really horrible. That would be really shitty to have to deal with, not knowing who had what anywhere or any way of tracking it whatsoever. Damn, that would suck. How big is it? How many people? How much evidence? Who all is implicated? It's going to be a very, very interesting week, everybody. Go ahead, Lune, and then we will go to Mitch.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Well, for one, like you said, no changing. They don't. I mean, that alone, they testified that he changed on top of the roof. Didn't isn't that something that the police officer also mentioned on the roof?
Correct.
And then so that alone.
Yeah, what happened to that? The changing of the clothes on the roof. Oh man, the judge. Oh man, the judge is not gonna like this. The judge is not gonna like this. They don't have their case together. Their case is cooked.
Alone just blows their whole story. But I was going to ask you, when you had paused it and you'd shown that angle of the man laying on his belly right before he took the shot and then got up and ran, or quote unquote took a shot, if you can somehow do a side by side.
This was a bad week for Andy. Reggie, this is a bad week for Andy to take a vacation. They love to put out hit pieces on Candace and tweet and all that about Candace when she's on vacay. So she turns around and does the same thing. This is bad. Oh, it's funny.
For the other video that Candace had given to her, that remember the man that she had spoken to, who had seen the guy in tactical gear. I think, to be honest, I think that would have been the same time where he had seen the guy on his belly. It just looked like that to me from that angle.
Wait, what?
So the video that Candace got a while ago, and from the man who claimed that he had never gotten questioned by the FBI, of someone in tactical gear on the roof. Remember, you could see him kind of crawling on his belly a little bit. That looked like the same angle as this video that you're showing right now, right before he took the shot. So
I
was
mean,
just wondering if you could
this
do a
shows
side by
this
side.
is not the same angle.
It's not okay.
No, this is from the camera that we've been seeing everything on.
No. I know it's not the same angle. What I'm saying is he would have a different angle from a different view because he was on the ground. So all I'm saying is, to me, it looks like the same person that he had said he saw in the black tactical gear.
It is the same person.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So
There's
if you
no
do
way
a
it could not
side-by-side-
be the same person.
If you do a side by side with that video along with this video, I feel like it should give a clearer view to other people. Like, look at this. Look at the comparison. Same person.
Yeah, I mean, it's irrefutable anyways. Because that
Right.
they're both right before Charlie Kirk got shot, right? Like, okay, Mitch.
So why are we having a discussion about assembly or not assembly? The testimony was that he carried it down his bike pant, and there is no.
Because
I'm sorry. Why?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Not with you. The
You don't have to
testimony.
be nasty.
Interrupting someone is nasty to begin with
Just
here.
say what you got to say. I will moderate the space.
Thank you so much. The testimony is from Hull that he carried it down his pant leg. I believe it was a modified Mauser with a shorter barrel and a shorter stock. The exact length, I don't know exactly, but a standard one I think is 40 inches. It's not that hard to carry that down a pant leg, and that pretty is clear. You could sort of see the outline of something down his pant leg. So there was no assembly on the roof.
That's not what the officer testified.
No, he actually testified there was no assembly on the roof.
That's not what he testified.
Go to the transcript.
They
Find me where it
testified
says
that he
assembly
used
on
the
the roof.
screwdriver to assemble it on the roof.
Not to assemble the rifle, maybe to put on the scope, but it doesn't talk about separating
Either way, he
rifle
doesn't
from
assemble the scope either.
I'm not talking about assembling the rifle in the way that you're discussing it.
There's only one way you assemble the rifle.
No, you could add putting on a stock as part of the assembly. There's no testimony.
You either assemble it on the roof or you do not.
There's no testimony at all that the barrel was separated from the stock. There's no
Mitch,
testimony to
there
that.
was assembling with a screwdriver. That's why they said the screwdriver was on the roof. I don't care what he used the screwdriver for. He didn't use the screwdriver in this video. What is your argument?
There is no testimony of assembly on the roof. Find me with the transcript. I'm looking in the transcript right now.
Goodness.
No,
I'm
it's
looking
fine.
at-
It's fine. Let's humor
Just
him.
read it.
Let's humor
Right,
him.
let's read it.
Let's humor him. Okay, we can all humor Mitch. Fine. I'll look it up. Now that's why
Was
it
this
wasn't
day
working.
one or day two?
Leslie, you back?
I just don't remember. Which one was
Hush,
it?
hush, bro, hush. I'm doing you a favor.
Oh, I appreciate your favors.
Okay. Grok, did anyone testify in the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing that the murder weapon was assembled on the roof to any degree? If so, what?
Hold. Conducting audit for high profile incident.
Do a web
No
search.
Do what?
Bro, why isn't she looking? Grok, answer my question.
I'm on it. No one testified that the murder weapon was assembled on the roof. The Mauser Model 98.30-06 was recovered from nearby woods, not the roof.
What was the testimony on the screwdriver then?
It just tested. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so for the screwdriver, former UVU officer Christopher Bagley testified he found a red and black screwdriver on the Losi Center roof near the sniper perch while securing the scene after the shooting. Sergeant Jennifer Fulmuina confirmed it was collected from the rooftop. FBI DNA analyst Amanda Backer testified the screwdriver had a mixed DNA profile with very strong support for Robinson as the major contributor, about 89%, and Lance Twiggs as the minor contributor, about 11%. The defense cross-examined Backer on mixture interpretation and degradation. No
Grok.
testimony.
Grok, is there, wait, recap, or I mean, I'm sorry, look at the transcripts for the testimony of the shooter's movements on the roof. Is there a crawl mentioned once?
Yes, the crawl is mentioned. Investigator David Hull testified that surveillance footage showed a person, identified as Robinson, running across the Losi Center rooftop and then crawling to the corner around
Did he
12:22.
describe a military crawl?
No, investigator David Hull did not describe a military crawl. He testified the individual ran across the Losi Center rooftop to the southwest corner, crouched down, and then crawled to the corner before lying prone.
Ran to the corner, ran across, ran to the corner, then crouched down, then laid prone. Was a military. I want you to scan Diligent Denizens pin post, examine the maneuver, and tell me if that maneuver, that military lateral crawl, is described ever in any of the presented evidence or testimony in the Tyler Robinson case thus far.
I'll pull the latest from Diligent Denizens.
Do a web
pin
search, then
post.
answer.
Pulling the latest web data now. Hold. Conducting audit. The military lateral crawl is not described in any presented evidence or testimony in the Tyler Robinson case.
If you want, I can read from the transcript directly.
I mean, I don't. Did you get it printed out? Or you? No, bro. They got Mitch. They got Mitch a printout with bullet points.
Just Google
ready
search
to go.
Tyler
I mean, it's been
preliminary
1
hearing day
hour.
2. Like, this doesn't take and like search the word crawl. This isn't like some genius printing whatever.
Go
I'll
ahead.
read it.
Go ahead and read it.
Agent Hall, 1 hour 56.06. I, from the observation, would show that he's carrying an object in his hand that's concealed or in a bag, and it is long and has the appearance, based on my training and experience, it could be a firearm. This is Nestor. But do you see a gun anywhere? The actual gun? Agent Hull. In the video? Miss Nestor. Yeah. Agent Hull. No. Miss Nestor. All right. And did anybody that was driving on Campus Drive that day?
No commentary at the moment, guys. Just letting you guys watch this. Diligent is breaking it down. And we'll probably do some other stuff tonight. I'll be hanging out with you guys for a while. I appreciate everybody who tuned in. We probably got to get the likes up. Most likely, if you're liking the content and my debates and stuff in the past, I uploaded a new debate today as well by me and MRE for my bug out plan and my bunker plan. I appreciate it. Let me keep going with this. I might fast forward to the live. We'll see.
They report to you other investigative.
Angle, look. See? Flat on the top, curved and tapered on the other side. Just like here, because this is where the stock is angled.
Sorry.
All right, so
Cowgate. I got it.
Anyways, you can see, look, see how the top of it is flat like a rifle case would be? You see how the other end of it is tapered like a soft rifle case is? I will pull it up if you don't believe me. Let me do that. I can do that. Okay. Soft.
To get it, people, anybody asking to get into the discussion, I welcome it. I like the discussion. You can join the panel. I do not gatekeep the conversations whatsoever. If in the description of this live stream, there is a StreamYard link. You don't need a camera. You don't need to sign up for anything. Click the link. You can join and we can chat. I'm going to make some food while you guys watch this. I'll be listening as well. And there's a lot to break down. We still haven't even broke down the Andrew Wilson debate with Stu Peters. And I also haven't seen Stu stream tonight. So I got to double check that if he'll be streaming. So might be in for a long one tonight. You guys are putting me to work. So get the likes up. I appreciate it. Share it. If you guys don't have money totally understandable. Share this with your friends, your rich friends that have money who are Fed sloppers if you want. That might be a good plan.
Rifle case. Right there. That is what it looks like. Maybe not exactly that. This looks a little narrower, but you see how they're shaped? They're tapered on one end. They're flat on the top. They're rounder right here because this is where the stock is angled. This is where your scope sits, so it has to be wider, right? Look at this. It's exactly what it looks like. Looks like a rifle case. Looks like a black rifle case. It's exactly what that looks like. Look at the big strap.
So this is interesting, but Stu is live now. I do want to cut over to Stu since he is live. I missed him at the beginning. Just because you guys were here for the debate, we can always get back to this roof crawl. I think we're on the same page with the roof crawl that this seemed to be, in my opinion, a military operation. Stu might have started. He's only been live for a little bit. He'll probably talk about the debate, I'm guessing. So let me share that.
Well, what a train wreck that was. Did you guys watch whatever that was? I guess we're calling that a debate. I mean, first of all, that wasn't a debate. You know, Andrew Wilson came on and he gave us the Fed slop narrative. That's what he told us. He told us what Kash Patel has told us. He told us what Turning Point USA has told us. He told us what Kash Patel's FBI has said. He told us what the Fox News channel has told us. That is the Fed slop narrative. That is what he told us. He brought no new evidence, obviously, that Tyler Robinson should be executed for murdering Charlie Kirk. And he didn't really want to talk about evidence. You know, he wants proof. That's what he wants. He wants a definitive statement from Stu Peters on the air right now that it was Erica Kirk in the kitchen with the dagger and that she still has blood under her big G ring. You know, is anybody here convinced after watching whatever that train wreck was? Have you changed your mind? Was it definitely Tyler Robinson from the rooftop of the Losi building with his lazy eye and his grandfather's stolen 30-06? He wanted to talk about confessions. Who wrote them? The timeline doesn't match up. You don't want to talk about that. The fact is, there is a confession. How do you know that? Because the FBI has told you, here's a confession, and this is how it reads. And this is when it was sent. Well, the problem with that confession is that it was sent after Tyler Robinson was already in custody and his phone had been taken from him. He wants to talk about DNA. Lance Twiggs' DNA is all over this. He was interviewed twice by the feds and he was given immunity, whereas Tyler Robinson's DNA was enough to call him a patsy and put him on trial and execute him. You know, these are the pieces of evidence. Well, there was a rifle. Okay, well, how did it get there? Is there any video of Tyler Robinson bringing the rifle on the rooftop? Well, but he said that he killed Charlie Kirk. No, he didn't. He said, I did it. Who wrote that? Again, when was that written? What we do know from the preliminary hearings is that Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson lied. We do know that Officer Tatum lied. We do know that no cameras were allowed there that day, and they came out and they said that they saw 4K video, that it was case closed. Why did they do that? As I was trying to explain to Andrew Wilson, it was because everything that they had presented was changing nobody's mind. Nobody suddenly believes that Tyler Robinson is guilty after those preliminary hearings. They have a problem on their hands. Andrew Wilson had to admit early on that he was paid by Turning Point USA. Immediately after he was paid by Turning Point USA, what did we learn? That he no longer thought Erica Kirk was effing retarded, but now it was Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. The only person who has flipped into now believing as a result of this federal narrative, the Fed slop narrative, the Kash Patel, Turning Point USA, federal government narrative, the Fox News narrative, the only person who's changed their mind after watching the preliminary hearings and seeing the totality of the evidence that's been presented by the prosecution, whose burden, by the way, it is to prove that there is enough evidence, there's sufficient enough evidence to put Tyler Robinson on trial for his life. And the only person in the entire world that I know of that's changed their mind based on that is the guy who's been paid by Turning Point USA, Andrew Wilson. That wasn't a debate. And this is why I said, guys, from the very beginning, there is no upside for me in doing this debate. I said that on the phone this morning. I've been having this conversation all day. There's no upside for me having this debate with Andrew Wilson. He doesn't have any evidence that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. He has the federal narrative. He has the Fed Slop, Gary Melton, Paramount Tactical, Kash Patel, Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk, Andrew Colvett narrative. He's like, well, you have no proof. It's not incumbent upon me to bring proof. What about evidence? We talk about evidence on this show every single day. It's all we do on this show is talk about evidence. Going back all the way 6 years, it was evidence of COVID-19. It was evidence of a bioweapon. It was evidence of a mass murder and genocide run by the military-industrial complex. We talk about evidence here. We've been doing that for 6 years. We've been doing that since September 10th. We have been talking about evidence. He was coming on here to try to entrap me into a defamation lawsuit because there's an absolute panic that nobody believes these people. Nobody believes Erica Kirk. Nobody believes Andrew Colvett. These people work together along with Gary Melton, who's a defense contractor who got hundreds of thousands of dollars immediately after Charlie Kirk was killed. He's never before had one. Suddenly he has one. And then this is the guy that's working with Andrew Colvett to run point on the Erica Kirk alibi from the Mitch Snow testimony. Speaking of evidence, isn't that really all that we talk about? Evidence? That's evidence. That's first-person eyewitness testimony from Mitch Snow. Is there any first-person eyewitness testimony that we heard in?
Hey guys, I just got word that Allie Files, those of you who know Allie Top Files, she'll be on Stu Peters tonight during this episode. So we're going to keep it here. And I will have my comments shortly.
In the preliminary hearings, was there any first-person eyewitness testimony? Yes, I saw Tyler Robinson shoot Charlie Kirk. I saw Tyler Robinson running around with a rifle in his pants. I saw him limping around. Sometimes it was on this leg, sometimes it was on that leg. I saw Tyler Robinson limping. I saw him going to the Losi building. I saw him scaling it like Spider-Man. I saw him shooting Charlie Kirk. The only person who has said that they saw Tyler Robinson shoot Charlie Kirk was lying. They came out of that closed door, no camera hearing on the Friday of the preliminary hearings, and they said, I saw Tyler Robinson shoot him. I saw it. I saw it. It was crystal clear. It is case closed. I saw it. And they were lying. That's the only first-person eyewitness testimony that we have, is testimony from Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson giving a first-person eyewitness testimony that they saw a video that they didn't see. Other than that, there is no first-person eyewitness testimony of Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. His parents haven't testified that he confessed to them. There's been no U.S. Marshal who has testified that he confessed to him or her. There has been no minister or faith leader that has testified during these preliminary hearings that Tyler Robinson confessed. There's been no first-person eyewitness testimony that Tyler Robinson is in any way connected to the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. There's none. There's a whole lot of evidence to support Mitch Snow's first-person eyewitness testimony. Talk about it here all the time. He said that he saw Erica Kirk along with somebody who looks a whole lot like Cabot Phillips at the Candlewood Inn and Suites on September 8th in the lobby 2 days before Charlie Kirk was killed. He says that he saw Brian Harpole on the 9th, the day before Charlie Kirk was killed. That is first-person eyewitness testimony. It can't be disproven. It hasn't been disproven. The more evidence that we look at, the more data that we unpack, the more substantiated that first-person eyewitness testimony evidence actually becomes. He wanted me to make the assertion because he wants to use Harmeet Dillon's law firm. Turning Point wants to drag me into court, and they want to use Erica Kirk's $1 billion to sue me into oblivion by saying it was Erica Kirk in the study with the candlestick. They want me to make a definitive claim. He was talking in circles. He's paid by Turning Point. It wasn't a debate. Nobody left there saying, I now believe Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's 30-06 that had dust in the barrel. Oh, well, what happens in the woods? Dust gets in barrels. That's what happens in the woods. Dust gets in barrels. That's his evidence. That's enough to kill Tyler Robinson. And if you don't believe that, if you have evidence, if you have data, and you discuss every single day that evidence, and you discuss every single day that data, that only substantiates more and more that Tyler Robinson did not, in fact, kill Charlie Kirk. He didn't shoot him. He's not responsible for his death. He didn't plan it. He didn't orchestrate it. He's not covering it up. The guy hasn't even pled guilty. If he confessed, why not? There's been no plea here. This hasn't gone to trial. They don't want to talk about evidence. They want to talk about proof. Unless, of course, it's proof that Tyler Robinson, in fact, shot Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's 30-06. But he wants me to give him proof that what Mitch Snow said is true. We can talk about the overwhelming evidence that what Mitch Snow said is true, that he saw who he said that he saw when he was on Fort Huachuca in the Candlewood Inn and Suites, when he stumbled across on the 9th this meeting that he said Brian Harpole was in, various other people were in. There's a whole lot of evidence to suggest that's true. We brought up the Google image searches. We brought up the fake alibi. Why would you work with Gary Melton, the guy who took $200,000 as a defense contractor from the federal government, coincidentally, right after Charlie Kirk was killed? And this is the guy who's running point on the PR narrative, working for Andrew Colvett, working with Andrew Colvett to show an alibi that Erica Kirk provided with the wrong day on it. I definitely wasn't on Fort Huachuca. Here's somebody else's kids. Here's kids that do not at all look like Charlie Kirk's kids. They look completely different in age. They look completely different, period. Then they were Google image searched on Fort Huachuca. That data comes out. That's evidence. That's what you compile throughout an investigation. You compile evidence. There is overwhelming evidence that Andrew Colvett is linked directly to Fort Huachuca because he was Google image searched from their wall. How do you know it was from Fort Huachuca? Well, Sierra Vista is the home of Fort Huachuca. 85% of the population that lives in Sierra Vista in one way or another serves Fort Huachuca. And we can come back to the Google image search data and why it's relevant. There's a whole lot of other evidence that we've talked about. We've talked about DOD contracts. That's evidence. The DOD had a $440,000 contract to produce what they called anti-personnel micro-explosives just ahead of Charlie Kirk's death. That is evidence. When you consider the evidence in its totality, that is evidence. That went to Accurate Energetic Systems. We have evidence that Accurate Energetic Systems no longer exists because it blew up and everybody inside is now dead. We have evidence that the crime scene no longer exists because it was dug up. 10 inches of earth was removed. We have no idea where it went. We've asked Utah Valley University. They said that they won't tell us that. You're not allowed to know that. You're not allowed to know where the sod went. There's evidence that then the completed order for the micro-explosive, the anti-personnel micro-explosive, went to Crane. Crane is the base that specializes in drone swarms, drone technology, and microelectronics. Well, going back to the Google image search data that places Andrew Colvett directly adjacent to Fort Huachuca, it says that he is directly connected to Fort Huachuca. Along with those Google image searches, somebody in Sierra Vista wanted to know what Andrew Colvett looked like. They also wanted to know what Johnny Moore looked like. They also wanted to know what the text from Crane looked like. So people, 15% of the population here, in the run-up to the murder of Charlie Kirk, want to know all of the people that would fit perfectly into a procurement pipeline, a textbook procurement pipeline for a device that could be used, an anti-personnel micro-explosive device fitted in a microelectronic like a Rode lavalier microphone to kill someone like Charlie Kirk. There is all kinds of evidence that all of these things are true. There is evidence that high-ranking government officials were on Fort Huachuca because we have the open source SAM flight data. We have Special Air Mission Flight 702. that flew out of Fort Huachuca the day ahead of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Who was on it? Bradley Hansel, the Undersecretary of War. That is a high-ranking government official. There is evidence that high-ranking government officials were on Fort Huachuca immediately before the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There is also evidence that those people, Bradley Hansel specifically, was involved in that perfect procurement pipeline because he was also Google image searched by somebody in Sierra Vista. Couldn't have been anybody on Fort Huachuca. It couldn't have been a plan. It couldn't have been a meeting, as Mitch Snow provided evidence of by way of his first-person eyewitness testimony that has yet to be disproven, debunked, and only continues to be solidified. We have evidence that Turning Point USA aircraft are flying around in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, to small airstrips with no security, with no air traffic control towers, spending 35, 40 minutes on those places, on those airfields, and then leaving and meeting up with Miriam Adelson's aircraft. We have evidence of that. It's open source data. We have evidence that these people are deleting data because 24 hours after Ana Escobar came on with the Google image searches, that data was deleted. We have evidence that these people are lying repeatedly over and over and over again. We have evidence that the Miriam Adelson aircraft that meet up with Turning Point USA aircraft immediately depart those meetings, those rendezvous that last for an hour or two, and then it leaves and goes directly to Tel Aviv in Israel. We have evidence of that. But if you say these things, you have to have 100% proof that what that means is that somebody else, it was Erica Kirk in the study with the revolver. You have to have proof of that. You can't discuss evidence unless you have proof of that. And if you don't have proof of that, then Tyler Robinson definitely killed Charlie Kirk. And that's the proof. The burden games that they play, putting the burden back on the people who are investigating what actually happened to Charlie Kirk, because what Kash Patel tells us, what Gary Melton tells us, what Erica Kirk tells us, what Andrew Wilson tells us, we don't believe you. And after going through everything that we've been through since September 10th, 2025, every single day we unpack more and more evidence that would suggest that this Fed slop narrative of Tyler Robinson with his lazy eye, the transferee lover from the rooftop of the Losi building, is not, in fact, responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk's neck bones of steel. These are not good faith debates.
Hey guys, thanks for joining. Those of you who've jumped on and those of you who've been here from the beginning. Ali Top Files, for those of you who know who she is. Great gal, great investigator, and she will be on Stu Peters tonight. So I'm watching now, and we are a little bit behind, but I wanted to play this live from the beginning. I wanted him to talk about the debate that we watched as well. So that's what's happening now. Not too much commentary to add. Stu's a hard act to follow. Great orator. Great presentation of different points of interest, facts on regarding the case. Love listening to him riff.
These are disingenuous shifts of burden, trying to entrap people into defamation lawsuits so that I can no longer speak out and so everyone else will be afraid to. Because when you show evidence that contradicts the Fed slop narrative, that is very damning to the people who are pushing that narrative. The people who have been caught lying over and over or who have amnesia about what happened on September 10th. The people who were actually there, who worked for Charlie Kirk, who were his brothers in arms, who were his best friends, who loved him, who dragged him to Bill Ackman's mansion. There's more evidence connecting Benjamin Netanyahu to this than there is Tyler Robinson. And there is evidence of crimes. Actually, there's on video evidence of Tara Farnsworth tampering with evidence. How about that evidence? Does anybody want to talk about that evidence? So again, I'm sure that nobody left that debate thinking now all of a sudden it wasn't a debate. It never was. I probably shouldn't have done it, to be honest with you. I knew that it was going to be disingenuous. I knew that he wasn't coming in good faith. I said yesterday before the show, I said on X that I would hope that people would pray for Candace Owens. And that's because I had an epiphany about the implications of all of this. And, you know, it just really hit me hard yesterday when I realized that Candace Owens may have been Charlie Kirk's only real friend his entire life. She may have been his only real friend. He was saying things to her a year and a half ago that are now coming out that he wasn't saying on the record a year and a half ago. He wasn't saying those things publicly a year and a half ago. And when he did publicly start saying those things, we saw what happened. We saw the result. We saw that he was killed. He started talking about a multifaceted occupation. He started naming the secular Jew. He started talking about Jewish donors. And he was telling Candace Owens that he was telling these Jews to go to hell. She has had since September 11th, 2025 to release those, knowing that she had those, and like a G, like a gangster, like a true friend who's genuinely interested in finding out what happened to her friend, she sat on them. She held them. There's a lot more going on here than Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk. There's a lot more going on here than Turning Point USA now being run by Erica Kirk. The implications of this are so far-reaching that they involve Greater Israel. They involve interdiction in Venezuela. They involve double-tapping school children. They involve indictments against Raul Castro and taking action in Cuba. They involve Jeffrey Epstein. And how do we know Jeffrey Epstein? We know Jeffrey Epstein as a prolific child sex trafficking pedophile. That's how we know him. But what was he really? A weapons trafficker? Billions and billions of dollars in weapons being funneled from the United States into Israel to be used to annex the West Bank? The mass slaughter of innocent people so that they can clear the future lands of Greater Israel, so that they can water the future soils of Greater Israel with American blood and Palestinian blood? You know, the implications of this, what's happening on those Turning Point USA jets, meeting up with Miriam Adelson and then going directly to Tel Aviv, going directly to Israel, meeting up with jets that are owned and operated by Miriam Adelson. I don't know if she's on them. Certainly, I don't think that she's flying around with weapons caches. What are they doing? That's evidence. That's evidence of sus behavior, and it's relevant, and it's pertinent, and it's directly related to the murder of Charlie Kirk, in my opinion. There's evidence that that activity rapidly picked up in a post-Charlie Kirk assassination world. They are meeting more frequently, and every single time, it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, 20 or 30 minutes at an airstrip. Every single time, they then go to meet up with an aircraft and spend time on the tarmac with an aircraft owned and operated by Miriam Adelson. And every single time, I'm not talking about once, we're not talking about twice, we are talking about of the instances that were isolated by Ana Escobar 24 to 27 times, and every single time Miriam Adelson's jet leaves, her Boeing 737 leaves and goes directly to Israel. What do we know about Ro Khanna? He came back and he said that he was dumbfounded about all the American firearms that were in the hands of Israeli warfighters, the IDF. Where are they coming from? How easy is it to get weapons to the settlers so that they can continue their annexation of the West Bank and their steamrolling of the Middle East? There is so much at stake here that the implications of this are so far-reaching, almost unfathomable, and it occurred to me yesterday. That makes Candace Owens really dangerous for these people. And, you know, it just occurred to me also that she has said that she was told that it should have been her. And if Candace Owens held on to for a year and a half text messages that were very relevant to the conversation, as these people were completely trying to rewrite who Charlie Kirk was, that he was throw down your phone, daddy's home, Shabbat Shalom. That's who Charlie Kirk was, according to Erica, according to Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett, according to Jack Posobiec and Tyler Boyer. That's who Charlie Kirk was, according to Rob McCoy, who said that Mikey McCoy was covered in blood and acted heroically, according to Mikey McCoy, who just didn't look shocked at all and just walked away on his phone. There is evidence on video all over the place that contradicts the Fed slop narrative that Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty and used his grandfather's rifle to shoot Charlie Kirk. The implications of this, and honestly, please pray for Candace, because this is far beyond. And I'm not minimizing the death of Charlie Kirk. I think it's tragic. He absolutely did not deserve to lose his life. And I think that it's horrific for his children and for his family. I think that it's awful and it's tragic and it's devastating in every way. But this goes far beyond that. I mean, we're talking about weapons trafficking. We're talking about the establishment of the conquest of Greater Israel, the Middle Eastern superstate that will kill everybody in its way and roll in the AI-driven super surveillance state throughout everywhere outside of Greater Israel's borders. You know, the tech native America.
Yeah, so obviously Stu's going to get me kicked off YouTube, so enjoy this channel while you can, but streaming Stu's show is probably a bad look, but clearly he's a smart guy.
The North American superstate, everybody else will be enslaved or entrapped by the people whose conquest is Greater Israel. It's their stated goal. That's what's on the line here. So, well, there's evidence that he was there. He's on video. Oh, really? Is he on video? What about this? Is this him? Is this the person that they tell us is Tyler Robinson? Is that him? Which one is it? Which one is Tyler Robinson? Is it the one with the shorts on, or is it the one with the pants on? Is it the one with the blue backpack or the one with the black backpack? Is it the one with the maroon shirt? Is it the one with the black long sleeve? Is it the guy who looks like he's wearing glasses? Is it the guy who does? Is it the guy walking with a limp on his left leg or a guy walking with a limp on his right leg? Both of these people have been presented to us by the feds as being the same person. This is Tyler Robinson on September 10th. This is a photo that was used by Baron Coleman. It was first made publicly available by the great work of the Alley Files, who you will find on X, who's been doing great work presenting all kinds of evidence. A YouTube channel, an X account. I've had conversation with the Alley Files, and both of them join us now. So, I mean, I don't know. If you heard the debate, you know. I mean, looking at pictures like this and questioning it, well, do you have proof? Well, hold on a second. You're saying that this might not be Tyler Robinson. Do you have proof that Mitch Snow saw Erica Kirk on Fort Huachuca? If not, then this guy shot Charlie Kirk. That's the burden of proof. That is the good faith debate that Andrew Wilson brought here, which is why I said from the very beginning there was no upside. What say you?
Hello. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
Hi,
of course.
Steve. Thank you for having us. That debate, I can't even call it a debate. I thought you came there ready to debate facts, and it seemed like he just wanted to goof around and figure out how to pronounce Fort Huachuca. It didn't seem very authentic. I don't think he was there for the right reasons. And you said it pretty well. It's like he just came there just to continue pushing a certain narrative, and he wasn't willing to have open discourse with you. At least that's what I take away after watching what I saw today. So,
and none of these people will. Their response to me asking, hey, Andrew Colvett, why were you being Google image searched? When were you on Fort Huachuca? It's not isolated. He's not alone. It's not some made up far-reaching conspiracy theory. It's every single person, and according to a timeline that coincides with special air mission flights that were landing and departing from Fort Huachuca. One of them, which departed Fort Huachuca, that was SAM 702. We know that Bradley Hansel was on that, but who else was? Why won't they tell us that? You know, was it J.D. Vance's chief of staff? Was he on that plane? Who was the SAM that was on board that plane? Who was aboard SAM 112 on October 10th when Accurate Energetic Systems was blowing up? Who was on this flight? Why did they take the scenic route over Eastern Tennessee instead of going straight from Fort Huachuca to Joint Base Andrews.
We don't talk about that.
Does that mean that you have proof that what Mitch Snow said is real? Because if not, then Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's stolen 30-06, and he should be executed. And you should be sued for considering other evidence that just continues to stack up on top of the lies, that continue to stack up on top of the deception and the mistruths and mischaracterizations and new people coming out of the woodwork and the doxing that's going on. I actually jotted this name down. Who's this guy? Sean Campbell, who works with Turning Point USA, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
They follow him. He did drone work for them. He's doxed my daughter. He's doxed me. He's doxed Leah Files. He's doxed many of content creators that are helping right now. ADN, American Discourse News. He's just put out her coordinates where she lives. And I think that he is part of something that he can't be taken down off X, that's for sure.
And he's in the same orbit with a lot of people that are pushing a certain narrative, as we know, and that just makes that very suspicious as well. These people come out of nowhere, and they're attacking and making things personal. They're going after people's children.
Yeah.
And this is just completely unacceptable.
So let me just tell the audience about this Sean Campbell situation, because we just kind of jumped into who this guy is. This Sean Campbell, and I want to know more about what you know about his connections to Turning Point USA, but Sean Campbell, people like, speaking of evidence, the Leah Files. Leah Files has been bringing evidence that these people are financial criminals or involved in some sort of fraudulent criminality. There is evidence of that. By the way, she's going to be on with us tomorrow. Make sure that you join us tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern for the Leah Files, who's coming on. But I think Sean Campbell went after her first. Sean Campbell has doxed her family. Now kids are involved, her daughter. Sean Campbell has been in Ana Escobar's chats after Ana Escobar has appeared on this program to bring Fort Huachuca Google image search data that they have no argument for other than to block me on X and post a 20-year-old booking photo of me.
Ridiculous.
And it's not just Andrew Colvett, by the way, who's directly connected to Fort Huachuca by way of these Google image searches. It's the driver of the SUV from September 10th being Google image searched. So are you telling me there's no way, what are you implying here? How could you suggest that that Google image search was done by military personnel on Fort Huachuca? So along with the people from Crane who deal in drones, which by the way, you found, you have pictures of that, which you have sent me. People have seen these photographs of drones all over the place on September 10th. They deal in microelectronics. It looks to me like Charlie Kirk was blown off of his stool by a weaponized lavalier microphone with a shape charge outfitted inside of it. And I can follow a trail of evidence that substantiates that. Evidence like the DoD contract, evidence like Accurate Energetic Systems, which happens to no longer exist, and everybody that worked there is dead. Crane's involvement with that. Crane people being Google image search. All of this stuff is just a coincidence, and it just happens to all be originating from Sierra Vista, but you have no way of proving that any of this, in fact, substantiates first-person eyewitness testimony, which is evidence of a meeting on the 9th with high-ranking government officials, which we, again, have evidence were there and present by their own admission. Mitch Snow was detained by a relative of Blake Neff. You can't even make this up. Blake Neff, who's wargaming for the Marine Corps, who never served in the military at all whatsoever. There is more animalic activity, more bizarre activity, more lies, more mistruths, more evidence that something else entirely happened other than Tyler Robinson shooting and killing Charlie Kirk. Then there is evidence that supports that. And the evidence that they have, nobody buys it. He brought nothing. And so when Sean Campbell sees people like the Leah Files exposing crimes of moral turpitude, crimes of financial malfeasance, potential fraud, what happens? Her daughter is attacked, doxxed by Sean Campbell. You, same thing. Same thing happens to you. Ana Escobar comes on this show.
On a live stream. I was live streaming, and they made a picture of her, put her first and last name, came into my live stream, said inappropriate comments in my live stream, And when I was on the Louisiana Girl Space with Blake Neff and Gary, Sean Campbell was in there and he put it in the purple pill, all these pictures of me, where I'm from, my partner here. And the next day it was even worse. So anytime I did a YouTube video, they were there. So like trying to stop me, basically. And my daughter's a singer. I'm not like, she's been on American Idol. She's like in the public eye. So I don't care. Like it is what it is. But at the same time, it's still my daughter.
And that's what these people do if you bring evidence that connects different people to different places at different times, to Fort Huachuca, to Miriam Adelson aircraft rendezvous at several different airfields in the middle of the day after coming from airfields in the middle of the night, spending 20 or 30 minutes there. When you bring pictures of Tyler Robinson and you say, hold on a second, this is the guy that they're calling Tyler Robinson. That's what you did. You brought this. Now, all of a sudden, you're being doxxed. That's what these people do. They threaten lawsuits. They tie people up in lawsuits. They send people that look a whole lot like Dan Flood to the residence of Mitch Snow in the run-up to him being served in a lawsuit initiated by Harmeet Dillon's law firm on behalf of Brian Harpole to try to figure out what it is that Candace Owens and Mitch Snow have on his phone, videos, pictures from Fort Huachuca on September 8th and September 9th, and to scare the hell out of everybody else from asking questions and presenting evidence, real evidence.
He's put a lot on the line, Mitch Snow. He's put everything on the line, I think. He didn't have to do what he did. So
Yeah, he didn't have to come forward. He didn't have to present his information at all. And ever since he has, his life has been tough. Like he's been going through quite a bit. And the same with his wife. And all he wanted to do was try to be a good American citizen and come forward with something that he saw, and that's something that, you always want people to do. If you see something wrong, come forward and point it out and go, hey, this was not right. These people look suspicious. They could have been a part of something, and we need to look at this. We need to talk about this and investigate this. And because he did that, he's been under a huge amount of attacks ever since December, ever since he first spoke out.
lots of stress, I assume.
Yeah, and he's a great person. When you have a conversation with him, outside the social media space, he's just an average guy. Like he's just a guy just trying to live his life and be a good citizen. And this is how he was repaid for that, and it's pretty disgusting, to be honest.
Yeah,
we have evidence of shards of glass in the SUV. We have evidence that there were probably shards of glass everywhere. There are pictures of this SUV. We have seen them, and then you brought, which reminds me, you brought these pictures of the SUV, and now you have a development on this SUV. What do you have on this?
I have Mike. So this is Michael Vina, 27. He's the one who gave the pictures to Candace before she went on her emergency. She did an emergency live, and then she posted some pictures, not these ones.
And then went on her vacation.
And then she went on her vacation. He posted on Thursday night, before she went live. He posted everything. He posted the plate number. He posted the whole SUV. He posted inside out, the most clearest images that you can possibly imagine. When Candace went live, I just went to go look for more SUV pictures online because I said, oh, I wonder when December happened, she posted pictures. So I was looking, I stumbled upon his post. And I said, what is that? That is the plate number. And I quickly said, can you DM me? And I went live on it. I asked a couple of friends. She knows who she is. Sending her a wish right now. So she knows who she is. She helped me too. And I said, there's the plate number. Right away, I posted the plate number on my ex. I immediately went live on it, and I asked him to DM me. He did. He saw that I was live. He came into my live stream. I brought him up on stage, all on live time. I think I had like 3,000 people there. I never had that in my life. So everybody was in there helping, trying to find the Carfax. I got M from X. I got Mia. all this crowdsource helping, even Project Constitution, everybody helping. Like, oh my God, Allie, where did you get this? I got it from Mike. Mike is a barber in Utah. His client was at this site here, the auction, where the SUV turned up on September 16th, and he provided the metadata, he provided everything.
Evidence.
And yes,
He
evidence.
provided evidence.
Evidence where people didn't believe me at first. I got a lot of hate for showing this, and I did 2 live streams on it. I had Tornado Alley, I had Dankster Intel. We all, as a collaborative community, figured stuff out about this car. Where is it? It was a rental from California. It was driven to Utah. It was purchased. Then this happened. Then it was shipped. It was auctioned off. Well, it was cleaned up, auctioned off, sold December 16th. December 26th, it went back to California, to Jessup Autos, to get, oil change and all that. And from there, Dankster Intel helped us, and it went to a Georgian website, Russia, or an Egyptian website.
And we're still trying to pin that down, but it did spend some time in General Motors in Harding, out in the West Coast in Cali.
Yeah.
And it was being held in a separate lot, we found out, and for some reason it tagged as investigation. So it's very weird that it can be removed from Utah and brought to California and then placed under some kind of hold that we're still trying to identify.
So when Candace went to Russia, I said, oh my God, she went to go buy the SUV. Like, we even said that on my live stream. I go, is that why she's there? If she went to Russia, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But Jessup Auto in California said they don't have the SUV. They just serviced it. So they serviced it December 26th. And then from there, we don't know where it went.
Which is totally normal. And, if you don't have proof, that somehow suggests some sort of a cover-up, then Tyler Robinson definitely shot Charlie Kirk. That would be Andrew Wilson's argument. This is not evidence. I know that you're not criminal investigators, or are you? Do you have a history in being a criminal investigator?
Always wanted to be, but no, I did.
And I don't think that you have to be. And I think it's disingenuous at best to not admit that this isn't typical. This isn't normal. This is not what you do with a vehicle that was used in the commission of a crime. This is not what you do with a vehicle that transported a murder victim to a hospital where, by the way, nobody at Timpanogos Regional Hospital remembers seeing Charlie Kirk. Nobody in triage, nobody in the emergency room. Nobody anywhere near Timpanogos remembers that.
That's utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's utterly
and
ridiculous.
This is the SUV that Brian Harpole's security detail, which has combat trained combat medics with their bags and everything. That's what they're there for. They're on his team of 12, team of 10, whatever it was.
Yes.
None of them were carrying Charlie Kirk to the SUV. None of them were administering any kind of life-saving efforts at all. None of them were doing CPR inside of this SUV, but it was Frank Turek who tells us that in the last 30 to 40 seconds, they started doing CPR on Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
That's a 5 to 8 minute ride from where it was parked behind Charlie Kirk. In that little walkthrough where we saw Blake Neff standing around when he was there on the advance team. What were you advancing? You arrived minutes before him. Well, that's what I was doing. I was on the advance team. No, it's not what advance teams do. This vehicle was used to transport a murder victim, and not just a murder victim. The murder, again, the most consequential political assassination of our lifetime that was done in broad daylight, and nobody believes anything that happened. And there was a rushed effort not only to get rid of and clean up and destroy the crime scene, but to get rid of evidence like the SUV. The crime scene no longer exists. The SUV no longer exists.
I asked Blake Neff in the space. I had an opportunity and everybody was excited, of course. Like, he was in Louisiana Girls space. And I'm like, why is this guy here and Paramount Tactical here? Like, right after the court hearing, you're in a space with us people? So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to ask him a question. I'm like, who drove Charlie? First question, who drove Charlie into the event? Because he's not identified. I have pictures of him, thankfully, to like Charlotte and Muppet and a lot of crowdsourced people. We are trying to identify these people, and I have him on the dash. It says Christopher's iPhone.
And just for
So-
some context, we still have not identified who the security officer was who drove Charlie Kirk to the event. And Ali was able to ask Blake Neff that, and he said he didn't know.
He didn't know who drove Charlie in.
He did not know who was driving his boss to the event that day.
Got me mad, and that's the day I got docked. So I said, "You don't know? How do you not know who drove Charlie into UVU?" I find that very weird. Well, then where did the SUV go? He goes, "I don't know. What do you mean, the one that Charlie was in?" I go, "Yeah, that's the one I'm referring to." And then he goes, "I don't know where it is." I go, "It's auctioned." And he goes, "I heard that." And I said, "Okay, so why is it auctioned?" And he said, "Well, it's not part of the crime scene anymore."
Well, somebody in Sierra Vista, definitely not on Fort Huachuca, though. One of the 15% of the population in Sierra Vista that's unrelated completely from Fort Huachuca. Somebody in Sierra Vista knew who would be driving the SUV to Timpanogos Regional Hospital, and they were interested in that person. Or at least coincidentally, they were interested in the person that we now know drove Charlie Kirk's lifeless body allegedly to Timpanogos Regional Hospital. And that person's Justin Davis, who was also Google image searched
the
day before Charlie was killed from Sierra Vista, but definitely not on Fort Huachuca. And that's not evidence. Do you have proof? Do you have proof that Justin Davis was somehow in on this planning? Do you have proof that he was, maybe, I don't know, taking the weaponized lavalier microphone from Fort Huachuca to the event so that Charlie Kirk could be outfitted with that? Can't just travel around with, explosive devices. Do you have proof that it was? If not, then execute Tyler Robinson, because he definitely shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of SUVs just being gotten rid of, auctioned off?
I said, yeah, I told Blake Neff that. I go, we don't even have, the trial's not even, what do you mean? It's not part of the, there's shrapnels, there's stuff going on in the SUV that.
There was DNA, there was blood, there was shrapnel. That could have been
in crime investigations. And I think we looked it up when Dankster was on our show that, it's in Utah, it's against the law. Actually.
What is that thing?
We haven't identified that yet, and that's a really blurry picture, but we have more.
Well, it's becoming pixelated as I zoom.
Yeah, I have more clear pictures of that. That's just for the metadata. That's just a picture of the metadata, just to show that Mike is not lying. His client took that picture. So that's
on
not
September
just...
16th.
Yep.
6 days. 6 days after Charlie Kirk is murdered, assassinated in front of the entire world on live stream and in front of 3,000 people in live attendance. 6 days after that, 6 days, that SUV is being auctioned off.
Right. So where was it from the 10th to the 16th? I want to know.
a good question.
Where was it?
Totally normal, guys. It's all normal. So I'm getting fat right now. I'm eating. So while I'm getting fat, I see some chats back and forth about, I think some of Andrew's crew is in the chat, which is fine. Believe it or not, some of you probably already know I've talked to Andrew for a long time, watch his show. He's trying to change culture in a positive way. In my opinion, he's obviously wrong on this whole case. And as far as him debating the case, it's a little bit disingenuous. He doesn't know everything about the case. He doesn't know about Fort Huachuca. What are we calling it now? Fort Tecucha? Okay. So some of the things that were discussed during the debate, it's pretty easy to debunk. One, some of the messages were iMessage. Anybody can send that. Lance Twiggs could have sent the iMessages. One of them was an auto message. There's eyewitness that he was 3 hours away when he was supposedly looking for the rifle and making contact with a police officer. A lot of different weird anomalies, but just regards to the text messages that can be sent from anywhere, that can be sent literally from India. You could do iMessage on somebody's laptop. So it's not really, it's obviously circumstantial, very circumstantial. Now, if you had tower data along with that, that's different. What's up, Nadia? Now, that would be different if they had tower data. They could triangulate the towers exactly to know the time where the vicinity where that phone was. It still wouldn't mean it was Tyler. It could be somebody with Tyler's phone. But it's still, at least we know where the phone is. It is odd that we don't have, I think that's why people are suspicious, because we don't have tower data, which is typically what you would have in any kind of homicide. So there's that. And then the other thing was I can't remember, but that was a big point of contention, was the phone stuff. Obviously the fingerprints. First of all, there was a towel with the gun. Why would there even be fingerprints on the firearm if there's a towel involved? You could just like use the towel to wipe the gun down. So there's that. So I think the reason why, for you Fed sloppers, you could say that, okay, Tyler did it. Okay, that's fine. But you also have to admit that it's a poorly run investigation done, the chain of custody issues, and just, again, improper containment and crime scenes, all kinds of stuff that essentially would cause a mistrial or an exoneration, and therefore the guy that you want to get, you can't get. Heather talks about flock cameras. She's right about that. We could have flock cameras, get the actual license plate. So there's nothing really that puts Tyler there, sadly, for the prosecution. So that's the problem with the Fed slopper. So for any Fed slopper saying, "Oh, it must have been Tyler. It has to be. Well, there are people. That's why we're called truthers. Ironically, truthers. Not sure why Fed sloppers would call us truthers. That literally doesn't make sense for you guys if it's not the biggest own to call us truthers. But that's why we actually care to get to the bottom of the thing, the bottom of it. We're not trying to. We don't even know who Tyler is. We don't know these people. You can't prove that we're very interested in seeing these people exonerated. Like, nobody cares. We just care about getting the actual right person.
I can know where
was it? Where was it?
Where was it being held for those few days before it was auctioned off and sent to California? Like, where was it for those 6 days? I guess we are just supposed to assume it was just somewhere safe and everything was being taken care of properly.
No, I think, maybe things were taken out of it. I have no idea. All I know is it wasn't in Utah at that auction site, which is in Magna. It even shows the area. Everything Mike has shown, and he's risking himself, bringing out these pictures. So he's not lying, and it's evidence right there and a lot of people at the auction took pictures. He's not the only one.
Yeah.
Many of them. Imagine if you're working there and a car came in and they said it was Charlie's. Would you not take a picture?
I would. I definitely
And you know
would.
what? Speaking of pictures, if you want to talk about other evidence, what about the picture of Charlie and Erica Kirk and their hands together?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we have pictures of those on multiple occasions, don't we?
We do.
When they were married and when Erica Kirk filmed her husband's casket, I guess that's part of grieving, filmed this interaction with this like cold dead. This is weird. Okay, that's weird. Andrew Wilson will say, well, is that proof? Because if not, that proves Tyler Robinson definitely shot Charlie Kirk. But we have these together, and what does the evidence suggest?
I mean,
it would suggest to me, I got thoughts. What are yours?
I mean, my man is 6'6", and I can show you right now. I'm 6'6", and I might not be Erica's size, but my hands are. And I went on to Mr. Lecko's channel back in, I didn't have a social media or anything, and I went on to a YouTuber's channel. I was trying to get to Baron. Mr. Lecko answered me, and yeah, I showed the pictures of the hands. I said, there's something wrong here. The hands don't match, and they're not in a Christian-like way. They're separated. They're not overlap. And if you see me and Chris is 6'6". Look at me. Stand up, babe.
Okay, let's see your hands. Let's
Yep,
put
and he's
your
gonna
hands
stand
together.
up. He's gonna stand up. Yep. That's my hands, and that's Chris's hands. And I'll show the other side. Yep, there's our hands there. Yeah, that's our hands. So he's 6'6".
These are
yeah.
your hands.
Yep, on the right side.
Chris is 6'6". You are Erica's height.
Yep.
Yes.
Chris is Charlie's height. This is what I would say evidence. You see, evidence is something that you compile when you are making a case. You haven't yet arrived at a conclusion definitively. You have an idea of what might happen. You've got all of the clue cards. You've been in the kitchen. You've been in the dining room. You've been in the study. No, it wasn't done there. I'm really interested in the library. Okay, why? Well, the evidence points me there. I'm really interested in Fort Huachuca. Why? Well, first person eyewitness testimony evidence points me there. Well, what else does? Well, what about open source flight data? What about special air mission flights? What about the government's own admission? What about Blake Neff's relative detaining Mitch Snow? What about photographic evidence?
They're not looking at that, though.
Oh, they don't want to look at that.
But this is the process. This is what you do when you're investigating something is you collect evidence.
Mm-hmm.
This would be something that probably should be collected in evidence.
Her hand is like humongous.
Weird.
Look at that. Like her hand doesn't even, her hand is humongous. Like if you look at the other photo, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
And does this mean that Erica Kirk was in the library, with the lead pipe? No.
We're playing Clue. Oh yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that definitively. You can't make that assertion, but that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to say, well, you've got this evidence. So now say it. Say the words that I have written down here by Turning Point's attorneys. And maybe they weren't written by Turning Point. That's what he said. They weren't written by Turning Point. I don't believe him. I don't believe anybody there. They've lied about everything. They've lied about evidence that they saw to the entire world on Newsmax. He's like, well, you're going to read this right now. I, Stu Peters, emphatically claim, as a matter of fact, that Erica Kirk was in the library with the lead pipe because they want to entrap me into a lawsuit. That's what this was. Yeah. This is what evidence is. What about the evidence that we have of Rob McCoy lying about Mikey McCoy? And that's not all of the evidence that we have of Rob McCoy. You sent another video in which he talks about something completely different. What did that evidence say?
Well, Rob McCoy retired July 2nd of 2025. And there was a speech made, and I sent it to you. Well, we don't have to play it, but it's on my X. And there was a speech made by Charlie Kirk when Rob McCoy retired July 2nd. And they were talking about, right here, Turning Point, not Turning Point Israel, just some kind of pastor project. And
more like a ministry outreach to start speaking to people about Christianity.
Yeah, but he's retiring. He's leaving the Calvary Church, and he's giving it to his son-in-law. I think I forgot what his name is, Miles or something like that. So he left it for his son-in-law. And so this was July 2nd, and the timeline from July to September is very important. And right after this, would have been a couple, like 1 month ago, because Candace showed it on her show, because he was talking about her finances. But he says here that Turning Point Israel will be made, and Charlie Kirk appointed him when he retired to make a Turning Point Israel, basically. And I never heard that. I never heard that in Charlie's speech. And with all those text messages that Candace just put out, I severely doubt that that's what Charlie was going to do. And me and Christine Paquette were also talking about that as well. I was sending her Like she was doing the pastor thing too. I was sending her all this info, and we're both all like, crowdsourcing this and going, what? This doesn't make any sense.
Again, it just seems like they just happen to be putting words, and I'm pardoned for being maybe a little insensitive, but they're putting words in a dead man's mouth, right? He did not say that. You can go and watch that whole video. Not at no point in time did he say this was all about starting Turning Point Israel. And
they have done that all along. They did that with the Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's home, throw it on the phone. They've done that all along. They tried to rewrite who he is, who he was when he was alive.
Making him a martyr.
Yeah, of course, to make him a martyr, to recreate, to make it look like, obviously, he was a shill for Israel up until the last minute. Well, we have evidence. We have evidence, that pesky evidence, again, here it comes again. We have evidence on video of Charlie Kirk naming the Jew. We have evidence of Charlie Kirk on his telegram saying he was going to be forced to leave the pro-Israel cause. We have evidence that he felt like he was going to be killed, and if he were, that it would have been Israel. We have evidence that he was telling Candace Owens that he was telling all these Jews to go to hell.
Yes.
Absolutely. But nobody wants to look at that or listen to that. Nobody wants to look at that
evidence. A lot of
evidence.
people do, but what I'm trying to illustrate here is that the only people who would have watched the interaction, for example, between Andrew Wilson and myself, which obviously this wasn't a debate. He didn't come here to listen to ideas and then say, well, I definitely won. And now everybody really knows for sure that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. It wasn't a debate. It was a trap. And it was the displacement of burden. The burden of proof is not on me. I have provided more evidence that something else happened other than Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk. I have platformed more evidence than anybody has presented saying that Tyler Robinson did, but yet he is on trial for his life. Now, while tragic, again, just like Charlie Kirk, and again, not to minimize, Tyler Robinson's life, Charlie Kirk's life, these people don't care about that when you consider the implications and what happened immediately after the death of Charlie Kirk when they started to rewrite his history, despite the fact that we have evidence, photographic evidence, text message evidence, video evidence that Charlie Kirk, in fact, did not feel that way about Israel anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, he was having an awakening for well over a year. And it almost seems like that was almost trying to be suppressed, because now we're seeing so much come out in the past 6 or 7 months. And I have a feeling it may just be the tip of the iceberg, because you can't hide something that's that important forever. And as we see, it's been coming out, and more that's coming out is painting the clearer picture of what reality really was and is. And it's not what we're being told.
And the implications of it, and who's in danger, and
100%.
What the results will be. You can almost forecast it. And it's not pretty, it's ugly. Speaking of evidence, what about video evidence? What about the flock cameras that are all over the Salt Lake area, all over the Orem and Provo areas? Where is all the flock camera footage of Tyler Robinson? They were fully intact by March of 2025. Utah Valley University, where is the video evidence? They have flock-style systems on their campus for parking enforcement. We've talked about that evidence and the lack thereof. And the video evidence that they tell us, hey, guess what? Here's Tyler Robinson. This is what has been released. What do you notice about this evidence?
I see that white car leaving the screen and going right. It's disappearing, gone. Did you see that?
Just disappeared.
It just went poof.
Magically almost like
gone.
it was magic.
So me and a friend, we found this. There's a timestamp. There's 1 minute, and there you go. Watch that car go. It's going, and all of a sudden, it magically poof disappears. There is 1 minute 16 seconds missing from this video. Where did it go? And this is all from the court. So I live streamed the court for 8 hours on my live stream, and all of us in the chat, we're all looking at this. And someone said, did you see that? And then we paused it. We went back. And I said, oh my God, there's like 1 minute, 16 seconds missing from this video. Why? Did you take out his phone and call somebody? And, Baron shouted me out. Huge shout out to Baron because he does incredible work. And we found that. And
what was on that minute?
He shared that. What was there?
Yeah, what was on that minute? What was taken out? What was removed so we couldn't see it? I would like to know.
Yeah.
I'd like to know why that minute plus was edited out?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a unreasonable question.
This is the evidence that has been demonstrated in preliminary hearings for a man who's on trial for his life in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, in the most prolific, most consequential assassination with implications that are tied to it that you can't even possibly begin to imagine. And this is the evidence that has been presented. And if you say, well, where did that minute go? Well, what do you mean? We showed it to you, just like we showed you video footage of Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell. That, in fact, wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell, and there was an entire minute missing. That is what is used for Kash Patel and Dan Bongino to run around and say, we have the evidence. Jeffrey Epstein definitely hanged himself all by himself with a paper bed sheet and definitely didn't go back to Israel.
Exactly.
Tell us about what you're going to cover with the guy who received and processed the SUV, and where people can go and watch that.
Well, potentially, we're going to talk to the client that cleaned the SUV, and he's putting his he's put a lot of he's putting his lifeline out there. So he's going to share what he experienced and what he saw, and we'll be with Mike V, and we will be with the client tomorrow.
And from what we understand from our conversations with Michael, he was part of the team that actually physically cleaned the SUV.
Yes.
So we're hoping to get a deeper look at to the exact condition the vehicle was in when it arrived, and hopefully he can provide us some insight, a little bit more insight, and maybe even some more pictures. We're not saying for sure that that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But we're definitely looking forward to this conversation to find out more information about potentially what went on in the last few minutes of Charlie's life inside this SUV. They've been very forthcoming with all information. They've been getting attacked, but they're still putting information out for the public. They've even provided metadata for the photos that they provided. Because that even came under scrutiny. Now the metadata is out there and people have confirmed and verified that.
No one's saying nothing now. Everybody's like, oh, he brought the metadata.
I know this crazy thing called evidence.
He came on my show. He was very, very forthcoming. He even talked about, the Mormon cult or whatever you want to, mafia or whatever. He's like, there's a tight knit thing down here. You guys don't understand. He was very open about that, and he's not a part of it. He said he doesn't like it. So, that's going to happen tomorrow. And
where can people find that discussion, and where can they follow you across your social media channels?
Alley Top Files everywhere. That's my handle, and I'm probably going to go at 9:45 Eastern tomorrow.
Alley Top Files, love your work.
Thank you.
So happy to have platformed you. If you have anything, you send it to me. I'll put you on immediately. No gatekeeping going on around here. This is important.
so
we want to
much.
discuss evidence. All right. Thank you very much. God bless you
so
guys.
much.
Thank you, Stu.
All right, Alley Top Files. Make sure that you go and follow Alley Top Files. I got to head to break. Frankie Stocks is in the green room. The base report is up next. Stick around.
Where is your money going?
All right. I'm still eating. Allie did a great job. Great segment. Thanks for you guys for sticking around. Let's see what's
I'm so glad that they
happening.
talked about Sean.
Oh, you're here.
Sorry. I've been just watching.
Okay, cool. Did you know she was on there?
I did not.
I was just about to see what you guys were up to.
I'm glad that they called Sean out. Blake's in a space too, so if you want to straighten that.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
He's got some of Gary's minions in the space.
Oh, Bronson.
Bronson's in there, Jarbot's in here.
Oh, Jarbot.
So yeah.
I'll look for it.
Right.
I may not. It always kicks me out, so I don't know how much I'm gonna play. But
Yeah, no worries.
let's see.
If you want a mic, let me know. I'll put you up.
Okay, we'll do. I am gonna play it though.
works.
Yeah, so you're going to be able
There's
to
chain
tell,
of custody
yeah, in the
problems
data every
with,
time it's copied and transferred.
you're going to be able to, yeah, go ahead and tell
Yeah,
me
every
about it.
time it's copied and transferred, there's data that gets, you know, metadata that's stored on it every time it's copied and
Right. So
transferred.
you think there's no issue with that?
There could be a chain of custody issue between how many people it went to before it was turned over to the SBI, but that's not the SBI's problem.
And actually, Jarhead,
TPUSA's problem.
to add, Jarhead, the chain of custody issue, it could have just gone to one person, and that could be a chain of custody issue, especially if we're talking about tampering with that. And there's not been a forensic analysis on that. And we know that,
I'm
right?
sure the
Because
defense will do it. The files that they were given were probably the wrong. See, here's the other side: is like the prosecutor's only obligated to give the defense what they were given in the format and that it was given to them, right? So if they change it substantively, then that's a problem that the defense can highlight. But they have to give, the investigators have to give what they got from TPUSA over to the defense counsel in the format that it was given. So whatever, like MP4 or raw data file, whatever's given to them, they've got to give it to the defense.
So bringing that back to, maybe that proves my point even further, or highlights a concern, a potential concern rather, in that we don't know if the data was obfuscated by the original person who obtained it or the person who had it prior to giving it over to whoever obtained it.
Sure, but you'll see markers in the data that show that it was changed or
Potentially.
edited. Potentially, I mean, not potentially, it's pretty obvious, but like for forensic analysts to be able to do that. But at the same time, like I agree with you guys 1,000%. Like it was stupid for the prosecutor to add circles, zoom, and highlight, right? That's a huge problem that I think that the courts haven't really caught up with technology. This came up during I think I talked about this in Gary's space. This came up during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial where the prosecutor tried to zoom in. And the fact of zooming in actually fills in pixels that creates a substantive change to the file, and like that's you can't show that to the jury because you can show it to the judge, and the judge can make a determination on the validity of that evidence or the impact of that evidence, and he can either admit it or not admit it. So in this case, they admitted both the raw file, not raw file, the original file, and the unedited and the edited versions, and then.
Oh, I just was reading my timeline here. So Bryson Gray is calling out Corby. Do you see this? This guy Bryson is the biggest Fed slopper ever. He used to be so based. They have a new conspiracy now since all the other ones were debunked by the video. What? Nothing was debunked by the video except that it shows it's like a high level military operation.
I don't know if that was a dig at Corby so much as it was probably about Candace.
I don't know. Maybe. I didn't read it yet. Oh. No, I don't. I feel like it was a dig at Corby. I don't know. I'm confused about what this proves. It proves that you need to leave independent investigators alone because they have information that you don't, and you're just talking out of your ass most of the time. That's what it proves.
100.
But I'm guessing Blake, I heard a little bit of it. Blake's kind of mad.
That she held on to the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, that's basically proving that he didn't have the long gun in his pants and that this is a military person, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, because I can't make much out, but I assume whoever's saying there's no long gun, I tend to agree. I don't see anything. I don't. Yeah. When we would see a rifle, right? Is everybody 100% sure there's no rifle here?
I think so. I think it's
See, like this guy has a rifle though, and
but
it's
I think that it's proving that he didn't take a shot from where he did.
oh, that's not where the shot was taken from the case files.
One, I think that it's also because that he wouldn't have been able to see Charlie in the tent from that angle with as far off as he is.
Uh-oh. I guess I'm going to have to let Bryson Gray know that, because he doesn't seem to know that. I might go to Diligence only because it plays nicer with YouTube. It's since it's on YouTube.
Yeah. It's also funny that Corby told me that Diligent tried to politic him coming on right after Candace aired that on his space.
Repeat that again.
Corby also let me know that Diligent tried to politic to have him in his space as soon as that video dropped after.
He tried. I'm missing the word you're saying. He tried to what?
He was politicking for Corby to come on his live.
Oh, okay.
And Corby said, "No, thank you."
Gotcha. We need to figure out what you're doing. Are you using AirPods or what? We don't have to figure out. We don't have to figure it out now. I mean, in the future, are you using like AirPods to Bluetooth like MacBook, or using earbuds, or using just your computer mic?
Just my laptop mic.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, gotcha. AirPods will probably connect to your laptop, right? Through Bluetooth?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, you probably don't want them in your ears, though, because it's probably annoying.
I have small ears.
There's no way that, like, no, people do stuff
for
the first time all the time. Actually,
speculating just as much as anybody else up here.
I'm just telling you, most murders are people that haven't done it before. They just ended up killing somebody.
I would also argue to say that most things are conspiracies because they always end up coming out true. And also,
I really hold on. I just want to add something real quick. I really love this because I haven't. Well, I know that there's more coming out this week, and they're stressed about this. I just know how much worse it's gonna be in like 24 to 74 hours. I think we're gonna have a collective meltdown of Fed slop eating and selling shills. It is going to be glorious. It's already glorious now.
I don't know what you think people are upset about. Like, this literally just is in line exactly with the narrative put out.
Except for there is no
crawling. It's like crawling with a gun in your right hand is a very natural way that he's crawling. It's not some military maneuver. And Cal brought up
oh my gosh, just shut him up.
Cal brought up
Let's go back to the preliminary hearing and look at all the fuck-ups in that.
Cal brought up a fair question. Like, he knew exactly where to perch himself. Well, the location where Charlie was speaking from is a well-used event space. So it wouldn't be, where is he exactly going to sit? That would be a natural thing.
That's true, Mitch. He did meet with the people at TPUSA ahead of time, so he would know exactly where.
I would say that he even knew that even before. I would say he even knew that before then.
But
like,
that's not the point, Mitch. An amateur, even if somebody knew, people can do things. If I say, Key, okay, you got 60 seconds. Here's a stopwatch. Go. You can do things, Key. You know how to run. We got that. Everybody can do that. You know how to go to the left and the right in a tactical way because that's a natural human thing to do. Animals.
It's not tactical, man. It's literally just crawling with a gun in your hand.
Mitch, relax. Mitch, relax. That's all fine. So he knew how to find the location No hesitation. Didn't look around.
So it sounds like Diligent hasn't brought up the fact that you can't take the shot from there. Then isn't that what it sounds like? Because is that what? Because Blake was well, they both were in UVU. Blake was in Diligent work, but that that angle you couldn't see the tent, right? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think Diligent even put that together yet.
Didn't try to orient himself. Nothing. Lays down. Pulls out his weapon with a scope, apparently. Scopes his target. Kills the target. Shoots the target. Doesn't hesitate to see whether or not the target is bleeding out, is hit. Do I need to take a second shot? None of that. There's no hesitation. Up and off. And all that stopwatch, 60 seconds. That's how much time you have because people can do things.
He took a shot. He saw that he hit his target.
Well, hold on, Mitch. Hold on.
Look,
Look, Mitch. Look, I don't think that people really. This is going to be surprising to everybody. These are not special people. This is why I keep telling these groups of people that get into this conspiracy stuff. These are not people that have special powers. They're not aliens from another universe. Okay. They don't have special tactics and techniques that they learn. There's capable people that are cognizant of reality and they do stuff. And then there's people that sit on the sidelines and watch, right? You ever been to a football game? You got people in the field. They're actually playing the game. You got people in the stands yelling and screaming at what they should be doing while the people are playing and yelling at the coach, right? My point is that the fact that he took one shot, got a hit. I obviously am one of the people that think he wasn't aiming for the neck. I don't know anybody that ever woke up and was like, I'm aiming for necks today. That just doesn't happen because necks are not a guaranteed kill. So if you want to kill something, it's usually actually the body center mass, right? But this idea that some kid couldn't come up with this, especially with our video games and all the other things, I do believe he actually has help, right? I believe that's something that's
second shot.
Grok, your target went down. Why would you?
Grok, are there any historic examples of a neck being targeted for assassinations?
Grok.
The fuck? Grok, do a web search and answer my question.
Yes, there are historic examples. John F. Kennedy was shot in the neck in 1963. Martin Luther King Jr. was fatally shot in the neck and jaw area in 1968. A CIA assassination manual
wasn't shot
also
in the
recommended
neck.
severing
Grok
the
is
spinal cord in
useless,
the
bro.
cervical region or the carotid and jugular vessels for reliability.
Grok, can you repeat that last part again?
Sure. A CIA assassination manual also recommended severing the spinal cord in the cervical region or the carotid and jugular vessels for reliability.
And Grok, as far as we know, was Charlie Kirk hit in the jugular and in the spine?
Yes.
I'm so glad that you. I'm so glad you had us look that up, funny. Mitch. That's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Assassination versus 150 yard rifle shot. No sniper takes 150 yard. And just to be clear,
hey, guess what, guys? The defense doesn't.
Like, I just want everybody to notice how they just lost their fucking minds. It's amazing. Feels really good. Oh, that felt good. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that, you guys. Now you can talk. It was too much. I had to just take a little victory lap.
Sophisticated in order to listen to someone send you a bunch of bullshit, and instead of yelling at them and calling them fucking retarded, you respond to them with rationale and answering questions and critically thinking and teasing it out, because we all know we've been lied to. I mean, point blank, guys, please explain to me. They all came out of that meeting of watching this video that Candace just released, which I'm not anyways, we can get into the weeds about Candace, but when she released that, they were like, it's totally Tyler Robinson. So clear. It's totally him. We saw that today, guys. And then there was testimony that they didn't go to the edge of the roof. Did I hear that correctly? Is that accurate?
How come, Ozzy for Ozzy's, what's your deal with Muppet?
To get to a single unified theory, and they need that. Like prosecutions definitely need that, and the defense needs that if they're going to propose an alternate theory, right? So there's the whole point of an investigation, and it's to whittle down the theory to get to a unified truth at the end, right? The problem that I have is a lot of like what I heard today with Stu. He was just rambling crap out and with no interest to get to any kind of single theory. He wouldn't offer his own, like, even though he's been in these spaces offering his own theory. He refused to do it when he was asked by Andrew. So like that, like, and when you that's my big problem with like the asking questions crowd is at some point you've got to whittle the questions down to useful questions and really truly probative questions. Once you get past certain levels of scrutiny on the evidence, right? Like, and granted, everything is open for debate, but as you get closer and closer to a truth, like the whole point of it is to whittle down the evidence.
Nobody can even prove that Tyler Robinson was even within 1 mile of the UVU campus on September 10th. So you have to prove that Tyler Robinson was there. There is no evidence.
Wait.
There's none, not one clear picture. I can put your
So is Lance
there and tell you there. Lance Twiggs.
Sure, hold on. Okay, yeah. Lance Twiggs was not on the rifle.
You guys, to start with an argument, we have to start from a premise. What's our basic premise? We have to start. Charlie always said, like, what's the argument if we're not starting from a basic premise? And I think we're starting from two.
DNA evidence that anybody can plant, or
DNA is
plantable,
physical evidence.
plantable evidence. There's nothing there. You can't show me one clear video or picture of Tyler Robinson.
Okay, Wolfdad, what piece of evidence would you need to convince you that Tyler was there?
Well, I want to see something from the flock
What piece
cameras.
of evidence would convince you that he's not there?
Hold on, I asked the first question.
No,
What
no,
what
no.
piece
Wait,
of, no,
actually,
no.
can we
Show me one
evidence?
picture. One picture of Tyler Robinson within 1 mile of.
No, you listen. He's just gonna continue on with the same line of
His
questioning.
mama. No, I want to see one picture. There's no picture. There's not one. You can't. There is no evidence.
Okay,
There's
there
no
are
picture.
pictures
Show me.
that
Show
both
me.
Lance
go on the
Twiggs,
DNA, he's
Tyler's
gonna go on
parents,
these things.
even the server
Show
at
me.
Pingwich all said that they identified Tyler Robinson from the photos that were taken
Come on,
and
dude.
used.
There's
Where is
10,000
Charlie?
cameras
There's
between
three
Pangwich
different
and
people.
Where did
UVU. Show
Charlie
me
go?
one camera.
Okay, so let's get. I do agree with Charlie's point.
So
need
you're
Charlie-
saying that you need a camera photo of like Tyler Robinson
You
holding
can't
up a
even
sign
show
saying,
me
"I am
digital.
Tyler
There's no
Robinson,"
digital evidence of
showing
his
that
phone
he's on
being there.
campus.
There's
Okay,
none.
listen.
Show
Here's
me.
the point.
They do it
There's
for
They got a
evidence.
search
There's
warrant,
evident
bro.
Jarbot.
Look at, they got a search warrant for the data off his phone. They have the
Show
data,
it. No,
right? Just because they haven't shown it to you yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
they would have shown it. They would have shown it in the preliminary hearings. They got to show
No,
damning
no,
evidence.
Don't forget
to
the
bring a
video
case,
footage of
bud.
him there, right?
This
Hold
is
on.
the
Or
problem.
the video
Yeah,
footage
This is
of
the
his
problem.
car or his license plate.
To prove that he was there leaves an exceptional amount of reasonable doubt.
Yeah, except for the fact that you can see his fucking face.
Where? On which one?
Did you not watch the
Which one?
preliminary
Post it. Hey,
hearings? You can
no.
watch the
Post
video.
it. Post it right here. Hey, post it.
I'm
We've got to
driving
put
right
it
now.
on here, and I'll
Who
put
is
it up
that
in the net.
talking? Who is that?
Post. I'll see. I'm
You can
waiting.
see
I'll
his
wait.
face.
I'm driving. Did you not
I'll
watch?
pay $1,000 for a clear picture of Tyler Robinson. Show right now. Show me and send your
Go
cash
look at the
app. Send your
preliminary.
cash app.
Go look at the preliminary hearings, man. You can see the video of him
Send your cash app.
and his
I'll
car.
send it to you in
we don't think it's
$5,000.
Well, I can't send anything. I'm driving right now, but yeah,
Well, be
you can
careful
definitely
while
see
you're
him.
I
driving.
didn't drive.
Well, I have a hands-free.
Oh, I know.
I have a hands-free earpiece. You can see his car. How about the fact that his boyfriend said he was pretty sure it's him? That looks like him to me, is what his boyfriend said.
I think if I'm trading sex spaces with somebody, I know what they look like.
How about his mom and daddy said it looked like him?
They did too. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't come up.
And to the chick who said, hold on, and to the chick that said, well, Lance Twig's DNA was on it too. Yeah, they lived together. Your DNA is going to be on everything. But if you actually pull, no, I'm not done. The sentence isn't done. The sentence isn't done.
There needs to be clarification. Lance Twig's DNA was not on the rifle.
My DNA's on that.
Wait, let him.
I bet my.
Oh, it appears the space crashed. They'll probably start another one, guys. What have you guys been saying in the chat?
You were streaming his space and you liked it, or his show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, he liked it?
Yeah, he liked that. I told him. I said, Uncle Tom was streaming your.
Oh, cool.
The thing, the debate, and then he's flipping back and forth between anything, and he liked it. So just
nice.
Like,
Cool. Yeah, the stream seemed to love it. They stuck around to watch the whole show. Yeah, I guess Blake. Let's see what the internet's saying. The internet is. That flash. This guy's a retard. What is he talking about? They're saying that flash was him, not they, but this guy who's an idiot, saying he's pulling the gun out of the wrapped in the towel. Oh my, this is. Oh wait, why does Andrew's guy want to come on stage? Did he let him on stage? This is Andrew's producer.
yeah, and then the space crashed after he started talking about me.
Wait, he was in there?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, he started to talk about how, because we were debating about, if what's his face was even there, Tyler Robinson, and I had mentioned that Lance Twig's DNA was on everything too, and he's like, to that chick that just said Lance Twig's DNA, he's like, they lived together, and then the space crashed.
Gotcha. Oh, Gary's talking about it now. Well, oh my goodness, he's. Do I need to read this, guys? I'm sorry if you guys probably can't see this. I think I do need to read it. Sorry, guys. I'm just here off acting like I'm just hanging out by myself. Completely sorry. But Gary Meltdown is saying, look, crawling with a gun means it's a trained assassin. Remember when the conspirators said the footage didn't exist back in September, October, or they would have released it with the original footage? They're wrong every single time. Well, Candace released it, and she pretty much knew. She obviously analyzed to know that it's not likely to be Tyler Robinson. They're of course. I knew they were going to act like it's a W. What's going on here? I guess Muppet was busy today. He couldn't join.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from him today, except for before he went to sleep for a little bit.
Well, guys, I mean, I love that you're hanging out. I'm not going to hang out all night tonight, guys. I think I might go to sleep. I will check one more time if there's any spaces. I guess I will play Diligent Space a little bit more. Then I'll call it.
Reference isn't talking about shooting a 30-aught
memory of a lifetime. It's a good metaphor. It's a good metaphor.
Mitch, tell me, I have to know. Are you this guy? Are you?
So it's a good metaphor, man.
Are you this guy? I think you are this guy, bro. I'm just curious.
I think you're selling people an alternate reality.
Key.
Listen, if
Key,
that was
Key.
you, Mitch, I would actually understand why you are the way that you are.
I
because
just
that would
need
mean you're
I
an
just need
Israeli
I need to
boomer.
take a quick
That would
straw
make so much
poll.
sense.
If you're in the
What is Lene doing? She hasn't going to Blake's space. Guess she felt like going into Diligent space.
Hot, Renee.
I just need
What
to
can I
take a
do?
quick
I
straw
was
poll.
born
If
this
you're
way.
in the chat, listeners, give me a 100. If you're over on the YouTube, if you think that this guy is Mitch or they sound alike, let me know. Am I crazy?
The memes that are
Oh
coming
my
out of this is
God!
gonna
Look
be
at
hilarious, right?
look at
Diligent?
this. Look at
memes are
the
gonna
look
be
at the
great.
chat, bro. The chat
I'm
all
gonna have 100
agrees.
posts. Mitch in Total Recall.
I want to revisit my vacation to
And he's doing
Antarctica.
real estate too, Diligent.
My
He's doing real
notifications,
estate.
my notifications are gonna explode now because of Diligent and Total
Yeah.
Recall. I
If
can't
you
wait for
guys
that.
want, I'll share the. You
AI
know what?
that's
I am
coming
gonna
out
share
is
the
gonna be
link.
nuts.
I'm gonna share
You
the
also
link.
have to play Piglet though, because he does sound like Piglet too.
Mitch is
Yeah, but
still
Nightmare
trying to unload
is
his property.
recalling Mitch.
The
That's
YouTube
Nightmare.
chat, the YouTube chat is just lit. It is lit 100%. Here's the video YouTube chat. Let me give you that. And we'll get over on X. Make sure we get that circulating for you there, buddy. Let's go to the
God,
hands.
the memes that are coming towards me right
Diligent.
now is
All right,
unbelievable.
Mitch. I need you to just be quiet for a second, man. I can't.
Yeah,
I
your
can't. I
chat is
can't.
going nuts.
Yeah,
Hey guys, well I'm having fun, but I'm also I need to save my energy because I want to link back up with you guys soon in a day or two, and go over. We're gonna see Candace is gonna have some more info tomorrow, and I'm just gonna I want to sit and break it down. As far as breaking down the debate from earlier, I think we already talked about that. I also I did a tweet about it as well. I can share that with you guys as well. I think I did a reply. I'll show you that. Let's see. And then I'm going to go to bed soon and get some much needed rest. Leslie's been keeping me up
Totally, it's
every
all my
night.
fault.
Totally her fault.
It hasn't even been my spaces, except for once this week.
I know. I'm sure Stu will probably come in tonight.
Yeah, Quintessential just started a chat, or a space, but I might make my own. We'll see.
Oh, she did? Okay.
So if you want to come into that.
I might. Yeah, I might when I go to bed. So here I reply to Connor. Connor's a friend of mine. He's actually a pretty smart guy. Also a good debater. When he decides to debate, but I was just telling him it's pretty well laid out. iMessage and Discord can literally be sent from India. Multiple prints on everything, with Robinson's being the most degraded. No definitive footage of him on campus. No license plate. No flock camera. TPUSA rep who he met with did not come forward to identify. No ballistics. The ballistics we have obviously is could be tied to many, many different weapons. So that's why I haven't talked much about the debate, because I just think it's kind of straightforward. The main thing was Andrew is a debater. Andrew finds that stuff fun. Whether or not he cares about Charlie, it's hard to say, but he was definitely trying to, of course, get a win. And by getting a win, he was wanting to function on specific premise, claims, allegations, and refutations, and just full debate structure. And I don't know if Stu is familiar with that process or if he's even done that. It's just like taking people who did debate in high school and are very familiar with how that goes, and people who have no idea how that goes. Not to say that Stu doesn't know, but he may not. And so that's why it turned into what it did. Stu did bring up a good point when he was being confronted about the text messages, Stu responded with, "Hey, how do we know Tyler sent that?" And what Andrew did, Andrew glossed over it because Andrew knew he's unable to prove it. If I were to go back to that part of the debate, I could point it out. But that was the one that was kind of really when I knew it was going to go off the rails, because Andrew's not going to want to get pinned down to that point of, how do you know it was his car? How do you know he was there? How do you know the text messages were sent? And again, it was just glossed over by Andrew. So you call it actually bad faith. It was a little bit bad faith on Andrew's part. And then he's trying to have like some kind of Oxford style formal debate with Stu, who may not be familiar with all the rules of how that works. And Stu even said, he's like, forget the 1 minute. He's like, tell me this, like, answer this. And I think he was, Stu obviously, and it's hard for people to debate, even myself. And if you listen to some of my debates with Andrew, I get really passionate about it because, especially like several months ago, earlier this year when I debated Andrew, because I cared about Charlie and I cared about this happening to other Americans and I care about speech. So I become passionate. And whether or not I won the debate wasn't my purpose. My purpose for debating Andrew was to expose people like him that actually don't necessarily care that much that it happened, or they just treat it as if it's no big deal. And a lot of the Fed sloppers, they're more interested in pushing the official narrative than it being like a really big deal that this happened, and that we want all parties involved. Like, it would be a great disservice to lock up Tyler without also locking up Lance. And the only way to lock up Lance is by digging in and finding every piece of data that you can. And then there could be another person besides Tyler and Lance. There could be somebody else. So anybody who's really passionate about Charlie and what happened is not going to just settle for, oh, well, I guess it was Tyler, let's lock him up. Everything else that we're good otherwise, we don't need to do anything else. No, nobody's going to be satisfied with that. So my goal with debating Andrew was to expose that he may not care. And if you listen to him, and I just uploaded one today, if you listen to them, then you will see that he does get exposed in that way. And people who are his fans do comment, and they say, well, hey, I love Andrew. I believe everything he says, or I really stand by him, but this is the one thing I cannot stand by him on. And, that's what I tried to basically bring out, whether or not I won the debate. So yeah, check it out. If you click on, if you go to my page, let's see, I'll go to it actually and show you. It'll be good actually for me to go to my page as well, so you guys can see. Hold on a second. So you guys can see the damage that we did, damage in a good way, being that we got a lot of additional subscribers today. So that was cool. So yeah, so thank you. So I hit the 1,000 marks, 1,000 subscribers. So got you to thank for that. So this one was uploaded today. This is from like around April-ish. So that's one you can listen to. This one, whenever, I can't remember, sometime after. This was on Brian Harpole. And then some of these others are X debates. Or X Spaces. where it's other people, they're panels of people, but this is just me and Andrew talking on this one. So that was my main goal, was really just to expose. Let me read a couple of your comments before I jet, unless you guys are just arguing amongst yourself, because I'm seeing that happens a lot. Everyone can see you. What are you saying here? Lady, I don't know. Let's see. You guys are still arguing about bullets and shit? Damn. Oh, Reginator, you left? I didn't even see. Oh, good night. Or I don't know who's leaving. I'm trying to catch. There's just so many messages today. It's crazy. Yeah, nice meeting everybody. I'm just scanning through this. People going to sleep, which I should be. Some shout outs to Stu. Jason, no problem. No problem for the watch party. Yeah, you guys are just fighting in here. And you're just hanging out and partying. So cool. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it, Leslie, as always.
Catch you in like 5 minutes.
Maybe. We'll see.
You know you want to.
I know, right? Yeah, well, I'll probably fall asleep in this space, maybe.
For you.
Thank you guys so much, all 300 of you. That's wild. No, I appreciate it, and I will see. I can't tell you what day next, but it will be soon. So you guys take care.